Chapter 41, The Evolution of Tengen. Tengen, who understood Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru's intention, showed a look of relief and prepared to commit to the path of choosing evolution. Initially, she had not given it much thought, but by the time she first reached the limit of her physical body and faced the choice between evolution and assimilation, she had already become the central figure of the Jujutsu world. Many people advised her to choose the latter, because Tengen was an excellent barrier master who had set up outstanding barriers in many parts of the Jujutsu world. They argued that if she encountered any issues, the entire Jujutsu world would surely fall into chaos. Due to their dissuasion and her own inner fear, Tengen ultimately chose the path of assimilation, assimilating with the Star Plasma Vessel Girl. Although this was ostensibly assimilation, due to the vast difference in mental strength, the result was undoubtedly Tengen remaining the dominant entity. She regained a youthful body, with only an extra decade plus of memories in her mind. These memories did not significantly affect Tengen. Although she felt some guilt, the happiness derived from regaining a youthful body completely overshadowed that guilt. However, what people fear most is overthinking. Amidst such a long, constant flow of time, how could she avoid overthinking, especially whenever she reached the limit of her body and faced the two paths of evolution or assimilation? She feared that if she failed, she would become a monster that endangered the Jujutsu world, or even the entire world. For this reason, she could only continuously choose the safer option. Just before the evolution ritual began, she turned and looked toward Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru. Realizing that even if her evolution failed, there would be someone capable of stopping her, her mood visibly calmed down significantly. Then I will leave it to the two of you. If I truly turn into a monster, please make sure to kill me. As her words fell, a towering tree visible to Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru suddenly began to flicker with a faint light. Observing the towering tree through the Rikugan/6 eyes they both possessed, they could clearly see strands of unusual cursed energy fluctuating from it. Looks like it has begun. I just don't know if Tengen will evolve into Metal Greymon or Skull Greymon. If it's Skull Greymon, then we'll have a real fight on our hands. Gojo Satoru grinned as he spoke, clenching his hands into fists and bumping them together, clearly full of fighting spirit. Even counting the time he spent guarding Ammonai Riko/Riko Ammonai, he had been awake for over 50 hours without sleeping. However, after mastering the reverse curse technique, both he and Chinatsu could use the positive energy generated by the reversal to heal physical injuries, making mere fatigue a trivial matter. Sis, do you think Tengen will succeed? Hard to say. I don't think she will turn into Skull Greymon, but I have an ominous feeling. Oh, so not Skull Greymon. But there are many evolution paths in Digimon. Just because she won't turn into Skull Greymon doesn't mean she will necessarily evolve safely into Metal Greymon. Gojo Satoru continued to use the content of the anime Digimon to describe Tengen evolution. Although the analogy might be abstract to those unfamiliar with it, for people who understood Digimon, this descriptive explanation was perfect. Time passed bit by bit. Under their gaze, the cursed energy fluctuations emanating from the towering tree in the center gradually stabilized, allowing the two of them, who had been holding their breath, to relax considerably. Because of the Rikugan/6 eyes, they could react immediately if even a slight problem occurred with Tengen. Therefore, after the cursed energy fluctuations stabilized, the two of them did not slack off and began a new round of training. Although their awakening through mastering the reverse curse technique undoubtedly made them the strongest in the current Jujutsu world, if a fully powered finger bro with 20 fingers appeared before them now, they would still suffer a crushing defeat even working together. After all, they still had many training objectives yet to be completed. There were objectives before awakening and naturally there were objectives after awakening. Such as 1. Proficient use of Cursed Technique Lapse, blue and Curse Technique Reversal, red. 2. Simplifying incantations and hand signs. 3. Perfecting the 24-hour automatic limitless defense. 4. Mastering long-distance teleportation. 5. Comprehending the profound meaning of the curse technique, domain. Although the objectives were numerous, they were not complicated. In the original work, the awakened Gojo Satoru only took 1 or 2 years to sequentially complete the above objectives, becoming the strongest among the strongest. Now, under their mutual supervision and competitive drive, the time required for them to fully mature would likely be shortened even further. According to the time displayed on their phones, the two of them had already stayed inside the tomb chamber for 2 days. Although they used training to pass the time, this was not a long-term solution. The environment of the tomb chamber was truly indescribable. Although the space was wide, it felt narrow, and while the visibility was not poor, it gave a sense of dimness. If Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru had not stayed here, but rather some timid person had remained for a few days, it was uncertain whether their mental state would suffer, but sleeping here would definitely be difficult. Of course, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru hadn't slept either. These days they were immersed in training for their new objectives, such as the 24-hour fully automatic Limitless defense. If this was completed, it would completely eliminate the possibility of being ambushed by others, even while sleeping. Isn't it done yet? This evolution is way too slow. Did she lose signal and freeze halfway, like a phone loading bar stuck at 99%? That would be terrible. Gojo Satoru muttered unhappily while holding his phone, which showed no signal, while Chinatsu stood beside him with her arms crossed, her mood also quite complex. She could tolerate the evolution taking a few days, but if it took several months, she truly didn't believe she had that much patience. But if Tengen truly failed her evolution and turned into Skull Greymon while they were absent, it would absolutely cause a disaster, and she would feel guilty about it for the rest of her life. No choice but to keep guarding. Just as Chinatsu lowered her head and sighed, the towering tree in the center suddenly shifted, and strands of unusual cursed energy surged out from within it. Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru immediately entered a state of alert. Although they couldn't see exactly what was happening with Tengen yet, logically speaking, Tengen's evolution was likely not going smoothly. Chapter 42, The Battle Within the Star Palace. Looks like it's turned into a zombie Greymon. Gojo Satoru, with his Azure Rikugan, observed the central towering tree from afar, which was overflowing with abnormal cursed energy. If this fluctuation was the result of a successful evolution, it was far too bizarre. In just a few short seconds, the towering tree in the center, which they had been watching, suddenly transformed into a monster resembling a cursed spirit. Its original branches now became tough, sharp tendrils, lashing out at Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru with astonishing speed. Bang! The ground shattered into countless pieces of rubble and dust swirled into the air. If one were to evaluate that monster's attack based on cursed spirit standards, it was undoubtedly special grade, and a disaster-level special grade at that. However, the attack method was merely a very ordinary dual strike of cursed energy plus physical force. This level of attack was insufficient to breach Limitless defense. In the dust-filled air, Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru emerged, completely unharmed. Gojo Satoru already had an energy mass burning like blue flame forming in his palm. Curse technique lapse, blue maximum output. As this light-like, flame-like energy substance continuously expanded, the dust swirling in the sky and the countless rocks on the ground were all pulled together, congregating into one mass. Gojo Satoru swung his arms and the maximum output blue rushed towards the monster, resulting in a violent collision. However, the damage was unexpectedly underwhelming, and after being injured, it immediately began to regenerate at a visible rate. What tough skin, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but complain. He said it was his first time encountering something that could almost ignore his maximum output blue. Tendrils lashed out wildly in all directions, not only making a mess of their immediate surroundings but also affecting the entire area, including Jujutsu High, causing minor earthquakes. The two, who had landed back on the ground from the air, showed no hesitation. They both extended one palm, making a gun finger gesture. Curse technique reversal red. Their voices, almost overlapping, rang out, and 2 crimson orbs of energy condensed from their fingertips, released precisely after aiming. A deafening bang erupted from the monster's chest. The powerful impact not only tore a gruesome, deep crater where its chest cavity should be, but also sent it tumbling backward onto the ground. This attack was remarkably effective. However, at this moment what they were focused on was not that. Just as Red shattered the monster's chest, both of them, thanks to the Rikugan's superior perception, vaguely detected a humanoid figure rooted inside the monster's body. Initially, both had believed that this monster was the physical manifestation of Tengen's failed evolution, but it now seemed that this idea was incorrect. This monster was more like a Gundam Tengen had created using that towering tree and cursed energy, with Tengen merely being the pilot within. However, this pilot seemed to have passed out. Although the exact problem with Tengen's evolution remained unknown, since that was the case, they could now deal with this monster seriously and without reservation. Don't use Hollow Technique, Purple, before pulling Tengen out, because that technique's destructive power is too high. Even if we reduce the output as much as possible, it might still affect Tengen. If he flies away before we can pull him out, that would be bad. Can we handle this big guy using only Curse Technique Lapse, Blue, and Curse Technique Reversal, Red? Of course, no problem. With that, Gojo Satoru smiled confidently. He abruptly raised both hands, focusing all his attention and gazing at the monster in front of him. Several blues suddenly appeared all around the monster, centered on it. Under Gojo Satoru's long-distance manipulation, those blues flew like floating cannons, tearing all the tree branches and tendrils apart. After doing all this, Gojo Satoru made the gesture for activating Red, but he didn't release it immediately. Instead, he prepared to further enhance Red's damage. The practice of cursed techniques is essentially the pursuit of the ultimate subtraction. The number of incantations, hand signs, and other activation steps that can be omitted often indicates a jujutsu sorcerer's skill level. After all, in an intense battle, who would give you time to chant incantations or cast spells? The shorter the wind-up, the greater the help in combat. However, the omitted incantations and hand signs are not entirely useless. If one doesn't omit them and instead meticulously completes the wind-up steps, the cursed technique's output can be increased to a greater extent than when cast instantly. Phase. Paramitha. Pillar of Light. Curse Technique Reversal, Red. The impact projectile condensed at Gojo Satoru's fingertip shot out with even greater speed and power than before, striking the monster's body. The monster's body, which previously required the combined use of Red by both of them to destroy, was now shattered by him alone. However, it was still not enough. The monster's regeneration continued. In just a few seconds, several tenths of the physical damage had already recovered. Because Gojo Satoru had only recently mastered Red, while instant activation could be achieved by lowering the output, continuous firing was simply impossible for him. However, Gojo Satoru wasn't planning to prepare a second Red either, as he wasn't alone. Chinatsu suddenly appeared directly in front of the monster using teleportation. She glanced at Tengen, who was rooted inside the monster's body. After quickly clearing the surface obstructions with a blue-infused punch, she swiftly and decisively reached out and forcibly pulled Tengen out of the monster's body. The monster, having lost Tengen, did not immediately cease activity. Instead, it frantically attacked Chinatsu. In response, Chinatsu simply activated teleportation again with an indifferent expression, successfully moving to a safe area away from the monster's attacks. And the moment Tengen was rescued, Gojo Satoru, standing in the distance, raised one hand, joining and curling his index and middle fingers, making a snapping gesture, poised to strike. 9 principles. Polarization. Crow and declaration. Between inside and outside. Hollow Technique, Purple. Instantly, an illusory mass not belonging to this world, generated by the collision between blue and red, condensed into a blast powerful enough to destroy anything in its path. The monster, which could ignore blue and even withstand red, instantly paled in comparison to this attack. A purple light enveloped the tomb chamber area. When the purple light faded, the monster had completely lost all signs of activity, lying motionless on the ground. The tomb chamber returned to silence. Chapter 43, The Young Tengen. Gojo Satoru, who had just unleashed a reinforced hollow purple, couldn't help but exhale, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. After all, he had been awakened by Fushiguro Toji's attack, but by the time he awakened, the target was already subdued by his older sister. He had the strength of his awakening but nowhere to vent it. He hadn't even had the chance to utter his classic line from the original work, "Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one." He couldn't have been more frustrated. Although it sounded bad, fortunately, the monster created by Tengen was meaty enough and had the potential to be an excellent punching bag. Now, Gojo Satoru felt all the pressure in his body released, leaving him feeling incredibly refreshed. Chinatsu, meanwhile, laid the unconscious Tengen flat on the ground. When she had dragged her out of the monster earlier, she hadn't paid much attention due to the urgency, but now, upon closer inspection, Tengen appeared to be in a youthful state. In the original work manga, Tengen's first appearance was when she was forced to evolve after Amanai Riko was killed by Fushiguro Toji, ultimately evolving halfway into a state that was neither human, monster, nor cursed spirit. In her state of neither human, monster, nor cursed spirit, she still retained a human form in general outline, but her head had become monstrous. Gojo Satoru's and Chinatsu's Rikugan, also known as the Eyes of the Azure Heaven, are special eyes, not literally 6 eyes. Yet, Tengen's face was ferociously covered with 4 eyes, 2 on the left and 2 on the right, with no hair on her head, which was more rectangular in shape. This made it difficult for many people to determine Tengen's gender when seeing her appearance in the manga, leading them to subconsciously assume Tengen was male. In reality, Yuki Tsukumo once referred to Tengen as an old hag, and character design sheets added later in the serialization confirmed Tengen's identity as female. At this moment the youthful Tengen lay flat like this, her long silver hair not smooth but quite loose. Judging by her face shape, she was definitely not the cute type, but closer to the mature older sister style. Soon after, Gojo Satoru also focused his gaze on Tengen. Although he knew Tengen was female, her appearance in her youthful state was completely unknown in the current Jujutsu world. Is this Tengen? Why did she become younger? Does this mean her evolution succeeded? But then what was that monster before? Gojo Satoru looked down at the lying Tengen, spitting out several questions in rapid succession. Listening to Gojo Satoru carelessly rattle off questions like a machine gun, Chinatsu couldn't help but shoot him a glance. After a brief moment of thought, she offered her conclusion. I believe the evolution was successful. It's just that we previously imagined evolution to be too miraculous. She didn't become a god in one go. Perhaps with several more attempts in the future, there's a possibility of achieving godhood, but at least she isn't there yet. As for the monster just now, I think Tengen might have lost consciousness the instant her evolution completed. This caused the cursed energy generated by her evolution to run wild, which was then absorbed by the towering tree, already nourished by cursed energy for years, causing it to deform. Chinatsu wasn't sure if her guess was entirely correct, but based on the current situation, she felt that even if her speculation wasn't perfectly accurate, it was probably close enough. Gojo Satoru was dumbfounded listening to her explanation. It wasn't that he was unintelligent. After all, using Limitless Void is highly complex, and although neither he nor Chinatsu loved studying, they were both academic geniuses far surpassing students their age. He simply didn't like using his brain when he was next to Chinatsu, justifying it by saying he was training Chinatsu's intellect and preparing her to inherit the position of head of the Gojo family later on. Just as the two of them were looking at the prone Tengen, contemplating whether to ignore her or use physical means to wake her up, Chinatsu's phone began to ring with a beep beep beep. Chinatsu suspiciously pulled her phone out of her pocket. She knew that this area was covered by multiple barriers, including those capable of interfering with electromagnetic waves. The phone should have no signal here. Carrying this doubt, Chinatsu answered the call. It was Yaga Mazumichi. The moment Chinatsu connected, a roar came from Yaga Mazumichi on the other end. What exactly happened over there? All the barriers set up by Lord Tengen across the country have stopped working. Did something happen to Lord Tengen? Chinatsu was stunned, and so was Gojo Satoru, who had been eavesdropping next to her. Both of them immediately turned their heads to look at Tengen lying on the ground. Gojo Satoru then quickly stepped forward, placing one of his fingers beneath Tengen's nose to check if she was still breathing. Older sister, she's fine, still alive. Only after receiving Gojo Satoru's report did Chinatsu breathe a sigh of relief. She figured it must be because Tengen had evolved, changing on a biological dimension, which caused issues with the previous identity verification system. Chinatsu briefly explained what had happened to Yaga Mazumichi on the other end of the phone, then hung up and looked at Tengen again. It looked like they couldn't just leave her alone, they needed to wake her up quickly. Thinking this, Chinatsu took a deep breath and prepared to roll up her sleeves to exert herself again, but just then, Gojo Satoru stretched out an arm beside her and stopped her. No need for older sister to trouble herself with this kind of thing, I'll handle it, Gojo Satoru grinned, excitedly shaking both of his hands. As he walked up to Tengen, perhaps due to the subconscious instinct of her physical body, the corners of the unconscious Tengen's brows actually twitched slightly, attempting to force her mind to wake up. However, this was useless. Compared to her weak physical body, her spirit was clearly much tougher. After her spirit completely overwhelmed her body's resistance, Gojo Satoru had already arrived by her side and cheerfully raised both of his hands. As Gojo Satoru's demonic, silly laughter faded, the sound of clap, 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 like the Tathagata's divine palm, reverberated inside the tomb chamber. Half a minute later, Tengen, whose cheeks were burning hot on both sides, sat cross-legged on the ground with a look of deep resentment in her eyes. Gojo Satoru, the culprit, simply placed both hands behind his back, turned his head aside and even whistled. Gojo Satoru, don't look at me, I don't know anything. Tengen. Chapter 44, Busy Sorcerers. Feeling the stinging pain on both her cheeks, Tengen couldn't help but look at Gojo Satoru beside her with a resentful gaze. However, Gojo Satoru clearly ignored Tengen's visual assault, making Tengen feel that if she stared at him for
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
Even a moment longer, he would accuse her of attempted misconduct. Tengen sighed helplessly, lowering her head, and then began sensing the state of her current body. Chinatsu's guess had been correct. With Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru acting as her safety net, she had chosen the path of evolution, prepared to risk everything. Although the process was arduous, painful, and convoluted, she managed to push through. It was only the moment she successfully evolved that she lost consciousness due to mental exhaustion, which led to the recent commotion. Chinatsu stood, looking down at Tengen, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor. She relayed the situation that Yaga Mazamichi had discussed with her over the phone earlier. Chinatsu had assumed that since Tengen was awake, restoring the failed barriers would be a matter of minutes. To her surprise, Tengen's face immediately changed color upon hearing the news. What? All my barriers have failed. Tengen couldn't help but cover her cheek with one hand, looking somewhat distraught. All the barriers, large and small, across the country had indeed been personally set by her, and she certainly had the ability to repair them. But her cursed energy manipulation range wasn't that extensive. It wasn't like a computer network where adjusting one setting would instantly synchronize all national barriers. To truly fix them, she would probably have to embark on a nationwide tour, repairing them city by city. She's going to be busy. Watching Tengen exhale a massive sigh, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but secretly chuckle with schadenfreude. He had initially thought that Tengen would handle everything and he would be free, but the very next day after they left the tomb chamber, mountains of jujutsu missions appeared before them. Although Tengen was traveling nationwide to repair the various ineffective barriers, fixing barriers was not a task that could be accomplished overnight. In many areas lacking barriers, cursed spirits were showing clear signs of unrest. Currently, most jujutsu sorcerers in the jujutsu world had entered overtime mode. Fortunately, this overtime came with overtime pay, which meant that a portion of the jujutsu sorcerers who relied on completing missions to earn money and support their families were not opposed to working extra hours. In fact, this group formed the core workforce for overtime. Jujutsu sorcerers from established jujutsu families, however, did not lack money. They maintained their original pace of eliminating cursed spirits and strictly refused overtime. Now that Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru had become the strongest, their work efficiency was equivalent to fighting 10 or even 100 others. The entire jujutsu world was urging them both to work hard and take on overtime. Although Chinatsu was an anti-overtime advocate, the failure of the barriers was a chain reaction resulting from her interference with the Tengen portion of the original work. She felt she needed to take responsibility. Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College. Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru were selecting and organizing the jujutsu missions they would execute. They divided them based on location, for example, one taking the eastern direction and the other the western, so they wouldn't have to run around aimlessly and waste energy. Just as the two of them were discussing back and forth in the classroom, two figures appeared in the hallway outside, peering through the window at them. Our senior sister and senior brother are so motivated. I want to quickly become a full-fledged jujutsu sorcerer too. You'll have your chance in the future, but not this time. With the cursed spirit unrest caused by the barrier failures, it's best if we first years don't get in the way. Since Chinatsu and her peers had advanced to their second year, Tokyo Jujutsu High had naturally welcomed a new batch of first-year students. The excited boy shouting about wanting to quickly stand on his own was named Haibara, and the blonde, side-swept bangs boy beside him was named Kento Nanami. They were both members on Chinatsu's rescue list, because in the original work both of them had died. Haibara died relatively early. The cause of his death was during a jujutsu mission where the higher-ups misjudged the cursed spirit's grade, classifying a grade 1 cursed spirit as a grade 2. Haibara was literally cut in half by the grade 1 cursed spirit. Kento Nanami died after the main storyline began, during the Shibuya incident. He faced the disaster cursed spirit Jogo, buying time against the special grade with his grade 1 body. After being severely burned and injured, his life was harvested by the disaster cursed spirit Mahito. Chinatsu naturally noticed the two people peeking outside the classroom. Kento Nanami could be safely ignored for now, but Haibara was the main concern. Not only was he getting closer to dangerous plot points, but Chinatsu was also worried that if she failed to save Haibara, the news of his death reaching Gojo Suguru, who had a good relationship with him, might render all of Chinatsu's previous efforts useless. Of course, Chinatsu also understood that even if she removed all the factors that led to Gojo Suguru's mental breakdown, he still had the potential to break down. Because Gojo Suguru's way of thinking was different from ordinary people, he was too extreme. Currently, he was extremely focused on using everything he had to protect the weak. Once the spiritual pillar supporting him shattered, it would be easy for him to swing from one extreme to the other. While Chinatsu was lost in thought, Gojo Satoru finished organizing the jujutsu missions he was responsible for first. "Sis, I'm heading out. I promised Gojo we'd play basketball at the park tomorrow, and I can't let these missions delay that." After saying this, Gojo Satoru rushed out of the classroom without delay. After greeting Haibara and Kento Nanami, he quickly disappeared. Chinatsu sighed helplessly. She had no appointments, so she could leisurely complete her massive pile of jujutsu missions. Soon, Chinatsu also finished organizing her missions. Just as she was preparing to leave the classroom and start her busy schedule, the phone tucked in her pocket suddenly let out a beep. Beep. Beep sound. Chinatsu suspiciously pulled the phone out of her pocket and was startled to see that it was the elder calling. Since enrolling at Jujutsu High, the frequency of her and Gojo Satoru returning home had dropped sharply, and with fewer trips home, contact with the elder had naturally decreased. "Hello? Elder? Is something the matter? Chinatsu, are you free right now? If you are, please come home. There are some things I need to discuss with you." Chapter 45, Head of the Clan 1. Although Chinatsu really wanted to say she was free, she recalled the pile of jujutsu missions she had just organized. She sighed helplessly, reaching up to rub her forehead. "I'm busy now, but I should be free tonight." "Then tonight it is. No rush." Listening to the great elder, Chinatsu couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. However, because she had temporarily invested all her mental energy into calculating plans for how to save Haibara in the future and completely stabilize Suguru Gojo's mind, she didn't think much of it due to her temporary lack of mental capacity. After hanging up with the great elder, she began to exorcise cursed spirits in the eastern part of Tokyo, according to her original plan. Although Chinatsu did not advocate using cursed techniques in ordinary life, the current situation, with barriers losing their effectiveness, was an emergency. If these dangerous cursed spirits could not be dealt with early, ordinary people might suffer persecution from them. Before her awakening, Chinatsu and Satoru Gojo's efficiency in executing jujutsu missions was already very high. After her awakening, their efficiency could be said to have reached a new level, mainly because with reverse curse technique, the Six Eyes sorcerer could exploit glitches. Rikugan, with the precise cursed energy manipulation it provided, allowed a jujutsu sorcerer to reduce cursed energy consumption, almost reaching a state where cursed energy never depleted. The drawback was that prolonged use would lead to brain overwork and damage. Using reverse curse technique could heal the body, even brain damage could be instantly cured. The drawback was that it consumed a lot of cursed energy, making it difficult to use for extended periods or multiple times. The advantages and disadvantages of Rikugan and reverse curse technique clashed, unexpectedly causing both their weaknesses to disappear, leaving only advantages. This is why a 6 eyes sorcerer mastering reverse curse technique signifies an awakening. When a normal Jujutsu sorcerer awakens reverse curse technique, their strength increases by 1 level. When a 6 eyes sorcerer awakens reverse curse technique, their strength increases by 1 dimension. Chinatsu left in the morning to clear out cursed spirits and finished her jujutsu missions by dusk that afternoon, returning to the Gojo family mansion with a relaxed and leisurely mood. Although she hadn't been back for a while, this was, after all, where she had lived since childhood, so the feeling of unfamiliarity hadn't set in so quickly. The servants in the mansion, seeing Chinatsu return home, all smiled and gathered around her, their enthusiasm making Chinatsu even a little overwhelmed. Such a scene would have been absolutely impossible in the Gojo family of the past, or rather, they wouldn't even have considered it. If the Zenin family could be described as a gathering place for arrogant people who saw themselves as nobles, then the Gojo family of the past was a gathering place for emotionless ice blocks. Chinatsu responded to everyone's enthusiasm with a smile. She would never ignore these servants because in her eyes these people were not servants, but relatives who had taken care of her since childhood and shared a certain blood relation. "By the way, miss, are you back this time for something important?" "Important matter?" "Oh right, the Great Elder called me back saying he wanted to discuss something with me." If it hadn't been brought up suddenly, Chinatsu admitted she truly would have almost forgotten why she had returned. And everyone around, hearing Chinatsu's words, spontaneously turned to look at each other, their eyes sparkling with a hint of brilliance. Before Chinatsu could react, the servants instantly understood. They happily urged Chinatsu to hurry to the Great Elder's place. Although Chinatsu was a bit bewildered, she still nodded and walked towards the Great Elder's room. When she arrived at the door of the Great Elder's room, before she could speak or knock, the door automatically opened. Chinatsu suspiciously examined the door, detecting traces of cursed energy within it through her Rikugan. It must be a cursed technique, right? In the Jujutsu world, when discussing the big 3 families of Gojo, Zenin, and Gojo Clan, the 3 most top-tier cursed techniques passed down in these families are always mentioned. Limitless. 10 Shadows Technique. Blood Manipulation. However, these 3 cursed techniques are only the strongest and most top-tier. Within the big 3 families, Jujutsu sorcerers can also awaken some ordinary or rare curse techniques, or family-inherited curse techniques that are slightly lower in rank. For example, Zenin Mai of the Zenin family awakened the Construction Curse Technique, and the Family Curse Technique Projection Sorcery, awakened by the lineage of Zenin Naobito. Similar to the Zenin family, the situation in the Gojo family is also the same. It's impossible to rely solely on Limitless, as Limitless can only be used by those with Rikugan, and Rikugan only appears once every few centuries. Chinatsu walked into the room with a puzzled feeling. Before she could reach out to close the door, it automatically shut again. Inside, the windows were tightly shut, curtains drawn, and no lights were on, making the room very dim. This, coupled with the automatic opening and closing of the door, gave it the immediate sensation of stepping onto a horror movie set. If it were an ordinary person, they might genuinely be scared, but was Chinatsu an ordinary person? Both in her previous and current life, she only liked to watch 2 types of movies: comedy films and horror films. The automatic opening and closing of the door was done by a long-range manipulation curse technique, and the dim lighting inside didn't affect her special eye's ability to capture her surroundings. In fact, Chinatsu had already sensed several hidden cursed energy fluctuations within the room before even entering. "Come out, really, you're all old enough. Is it fun to play these games with me?" Chinatsu sighed helplessly, one hand on her hip, looking down. As Chinatsu's words fell, the lights in the room came on, and a series of old men and women emerged from their carefully hidden positions. They were the many Gojo elders, led by the Great Elder. Among them were even some Chinatsu had never met, but that didn't matter. As long as she knew they were elders, that was enough. At this moment, many elders awkwardly and shamefully criticized the Great Elder, expressing their dissatisfaction with this behavior. It was clear that the scare people operation was the Great Elder's unilateral decision. The Great Elder, however, still smiled. Did he not know that such a small trick wouldn't work on Chinatsu? He was simply having fun. After a brief commotion, the room barely returned to calm. However, looking at the many Gojo family elders in front of her, Chinatsu subtly felt an ominous premonition. The Great Elder raised a fist to his mouth, cleared his throat heavily, and a serious, solemn expression appeared on his face. Chinatsu, there are a total of 11 Gojo family elders, and 7 of them stand with you, hoping for you to succeed as the next head of the Gojo family. Chapter 46, Head of Clan 2. After a brief silence, Chinatsu unhesitatingly crossed her arms, expressing her displeasure while indicating, "You old folks better not try to force a sale." Perhaps for members of other jujutsu families, the position of family head, symbolizing the leader of the clan, was a supreme existence, one they would rack their brains to contend for. For example, the Zenin and Kumo clan next door. Each of them fought tooth and nail for the position of family head, like a series of small-scale royal battles. In contrast, the 2 candidates for family head of the Gojo family were quite peculiar. For them, the position of family head was not a particularly distant goal, one they could almost grasp if they were serious and put in effort. Yet, despite this, the 2 candidates for family head of the Gojo family showed no interest in the position, even displaying some disdain. If only one divine child had been born, then the position of family head would have been directly passed down without dispute. Even if the Gojo family were left to its own devices until its demise after the succession, the position of family head would still only rest on the divine child's head, with no one else having the right to interfere. But now 2 divine children had appeared. Although they were overjoyed at first, they didn't take it seriously when they heard the 2 had no interest in the family head position when they were young, merely smiling faintly. They thought it was because the 2 were young, and when they grew older and experienced the importance of power and status in society, at least one of them would change their mind. But the result was the current situation. Chinatsu, the position of family head isn't a binding vow, so why are you so resistant? The Gojo family's family head is more of a symbol. Not all trivial family matters require the family head to handle personally. We elders aren't just decorations. The great elder exhausted himself, trying to persuade Chinatsu by listing all the benefits of becoming family head, even managing to stir the lazy Chinatsu's heart a little. Just as she was about to be convinced, Chinatsu suddenly shook her head vigorously. She lightly patted one side of her cheek with one hand, and with the other she raised it towards the great elder, interrupting his offensive. She was slightly panting, trying to make her somewhat uncooperative brain's CPU work. Although the great elder made the position of family head sound so wonderful, it was, after all, only his side of the story. It wasn't that she didn't trust the great elder, but rather that this concerned her future and required considerable attention. Does it really have to be chosen between me and Gojo Satoru? Can't we choose someone from the Gojo family members who has high prestige, high ability, and can command respect to replace us? Miss, this is a family rule passed down by our ancestors, and with all due respect, aren't you and the young master also perfectly qualified in terms of high prestige, high ability, and ability to command respect? Listening to the great elder's impenetrable offensive, Chinatsu's defense appeared so thin and fragile. According to the data presented by the great elder, out of the 11 elders in the Gojo family, 7 recommended Chinatsu as the next family head. The remaining 4 elders, although siding with Gojo Satoru, were not particularly against Chinatsu becoming family head. One could say they were infinitely close to neutral. Among ordinary members outside of the elders, the proportion supporting Chinatsu showed an even more distinct advantage. When Chinatsu took the material data from the great elder, which even included statistical charts, her hands were subtly trembling. After inwardly thinking, "Great elder, you're too dedicated," Chinatsu took the datasheet and focused her gaze on it. When she realized how truly popular she was through this statistical analysis, a warmth welled up in her heart. The only superficial effort she made was being a lady. Her interactions with everyone at home were genuine, not an act. Her popularity was within her expectations, but to be this popular. Gojo Satoru, if only you were more capable. A strange feeling, like a mother disappointed in her son's lack of ambition, welled up in Chinatsu's heart towards Gojo Satoru. After some internal struggle, Chinatsu put down the datasheet, looked up with a complex expression at the many elders before her, the answer yes almost escaping her lips. "If it truly comes to a situation where there's no choice, I will take over," Chinatsu said with one hand on her hip, sighing slightly with a hint of helplessness. Although this was a very vague answer, implying that the matter would be discussed later and she would only succeed if absolutely necessary, and before that, she would try every possible way to avoid taking the family head position. Yet, even this level of vague answer was enough to make the many elders before her break into smiles, even opening champagne on the spot. Note: opening champagne was not a metaphor. The great elder genuinely pulled a bottle of champagne from his robes. Although he had no corkscrew, he directly used jujutsu to replace its function. At this, Chinatsu had one hand on her hip and the other covering her forehead, a wry smile on her face. Meanwhile, Gojo Satoru, having completed a solo jujutsu mission, was leisurely making his way back towards Tokyo Jujutsu High with an arrogant gait. In reality, the time he finished his jujutsu mission was almost the same as Chinatsu's. His return at this moment was entirely due to the bulging plastic bag he was holding in one hand. Chocolate, cake, pudding, ice cream, and kikufuku, all packed full of sweets, especially the kikufuku, which was Gojo Satoru's favorite sweet. It's a shame there's no edamame fresh cream flavor, because that's only sold at that one shop in Sendai. Well, the other flavors aren't bad anyway. Gojo Satoru walked along, chuckling. He didn't use instant movement, not because of the plastic bag in his hand, but because he had calculated his return time to Jujutsu High perfectly. Shower, lie in bed, binge-watch shows, eat sweets. Endless happiness. Gojo Satoru suddenly stopped, looked down suspiciously and lifted one of his feet. A 10,000 yen bill was stuck to his shoe, having been stepped on. Although 10,000 yen wasn't much to Gojo Satoru, the feeling of money earned through hard work was completely different from money found on the ground. Gojo Satoru chuckled as he reached down to pick the bill off his shoe. He held the bill between two fingers with one hand, and the other hand held the bag full of sweets, thinking what a good day it was, and returned to Jujutsu High with a silly grin. Chapter 47, 6 months later. Although the nationwide barrier failure due to Master Tengen's evolution caused quite a stir in the jujutsu world, with the efforts of many overworked individuals, the commotion completely stabilized within about half a year. Inside the training ground at Jujutsu High, Gojo Suguru, as a senior, was guiding his juniors, Haibara and Kento Nanami. However, he wasn't teaching them ordinary jujutsu. Weapons that are not cursed tools cannot withstand a sudden influx of massive cursed energy, but if you gently and gradually attach cursed energy to the surface of the weapon, rather than purely reinforcing it, then even a non-cursed tool can temporarily contend with a cursed tool. Gojo Suguru smiled, holding an unsharpened long sword easily bought from the market. He slowly infused his cursed energy into the sword's surface, making it incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through falling leaves. Of course, if conditions permit, I still recommend that you carry 1 or 2 cursed tools, especially you newcomers who are not yet very proficient with your curse techniques. As Gojo Suguru spoke, he took out the special grade curse tool Playful Cloud, demonstrating the difference between a non-cursed tool and a cursed tool to Haibara and Kento Nanami in front of him. Incidentally, Playful Cloud was now truly Gojo Suguru's possession, because through his relentless efforts, he had saved 1 billion yuan and bought Playful Cloud from Chinatsu. In the original work, Gojo Suguru's physical combat skills were on par with Gojo Satoru, but with his early mastery and use of Playful Cloud, Gojo Suguru's pure physical combat skills now clearly surpassed Gojo Satoru. Of course, Gojo Suguru hadn't neglected his curse technique, curse spirit manipulation. He just wasn't as reckless as in the original work, swallowing every cursed spirit he saw. His current cursed spirit army was full of elites. Haibara, the junior receiving guidance in front of him, had eyes sparkling with excitement, and he enthusiastically raised his hands, clenching them into fists. To become a self-reliant jujutsu sorcerer sooner, I'll work hard, Haibara said with an incredibly warm smile. Kento Nanami, standing beside him, scratched the back of his head, clearly a bit overwhelmed by his classmate Haibara's enthusiasm. I'll also work hard to complete my studies. Facing the reactions of the two in front of him, Gojo Suguru nodded at them with an appreciative look. He had originally planned to continue guiding them, but when he looked up and observed the sun to determine the time, he immediately came up with a new excuse. I'll leave these unsharpened swords here. You can practice cursed energy attachment on your own. I have some things to do, so I'll be going now. Before leaving, he gently patted both their shoulders. Haibara's body trembled with emotion, his fists clenched, as if a blazing fire ignited throughout his entire being. Gojo-senpai is so cool. I really want to become a jujutsu sorcerer like Gojo-senpai soon. Haibara, full of fighting spirit, strode towards the unsharpened long swords Gojo Suguru had left, stuck in the ground. He quickly pulled a long sword from the ground and confidently infused his cursed energy into the sword in his hand. Just as he was about to say, "I'm sure I can succeed," the long sword in his hand shattered with a resounding crack, startling Haibara. Seeing this, Kento Nanami slapped his own cheek in exasperation, repeating the knowledge Gojo Suguru had taught them earlier. "Gentle, be gentle." Haibara muttered the words gentle, and diligently tried again, but the result was still failure. Of course, Haibara wasn't disheartened. He held the original longsword, now just a hilt, a brilliant smile still on his face. As expected, it's not a technique that's easy to master. Gojo-senpai is so cool for being able to use cursed tools so skillfully. At this moment, Gojo Suguru, whom Haibara had described as so cool, appeared in the Jujutsu High cafeteria, slurping down hot soba noodles. Beside him were Yeri Shoko and Gojo Satoru, who were also diligently eating like Gojo Suguru. Chinatsu emerged from the kitchen, carrying her lunch. She looked at the diligently eating crowd, a wry smile involuntarily appearing on her face. She didn't know when it started, but whenever she was at Jujutsu High during lunchtime, she was automatically regarded as the cafeteria's head chef. Yeri Shoko usually had a plate of incredibly delicious tempura, and Gojo Suguru mostly only ate soba noodles. These two weren't so bad. It was Gojo Satoru, that shameless guy, who really treated this place like a restaurant, ordering his meals. Chinatsu sat down at a table, maintaining a certain distance from them, her face stern. Her lunch today was curry rice. Just as she calmed her restless mood, clapping her hands together, and before she could even say, "Itadakimasu," the cafeteria door was pushed open from the outside. Everyone involuntarily turned their heads towards the cafeteria door, and upon realizing it was Principal Yaga, they all continued eating as if nothing had happened. Chinatsu, however, put on a stern face again and said to Principal Yaga, "I've already started eating. If you want to order, you're too late." Hearing this, Principal Yaga's face couldn't help but show an awkward expression, because he had only missed it this one time. He had successfully made it before and become one of the large group eating. However, his main purpose for coming here this time wasn't to eat, but to find Chinatsu, Gojo Satoru, and Gojo Suguru and tell them something. Principal Yaga raised a clenched fist and cleared his throat loudly, trying to attract everyone's attention. And once he successfully got their attention, he said to them with a serious expression, "Chinatsu, Satoru, Gojo, you've been designated as special grade sorcerers by the Jujutsu Higher UPS. Oh, that's certainly good news." Chinatsu merely replied symbolically before lowering her head to continue eating her curry rice. Gojo Satoru didn't even lift his head the entire time. Only Gojo Suguru gave Principal Yaga the courtesy of his attention. He stopped eating his noodles and turned to look at Principal Yaga. After a brief moment of contemplation, he raised a finger and asked with a smile, "Do we get more money for completing missions after becoming special grade?" Not much different from grade 1. Oh. Gojo Suguru maintained his smile, shifting his gaze from Principal Yaga back to the soba noodles he held, and continued slurping his noodles. Chapter 48, Special Grade. Among Jujutsu sorcerers, special grade is an extraordinary existence, so compared to these anomalies, Grade 1 is the backbone that guides other Jujutsu sorcerers and even the entire Jujutsu world. Therefore, being a special grade sorcerer is truly just a special title. Jujutsu sorcerers who don't have special grade power cannot obtain this title, and Jujutsu sorcerers who possess special grade power but don't want it are still forced by the Jujutsu Higher UPS to wear it. It is both an honor and a restriction. The Jujutsu Higher UPS elevate these powerhouses, who possess exceptional strength and can even disregard regulations, to a position where everyone can notice them, thus forming an invisible constraint. If any special grade sorcerer attempts to ignore the rules they've set, these higher UPS can relatively quickly discover it and take countermeasures. For example, moral condemnation, or perhaps pinning some baseless stigma on the special grade sorcerer, and then gathering a large number of Jujutsu sorcerers for a targeted extermination. Of course, whether they can win is another matter entirely. At this moment, Chinatsu, who had received the title of special grade sorcerer, was simply quietly eating her curry rice. Although her childhood goal was to become a special grade sorcerer, she wasn't particularly excited when she actually obtained the title. because her goal was special grade power, not the special grade title. That feeling of joy and excitement had already been fully experienced when she awakened after her battle with Fushiguro Toji. Soon she finished her curry rice and walked out of the cafeteria. Although she was given the title of special grade sorcerer, she was not yet invincible, because she had not yet mastered domain expansion. Domain expansion is the ultimate secret of this level of jujutsu. There is a very deep chasm between jujutsu sorcerers who have mastered domain expansion and those who haven't. Even if one's normal combat power overwhelms the opponent when a domain expansion is not active, if the opponent activates their domain expansion, the outcome of the battle might shift. In the original work, the domain expansion awakened by Gojo Satoru is called Unlimited Void, the strongest killing move of the mental control system, capable of forcibly injecting a large amount of junk information into the enemy's brain, causing the enemy's brain to crash and leaving them standing foolishly in place. The effect of this domain expansion seems simple but is also quite brutal. Even Ryomen Sukuna, another ceiling-level powerhouse in this work, would suffer severe brain damage and spit blood after enduring its effects for 10 seconds. Yet, despite such a powerful technique, Chinatsu currently had no idea how to train for it, and Chinatsu's goal was not Gojo Satoru's unlimited void. She yearned more to master her own unique domain expansion. "I need to try harder." Chinatsu sighed helplessly and continued to immerse herself in training. Although there was still a long time before the main storyline of the original work unfolded, Chinatsu had a premonition that the unfolding of the plot might not be as smooth as she imagined. And when the news that Chinatsu, Gojo Satoru, and Geto Suguru had become special-grade sorcerers spread throughout the jujutsu world, the entire jujutsu world once again erupted in a clamor. The Gojo family members were filled with pride and joy, while the Kumo clan acted as if they heard nothing, because not long ago, a son of their family head named Kumo Noritoshi awakened their family's top curse technique, blood manipulation. Although Kumo Noritoshi was not the legitimate eldest son of the family head, but a child born to a concubine, since the main wife failed to give birth to a son who inherited the curse technique, he was publicly declared to be the true legitimate son. The Gojo family had 2 Rikugan Limitless users. The Kumo clan also had 1 blood manipulation user. Zenin Naobito, the current head of the Zenin family, sat with a grim face, drinking sullenly. Originally, facing the Gojo family's individuality, there was still the Kumo clan to share in the hardship, but now their family had become the one that stood out. 10 Shadows Technique. 10 Shadows Technique. Where are you after all? It was precisely because Zenin Naobito was the strongest grade 1 sorcerer that he understood how far a future an excellent curse technique could give a jujutsu sorcerer. His curse technique was projection sorcery, one of the inherited curse techniques of the Zenin family, considered strong, second only to the 10 Shadows technique. After activating this curse technique, objects moving within the jujutsu sorcerer's line of sight would slow down, breaking into 24 frames per second, and a set of movement trajectories would be tracked and formed. Anything touched by Naobito's palm that did not move according to the predetermined trajectory could be frozen for 1 second. Strong, very strong. But it was still slightly inferior to the 10 Shadows technique. Zenin Naobito exhaled a breath, smelling of alcohol. He closed his eyes in frustration and dozed off. On the other side, in the Fushiguro household, Fushiguro Toji was lounging on the sofa, legs crossed, holding a remote control and flipping through channels on the TV, watching a gambling program. "TCH, I didn't win again. I really need to quit this gambling addiction, or else the money I've saved will run out soon," Fushiguro Toji said, flicking the betting slip he held in one hand onto the floor. Young Megumi Fushiguro walked out of his room and happened to hear Fushiguro Toji's mumbling. "If you could quit, you would have quit long ago." "I'm sick of hearing that ever since you came home," Megumi Fushiguro retorted bluntly. He walked directly from his room towards the kitchen, as the refrigerator was in that direction. Megumi Fushiguro intended to take out some leftover milk from the refrigerator to drink. On his way, he casually glanced towards his father's direction. It was just that one glance and he suddenly froze, stopping in his tracks. Because in his sight, Fushiguro Toji today was different from before. A black, worm-like cursed spirit was wrapped around Fushiguro Toji's body. Megumi Fushiguro's unusual behavior was quickly noticed by Fushiguro Toji, who was lounging on the sofa. At first he just glanced at Megumi Fushiguro, who was standing still with some confusion. He was about to ask Megumi Fushiguro why he was standing still, but by observing the position of Megumi Fushiguro's gaze, he immediately understood the reason for Megumi Fushiguro's immobility. A cursed spirit was wrapped around Fushiguro Toji's body. This was a cursed spirit he had cultivated a master-servant contract with since childhood, possessing the ability to store space. Most of the cursed tools he owned were kept inside this small cursed spirit. When needed, he only had to think, and the cursed spirit would spit out the corresponding cursed tool from its body. Non-jujutsu sorcerers cannot perceive cursed spirits. Only jujutsu sorcerers who have awakened their innate curse technique possess this ability, and basically, those with potential awaken between 4 and 6 years old. Megumi Fushiguro was currently 5 years old, so it was perfectly reasonable and normal for him to awaken his curse technique any day, but Fushiguro Toji hadn't expected it to be so sudden. He didn't immediately explain to Megumi Fushiguro what a cursed spirit or a jujutsu sorcerer was. Instead, he simply spoke with a faint smile. Megumi, congratulations on entering the foul jujutsu world. Chapter 49, The Dark Side. If he had a choice, Fushiguro Toji wouldn't want his son to awaken a cursed technique and step into the foul jujutsu world. But if he did awaken a cursed technique, Toji hoped his son would awaken a powerful one, because only then would he have the strength to stand firm in the jujutsu world in the future. However, when Fushiguro Toji discovered that his son's awakened curse technique was actually the Zenin family's top-tier curse technique, the Ten Shadows technique, even he, with his strong heart, couldn't help but be stunned. He hadn't won many bets, but when it came to his son, he had an overwhelming victory. For a moment he even reached out, wanting to pull out his phone from his pocket and make a call to tell the utterly depressed Zenin Naobito this news. But he ultimately didn't do so. Fushiguro Megumi was still young, and it was too early to let him step into the foul, corrupt jujutsu world. Hide a hand, play it safe. A faint smile appeared on Fushiguro Toji's face, because he could already imagine the expression on Zenin Naobito's face when Fushiguro Megumi, having mastered the Ten Shadows technique, appeared before him in the future. Afterward, Fushiguro Toji explained the existence of jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits to Fushiguro Megumi. During this explanation, Sumiki Fushiguro also overheard the conversation, but Fushiguro Toji didn't mind and simply waved her over to listen. They were all family living under one roof, it would be difficult to hide it, so it was better to explain everything clearly to avoid misunderstandings in the future. And when Fushiguro Megumi and Sumiki Fushiguro heard about the many things in the jujutsu world, both of their faces showed expressions of shock. Especially Fushiguro Megumi. He really wanted to deny his old man's wild tales, but he found he couldn't find a point to refute. Cursed spirits, he could see them. Cursed techniques, he could vaguely feel them. Sumiki Fushiguro didn't doubt her father's words. She raised a hand to cover her mouth and murmured in surprise, "This world actually has such a side to it." Amidst her surprise, she blinked her eyes somewhat confusedly, then spoke, asking Fushiguro Toji her curious question. "So, Papa, what's Papa's status in the jujutsu world? Papa must be very strong, right?" Sumiki Fushiguro asked innocently. This question stumped Fushiguro Toji. He was just about to blurt out the word assassin, but he held back in the end. Fushiguro Megumi, 5 years old. Sumiki, 6 years old. That brat was one thing, but Fushiguro Toji really didn't want to engrave the word assassin onto his pure and kind daughter, who had no cursed technique talent. After a moment of thought, the figures of Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru appeared in his mind. He extended both hands and placed them on their heads, gently on one and roughly on the other, rubbing their heads. "Of course, I'm very powerful. In the entire jujutsu world there are definitely no more than a handful of people stronger than me." Sumiki had already learned about the cruelty of the jujutsu world from Toji before this. Now, knowing that her father was a formidable character and wouldn't be in any mortal danger, a brilliant smile involuntarily appeared on her face. In contrast, Fushiguro Megumi, who was nearby, heard his old man's confident declaration and couldn't help but show a pair of skeptical, deadpan eyes. "You're that strong? I thought you were just scraping by, and that long time you didn't come home recently was because you were being chased by enemies." Before Fushiguro Megumi could finish his sentence, Fushiguro Toji, with a stern face, delivered a fist of love that made his head personally experience his old man's might. No more than a handful of people stronger than him? In fact, he was even exaggerating. After realizing his old man's formidable strength, Fushiguro Megumi began his journey of home-based jujutsu sorcerer training. Time flew by and Chinatsu and the others successfully advanced to their third year at Tokyo Jujutsu High. However, at their level they were only students in name, and Yaga Mazumichi no longer restricted their freedom of movement. Gojo Satoru was a street wanderer, occasionally going on jujutsu missions alone, sometimes with Geto Suguru, and sometimes just lying in bed, slacking off for an entire day. Geto Suguru, when not out on jujutsu missions, became a martial arts instructor at Jujutsu High. His excellent nunchaku skills captivated many junior students, providing many jujutsu sorcerers with excellent martial arts skills for the future jujutsu world. Yeri Shoko spent a lot of time outside of Jujutsu High because she possessed the reverse curse technique. By her third year at Jujutsu High, she had become a qualified combat medic. Essentially, as long as someone still had a breath left, she could at least save their life, regardless of whether they were crippled. Among her classmates, only Chinatsu frequently carried out jujutsu missions. Although completing these jujutsu missions didn't significantly improve her strength, Chinatsu's actions weren't solely for increasing her power. During her jujutsu missions, she would record aspects that symbolized the corruption and even the dark side of the jujutsu world, which would serve as the foundation for her future plan to overthrow and reform the jujutsu world. During one jujutsu mission, Chinatsu unexpectedly discovered wisps of cursed energy from cursed spirits floating above a remote mountain village in the distance. Preliminary assessment indicated that the cursed spirits in this village were not strong, but there were multiple of them, and they were not of the subtle type, but actively causing mischief. On her way, Chinatsu, through her Rikugan, observed from afar that the cursed spirit level in this village was indeed not high. It could be said that once she reached her destination, a punch imbued with cursed energy would be enough to exorcise them. However, when Chinatsu arrived at her destination and saw the scene unfolding in the village, one of the reasons that led to Geto Suguru's mental breakdown in the original work instantly flooded Chinatsu's mind. She saw two girls dressed in tattered clothes being forcibly dragged forward by tall adults, their wrists clutched. The girls cried, trying to break free from the adults' binding vow, but were met with even stronger pulling. Around this act, many other villagers gathered. They saw this scene but offered no help to the girls, not even a show of pity. There were only curses filled with negative emotions. Monsters? 2 monsters. My grandson was almost killed by you monsters. We can't let this monster continue to harm the innocent people of our village. Just like your parents, you're born monsters. We should have killed you when you were babies. Listening to these curses and the girls' cries, Chinatsu couldn't help but experience the emotions that surged within Geto Suguru when he had his mental breakdown. This is truly awful. Chapter 50, Nanako and Mimiko. The two girls currently being dragged by the adults were named Nanako and Mimiko, children who had awakened their jujutsu abilities in this rural area. When they awakened their jujutsu abilities and their eyes could perceive the cursed spirits that ordinary people could not, the kind-hearted girls even tried to use the power awakened within them to help the villagers exorcise the cursed spirits. However, this action not only failed to exorcise the cursed spirits and save the villagers, but instead made the villagers believe that the disturbances plaguing the village, which were caused by the cursed spirits, were their doing. Monsters, wicked monsters. When Geto Suguru in the original work carried out this jujutsu mission, he was locked in an iron cage by these ignorant villagers, dressed in rags, with bruises visible on his face. They were huddled together, trembling in the corner of the iron cage. If they dared to speak, they would be fiercely scolded or even beaten and kicked. A jujutsu sorcerer whose core philosophy was protecting the weak, non-jujutsu sorcerer population was instead treated as a monster by ignorant ordinary people, causing Geto Suguru's worldview to collapse. Were non-jujutsu sorcerers truly the weak? Perhaps in the eyes of non-jujutsu sorcerers, there wasn't much difference between a jujutsu sorcerer and a cursed spirit. They were both monsters. Now, Chinatsu felt exactly what Geto Suguru had felt back then, but she didn't have a mental breakdown. Such an imperfect world was already within her expectations. It was just that. Sure enough, even with psychological preparation, seeing Mimiko and Nanako treated this way at such close proximity still caused waves of anger to surge in her heart. Just as Mimiko and Nanako were about to be dragged by several adults into an iron cage inside a house, Chinatsu suddenly appeared right in front of the adults, like a phantom in the eyes of bystanders. Before they could react, Chinatsu's fist, which had not a trace of cursed energy attached to it, struck them in the face, causing them to spit saliva as they tumbled to the ground. Perhaps some people, based purely on external appearances, might have thought Chinatsu was a delicate, wealthy young lady, but Chinatsu immediately shattered those external prejudices with a powerful punch. Nanako and Mimiko stood frozen in panic, their bodies still trembling slightly. Seeing this, Chinatsu smiled, crouched down, and gently reached out to stroke both their heads. "It's all right. I am the same as you." After Chinatsu finished speaking, a fingers extended from her retracted palm, and a small, delicate blue was released from its tip. Ordinary people cannot perceive cursed spirits, and similarly, ordinary people cannot perceive jujutsu, so for the adults, they could only see Chinatsu simply extending one fingers. Nanako and Mimiko, however, clearly saw the blue released from Chinatsu's fingertip at close range, and their pupils involuntarily widened. "Big sister, are you a monster too?" "A monster? No, we are jujutsu sorcerers." During this brief exchange, the ignorant villagers around them continued to wildly spew crude language without any sense of propriety. Truly noisy. Chinatsu extended two fingers held together and pointed forcefully upwards. The many surrounding villagers were all affected by the blue that Chinatsu had placed in the air above them, and one by one they were forcefully dragged into the sky. Screams of terror erupted from their mouths, but as they ascended higher, the sound grew fainter, eventually becoming no louder than the buzz of a mosquito. Chinatsu wouldn't go so far as to kill them, like Geto Suguru, but giving them a psychological lesson was certainly not a problem. Even if someone investigated this matter afterward, the Jujutsu Higher UPS could not hold her accountable or judge her based on an incident of this level. The Gojo family would not permit it. Her power as a special grade sorcerer would not permit it either. Nanako and Mimiko were both stunned by this sight. They also knew special moves, but a technique like this, wasn't this a divine skill? Facing their adorable, dazed expressions, Chinatsu continued to smile and stroke their heads, gently comforting them. This is jujutsu, an ability that only jujutsu sorcerers with a cursed technique can use. We jujutsu sorcerers are not monsters. You must understand this point and never look down on yourselves. Chinatsu's gentle words entered their ears. After listening to the villagers' complaints for so long, they had started to develop some self-doubt. But at this moment, such feelings instantly vanished into thin air. Nanako and Mimiko were twin sisters, classic examples of twins. At least one of their biological parents must have possessed jujutsu talent, but they were now gone, leaving the two girls alone in the village. "Do you two want to come back with me?" Hearing this, Nanako and Mimiko immediately raised their previously lowered heads, looking at Chinatsu with some shock. Really? Is that allowed?" "Of course it is. Although I am not a god who can take care of everything, I have no problem taking care of what is within my sight." In just a few sentences, the matter was settled. Nanako and Mimiko couldn't continue staying in the village. Being young yet possessing jujutsu talent, they needed guardianship, and Chinatsu happened to have the ability to care for them. Chinatsu held Nanako's hand with her left and Mimiko's hand with her right, walking step by step out of the village. As for the villagers who had been pulled into the sky by blue, they slowly descended more than an hour after Chinatsu left, landing safely on the ground without physical harm. Mentally, of course, Chinatsu offered no guarantees. Because Chinatsu was carrying out a jujutsu mission, she relied entirely on her teleportation ability for travel and hadn't called or driven a car. Having no choice, Chinatsu took out her phone and called a taxi, using it to return to Tokyo. In this country, taxi fares are extremely expensive. The ride back to Tokyo cost over 30,000 yen. For this distance, the cost would probably be less than half that amount in other countries. Nanako and Mimiko had never seen so much money and were instantly panicked. Chinatsu merely smiled lightly, indicating that they didn't need to worry about it, as simply taking a taxi wouldn't make the slightest dent in her financial reserves. After all, years of performing high-level jujutsu missions had accumulated vast wealth for her, combined with her status as a member of the Gojo family, and the slight possibility of becoming the next head of the family in the future. Chinatsu led the two girls out of the taxi. They originally thought Chinatsu was taking them to her residence, but instead, Chinatsu quickly led them toward a designer clothing store. Chapter 51, Soothing the Wound. Currently, the clothes worn by Nanako and Mimiko are very worn out. As a product of being abused, how could Chinatsu continue to let the two of them wear such things? And even if they went to the Gojo family's residence, there might not be clothes suitable for the two of them, so after thinking about it, the quickest solution was indeed to buy and wear them immediately. At this moment, the branded clothing store that Chinatsu brought the two of them into was actually one of the Gojo family's industries in ordinary society. Most of the clothes purchased by Gojo family members came from here. The instant Nanako and Mimiko entered the store, their eyeballs immediately turned into the shape of bean eyes, and they froze in place. Sister? Sister? This place feels a little unsettling. Yes, this is too extravagant. The two of them said somewhat timidly, not wanting Chinatsu to spend a lot of money on them. Who knew that Chinatsu's words, "It's okay, this is one of my family's industries," directly turned their mouths into chicken beaks. Soon the store manager quickly walked out from the back room. Ordinary employees didn't recognize Chinatsu, but the manager with her status did recognize her and could be considered half a person from the jujutsu world. "Miss, is there anything I can help you with?" The manager politely asked while her eyes noticed Nanako and Mimiko beside Chinatsu. Before Chinatsu could answer and explain, she had already guessed most of it. A professional smile appeared on her face. With just a light clap of her hands, several more employees came out and surrounded Nanako and Mimiko. "The two of you this way, please." The bewildered Nanako and Mimiko were led into the fitting room by the employees, while Chinatsu and the manager began to choose clothes for the two of them in the store. It was strange to say, Chinatsu herself didn't like shopping and things like that, because she found it troublesome. But at this moment she was full of enthusiasm, chatting and discussing with the store manager about what kind of clothes were suitable for these two girls, not finding it troublesome at all. Of course, the emotion of finding things troublesome didn't disappear, it just transferred from Chinatsu to Nanako and Mimiko. In the fitting room, the two girls were somewhat uncomfortably controlled by the employees, but when they looked in the mirror and saw their brand new selves, that troublesome feeling instantly disappeared. Having not had the care of parents since childhood, the young sisters had struggled to survive in a village full of negative energy. After awakening their jujutsu, they originally wanted to help the villagers drive away the cursed spirit, who knew that they would be misunderstood and framed by the villagers, and were once about to be arrested by the villagers. Recalling the past, the two girls could no longer bear the emotions in their hearts, and lines of tears flowed from their eyes. Perhaps noticing that they were suddenly crying in this situation seemed a little embarrassing, they stretched out their hands, wanting to wipe away the tears flowing out, wanting to suppress the flow of tears, but the tears showed no sign of stopping, but instead surged even more. The surrounding employees were a little at a loss at the sight of the children crying, waving their hands constantly in the air. Their gazes eventually fell on Chinatsu on the side, wanting to ask for Chinatsu's opinion. But Chinatsu just faintly stretched out a finger and placed it in the middle of her lips, making a "shh" gesture to everyone. Nanako and Mimiko were venting their emotions that had been suppressed for many years, a process that they could not interfere with and could not interfere with. Cry as long as you can continue to move forward after crying, then crying is not an embarrassing thing. A few minutes later, Nanako and Mimiko stopped crying, but because of this crying, the cheeks of the two people looked so rosy at this moment. In order not to appear so conspicuous when walking outside, these two wide hats were put on their heads. Now the two of them might still attract attention when they went out, but definitely not in a bad way. As the saying goes, people depend on clothes and horses depend on saddles. Nanako and Mimiko are actually beautiful embryos. Although they are still young, they can still show the word cute after careful dressing. Mimiko lowered her head shyly and followed behind Chinatsu, while Nanako was obviously more extroverted. "Sister, where are we going next?" Nanako raised her head and looked at Chinatsu beside her, asking. "Of course, we're going back to your new home. Seeing that the journey isn't too far, we'll just walk back." Chinatsu replied to Nanako's question lightly. Hearing Chinatsu's words, the two of them couldn't help but start imagining what the place they were going to would be like. High-rise apartment? Times. Independently built small residence? Times. Grand mansion? It was obvious that the grandeur of the Gojo family's residence had surpassed their imagination. The two of them kept raising their heads, almost taking a step back and falling to the ground. Sister, can we really live here?" Mimiko suddenly became nervous. Her two hands were clasped together, she lowered her head and pursed her lips. Even the more extroverted Nanako didn't continue to speak. Seeing this situation, Chinatsu didn't feel surprised, she just faintly showed a smile, and gently patted her shoulders with her two palms from behind. "Don't worry about anything, I will guarantee your future, because I am the strongest." Under this slightly smiling voice of Chinatsu, the two of them didn't know why, but the tension in their hearts suddenly lessened a lot. They couldn't help but stretch out a palm and press it on their chest, with a surprised expression on their faces. "How is it? Are you ready to officially enter the world of Jujutsu?" Standing behind them, Chinatsu gently greeted the two of them. The world of Jujutsu. Nanako and Mimiko turned their heads and looked at each other, with a hint of understanding in their eyes. "Yes, we are ready." As the firm voices of the two fell, Chinatsu pushed the two of them into the Gojo family's residence with a faint smile, which also indicated that the two of them had officially stepped into the world of Jujutsu, as prospective Jujutsu sorcerers.
Hey there, novel lovers. I know it's not the usual thing, but if you enjoy what you're hearing, please like and subscribe. Okay, shameless plug over. Now, let's get back to the listening.
Chapter 52, Securing the Future. Nanako and Mimiko arrived at the Gojo family residence. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, they were still stunned by the magnificent sight inside the mansion, repeatedly exclaiming, "Wow, wow, wow." Not long after they entered the mansion, the servants who were cleaning the courtyard noticed Chinatsu and the others, and slowly approached them with smiles. As they got closer, they also noticed Nanako and Mimiko beside their young mistress. Although they were wearing luxurious clothes, the frailty stemming from long-term starvation and hardship could not be hidden by mere clothing. Everyone immediately understood that these were the investment targets their young mistress had brought back from the countryside. In fact, this kind of thing was not uncommon for major families in the jujutsu world. Coupled with the thought of their young mistress's saint-like disposition, everyone felt the sentiment, as expected of the young mistress. The group originally intended to show what they considered to be kind and friendly smiles to reassure Nanako and Mimiko, but the two girls, having mustered their courage, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and introduced themselves to everyone. "My name is Kasaba Nanako. My name is Kasaba Mimiko. Please take care of us from now on." After speaking, the two girls politely bowed slightly, which startled the servants. These people had always occupied the lowest status within the Gojo family. Normally, no one would ever bow to them. However, after receiving such a polite greeting from Nanako and Mimiko, their hearts felt warm. This was not due to the vanity of having someone of lower status than themselves, but a purer emotion. After bidding farewell to the group, the repressed tension in Nanako and Mimiko instantly released. They gasped for air and turned to Chinatsu, asking how they had performed. Chinatsu's assessment was naturally that they did very well. Being polite was very important. Although those people were merely the lowest-ranking servants in the Gojo family in the eyes of others, in Chinatsu's eyes, they were the relatives who had looked after her since childhood and shared a certain blood connection with her. The feudalism of the jujutsu families was like a microcosm of the corruption throughout the entire jujutsu world. Chinatsu's efforts to change the Gojo family were also preparations for the near future. Subsequently, Chinatsu arranged the living quarters for Nanako and Mimiko within the Gojo family residence. With Chinatsu's endorsement, the Gojo family naturally wouldn't neglect the two girls, and leading a stable daily life would absolutely not be a problem. Of course, if they only wanted a stable daily life, relying solely on Chinatsu would be enough. But if they wanted to gain recognition from the clan members, they would need to work hard. However, Chinatsu was not overly concerned about the issue of the two girls' jujutsu talent. In the original work, the disaster-cursed spirit Jogo had the strength to defeat a grade 1 jujutsu sorcerer with a basic attack, yet the two girls managed to withstand one of Jogo's blows using the effect of their special curse technique, and they emerged virtually unscathed. They are mechanism anomalies, definite mechanism anomalies. In the world of jujutsu, excellent mechanisms often prove more potent than excellent raw stats. If Nanako and Mimiko work hard, their future achievements should not be poor. After settling Nanako and Mimiko, Chinatsu was not in a hurry to return to Jujutsu High. Third years like them essentially had no classes, and even returning to school was not a mandatory requirement. Lying on the bed in her long-missed room, Chinatsu clasped her hands behind her head, her pair of pale blue eyes quietly gazing at the ceiling. After a moment of silence, she suddenly raised one hand and made the gesture that Satoru Gojo made in the original work when deploying the domain expansion, Unlimited Void. Of course, this was just for show. She couldn't deploy the domain even slightly. Chinatsu let out a helpless sigh. A domain is the manifestation of an innate domain, which, simply put, is related to the spirit. Therefore, even people with the same curse technique might not necessarily possess the same domain. However, if Chinatsu followed the path of unlimited void in her training, she would definitely save a lot of brain cells, but Chinatsu wanted to see if she could create a domain unique to herself. Thinking that she was unnecessarily looking for trouble and making things hard for herself, Chinatsu, lying on the bed, couldn't help but sigh and softly complain, "I really am so dramatic." The next day, early morning. Chinatsu got up from her bed. Nanako and Mimiko were settled within the Gojo family to grow, and she was preparing to return to Jujutsu High. However, she didn't immediately set off for Jujutsu High. Instead, she turned and headed toward the storage warehouse for cursed tools inside the Gojo family residence. Auctions for cursed tools in the Jujutsu world are held roughly every 3 or 4 years. Even if there are no particularly attractive curse tools, the elders attending the auction will still buy at least one interesting curse tool to place in the warehouse. The family warehouse was filled with dazzling cursed tools, even special grade curse tools were present. After a quick scan, Chinatsu retrieved 2 grade 1 curse tools. One was a gauntlet-type curse tool, and the other resembled a cleaver-type curse tool. In the near future, her underclassmen Hibara and Kento Nanami would encounter a cursed spirit far beyond their ability to resist due to a misjudgment by the higher-ups, resulting in Hibara's death and Kento Nanami barely surviving. If it were merely a misjudgment, then Chinatsu would only need to tell the two of them to be more careful and improve their strength. But if this was not a misjudgment but a deliberate act by the Jujutsu higher-ups, intended to weaken the strength of Satoru Gojo's Jujutsu High, then simply being careful and improving their strength would likely not be enough to change this future. It wasn't that Chinatsu liked to think in terms of conspiracy theories. It was mainly that the current corrupt Jujutsu world genuinely had the potential to resort to such despicable tactics. They feared special-grade sorcerers forming factions, yet they dared not directly attack them, so they could only secretly target others to weaken their influence. To avoid such a future, whether necessary or not, Hibara and Kento Nanami both needed a backup hidden energy, or what is known as a trump card. Thinking this, Chinatsu left the family warehouse with the 2 cursed tools and headed for Jujutsu High. If she couldn't save Hibara, let alone whether Suguru Geto would suffer a mental breakdown, Chinatsu herself might become obsessed and launch her Jujutsu world reform plan prematurely. Chapter 53. After returning to Jujutsu High, Chinatsu handed these 2 grade 1 curse tools to Hibara and Kento Nanami. Although both of them felt a bit awkward about it, they eventually accepted them after Chinatsu forcefully argued her case. Under normal circumstances, try not to use these cursed tools. Treat them as your ultimate trump card. This way you can still gain training when carrying out jujutsu missions, and using them during a crisis will maximize their effect. Both nodded in agreement to Chinatsu's instructions, but the astute Kento Nanami sensed a faint abnormality in Chinatsu's tone, a feeling that their lives might be in danger in the future. Kento Nanami secretly kept a mental note. He knew this senior student of his was a formidable figure, completely different from the other senior named Gojo. Perhaps she had received some special information and was subtly notifying them. After thanking Chinatsu, Hibara and Kento Nanami went about their scheduled duties as usual. Chinatsu, meanwhile, breathed a slight sigh of relief, thinking that this should be enough. Elsewhere, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru emerged from the Jujutsu High dormitories, and as they walked toward the main building, they happened to run right into Chinatsu. "Sis." Gojo Satoru originally had both hands in his pockets, but upon seeing Chinatsu, he immediately pulled one hand out and waved it at Chinatsu. Geto Suguru also smiled and lightly waved his hand, saying good morning. Geto Suguru's mental state was now very stable, which made Chinatsu's years of persistent moral and ideological education worthwhile. Of course, this was also thanks to him specializing in martial arts after acquiring Playful Cloud, meaning he didn't have to consume cursed spirit spheres, which resembled rags soaked in vomit, as frequently as before. Looking at Geto Suguru before her, Chinatsu felt a deep sense of accomplishment, like raising a successful protégé. Although she had spent more time with Gojo Satoru, she couldn't interfere with Gojo Satoru's personality at all. He was purely free-range. Just as Chinatsu was sighing internally, Gojo Satoru suddenly leaned his head toward Chinatsu and asked with a chuckle, "Sis, how's your domain research coming along? I'm getting quite excited over here." Hearing Gojo Satoru's words, Chinatsu's expression involuntarily flickered. She desperately wanted to maintain composure and prevent Gojo Satoru from catching her emotional change. But who was Gojo Satoru? Chinatsu could fool others, but she couldn't fool her adorable younger brother. Gojo Satoru keenly captured the emotional fluctuation on Chinatsu's face and instantly understood the reason for it. His sister's domain development progress was behind his. Gojo Satoru immediately celebrated, his smile completely unrestrained as he burst into a loud, reckless laugh. Looking at Gojo Satoru's appearance, Chinatsu wished she could give him a hard kick in the behind, but alas, with his permanent limitless defense active, even if she raised her foot, it would be futile. If Gojo Satoru truly mastered domain expansion before her, the situation between the siblings would become one where Gojo Satoru could inflict harm on Chinatsu. But Chinatsu could never touch Gojo Satoru. The worst outcome would be finding herself under Gojo Satoru's unlimited void, where her brain would be flooded with massive amounts of useless information, turning her into a temporarily idiotic puppet, allowing Gojo Satoru to do whatever he pleased. No, absolutely not. Flames burned fiercely in Chinatsu's eyes. The thought of Gojo Satoru reversing their roles and becoming the master, even briefly, made her feel unbearably awful. If Chinatsu's fighting spirit was previously only 100%, it was now ignited by Gojo Satoru to over 1000%. Just as Chinatsu was thinking this, preparing to go into secluded training and vowing not to emerge until she had developed her domain expansion, the phone in her pocket suddenly let out a buzz 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 sound. It was a text message, not a call. Chinatsu reached into her pocket in confusion, pulled out her phone, and upon opening the screen, saw that the message was from Mei Mei. Mei Mei, a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, was an older senior to Chinatsu and the others, possessing upper-tier strength among grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerers, and she was extremely fond of money. If the task was unrelated to money, she wouldn't muster any fighting spirit, but conversely, she would be full of motivation and become an extremely reliable person. Due to her cursed technique, Mei Mei had a significant advantage in gathering intelligence. Many people in the jujutsu world would transfer money to her account, entrusting her with intelligence work, and Chinatsu was one of Mei Mei's employers. In the end, there were only two truly threatening antagonists in Jujutsu Kaisen. One was the King of Curses, Raiman Sukuna. He was arguably the strongest enemy, the most powerful individual recorded in history, rumored to have suppressed the entire golden age of the jujutsu world by himself. The other was named Kenjaku. He was a jujutsu sorcerer capable of transplanting his brain to possess others' bodies. He had existed for over 1,000 years, constantly changing bodies, and his goal was unknown, though it was suspected he was trying to create a perfect being that surpassed humans, jujutsu sorcerers, and cursed spirits. A few years ago, Chinatsu had commissioned Mei Mei to search for traces of Kenjaku. Although Kenjaku could constantly switch bodies by transplanting his brain, there would inevitably be a horizontal scar across the forehead of the host body. Nevertheless, finding any trace of the old fox Kenjaku was still a difficult task. After several years, Mei Mei had failed to find even the slightest clue about Kenjaku. Mei Mei loved money, and although the longer the search dragged on, the more commission she could get from Chinatsu, Mei Mei had her limits. She stated that taking the money without producing any results would damage her reputation in the intelligence world. Therefore, at the beginning of the year, Mei Mei sent a message to Chinatsu, promising that she would devote all her efforts to finding the target's whereabouts this year, assuring Chinatsu. And now Mei Mei had completed the commission. "Chinatsu, I found the person you asked me to look for, the one with the horizontal scar on her head. Her current location is at the airport waiting for a flight." After a brief observation, it seems she is preparing to travel to a country in the South African region. Looking at the message Mei Mei had sent on the phone screen, Chinatsu was momentarily stunned. Mei Mei had used the pronoun she, suggesting that Kenjaku was currently using Itadori's mother's body. But, South Africa? Why would she go to South Africa? In that instant, Chinatsu's brain spun frantically. After only a few seconds, her eyes widened in sudden realization. Jujutsu was not exclusive to this country. It was only because of Tingen's barrier and the extreme nature of this nation that the level of jujutsu sorcerers and curses here was relatively higher. There were curses and jujutsu sorcerers overseas as well, and they possessed cursed tools born from techniques unique to those regions. Special Grade Curse Tool, Black Rope. Chapter 54, The Demise of the Operation. The abilities born from curse tools are incredibly numerous. Even the bug-like Limitless curse technique can be overshadowed by two cursed tools. First, the inverted spear of heaven in Toji Fushigiro's hand. Second, the black rope that originated in the South African region. The inverted spear of heaven can forcibly nullify any active curse technique touched by its blade, while the black rope's effect is even more potent, capable of disrupting cursed energy in the surrounding space, preventing nearby jujutsu sorcerers from properly activating their curse techniques. Of course, the black rope also has its drawbacks. It is more susceptible to damage than the inverted spear of heaven, shortening with each use. To create a black rope of normal length, a person skilled in its creation would need to dedicate decades of effort. Even with such a flaw, the black rope remains an exceptionally powerful cursed tool. If Kenjaku were to get her hands on it, the consequences, well, she wouldn't be able to get it. The shocked expression she had just shown vanished within a few seconds, replaced by Chinatsu's classic dead fish face. As a reincarnator who knew the plot, how could she not be aware of the black rope's existence? Guided by the principle of caution, and more caution, Chinatsu had arranged for people to search for those who could create and wield the black rope in South Africa years ago. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of the search team, by the end of last year, all existing black ropes in the world had been destroyed, and those who could create them were politely invited back to the country and settled in a secluded location. Chinatsu certainly didn't want Kenjaku, wielding a black rope, to be present when she eventually faced a fully powered Raiman Sukuna with 20 fingers. That would truly be a major spoiler. She gently patted her chest with one hand, breathing slowly while inwardly acknowledging her preparedness. Then, Chinatsu's fingers rapidly tapped on her phone's keyboard, typing a message to Mei Mei. Chinatsu, sorry, could I ask Sister Mei Mei to continue helping me gather information on her? No need to follow her abroad, just notify me when she returns to the country. Mei Mei, of course no problem, but this is a new commission, so you'll need to pay the commission fee again. Chinatsu, is 10 million enough? Mei Mei deal. After a brief exchange of messages, this new commission was set. Although the money hadn't yet been transferred to her account, Mei Mei wouldn't doubt that the Gojo family's young lady would delay or default on a payment. It was worth noting that she had also paid 10 million when she commissioned her to find Kenjaku previously, and the money was deposited into her account less than 10 minutes after their communication. She was incredibly efficient. On the other end of the phone, Mei Mei looked at the words 10 million typed by Chinatsu on her phone screen. Her lips curved slightly upwards, then she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her enchanting laugh caused passers-by to turn their heads and look at the stunning woman. They could never understand how elated Mei Mei felt at that moment. With this 10 million, her personal savings would exceed 100 million, a day worthy of being recorded in her life's history. Today I can go to a high-class hotel and treat myself well. Chinatsu, you really are my angel. Mei Mei turned gracefully and left the area. She was not at the airport, and in fact was quite a distance from the airport where her surveillance target, Kenjaku, was located. Mei Mei's ability to monitor Kenjaku from such a distance was thanks to her cursed technique. Blackbird manipulation. With this cursed technique she could share the vision of the crows she manipulated, thus gaining a very wide field of view. Of course, merely having reconnaissance abilities is not enough to be a Grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. Combat skills are essential. In this world, all living creatures possess cursed energy, the only difference being its strength. Mei Mei can forcibly remove the cursed energy limitations on crows, allowing them to sacrifice their lives in exchange for enhanced and released cursed energy, thereby launching suicidal attacks. Her technique, named Kamikaze, can only be directly withstood without injury by Satoru Gojo, who possesses the Limitless curse technique, but now Chinatsu must be added to that list. The shared vision between Mei Mei and the crows was terminated, meaning there was no longer a need for reconnaissance, as the target had already boarded the plane. No matter how much a crow's cursed energy was enhanced, it couldn't keep up with the speed of a plane, let alone the fact that her cursed energy was insufficient for her to control crows across countries. She merely manipulated a few crows to circle and wait near the airport. If Kenjaku were to appear at the airport again, the crows would immediately relay this information back to Mei Mei. Kenjaku, having boarded the plane, sat in a first-class seat. She rested her head on one hand, her eyes gazing out the window. The strange feeling is gone. Was someone really monitoring me before? But who could it be? Is it Tengen? Kenjaku frowned slightly, her mind filled with confusion. As a brain-swapping jujutsu sorcerer who had existed for millennia, constantly switching bodies while operating in secrecy, she truly couldn't fathom who else in this era, besides Tengen, who had lived as long as she had, would know of her existence. Her objective for this trip was indeed the black rope. She had, of course, known about the existence of this cursed tool for a long time. However, she had not previously included the black rope in her plans, considering it not essential, even after learning that 2 six-eyes sorcerers had been born into the Gojo family. But as time passed, she gradually realized that events were deviating further and further from her plan. The 2 six-eyes sorcerers of the Gojo family had become significant stumbling blocks to her grand scheme. If she didn't change her plan soon, her meticulously prepared scheme might be violently overturned by the 2 of the Gojo family, defeated by sheer force. Thinking of this, Kenjaku couldn't help but let out a sigh. Her demeanor was far from the strategic mastermind one would expect from a final villain. Instead, she looked like a righteous sect leader tormented by a villain, full of worry and anxiety. An ominous premonition slowly emerged from her heart, even intensifying little by little as time went on. When she left the plane, she went directly to a sparsely populated tribe in South Africa, intending to take 3 or 4 black ropes from there. To her surprise, when she arrived at her destination, she froze, stunned. What was once a small tribe, though sparsely populated, where one could at least see villagers working, had now become a desolate wasteland. A cool breeze gently caressed her cheeks, yet Kenjaku felt a burning, aching sensation on her face. Chapter 55: Torture and Relaxation. The millennia-old monster ultimately couldn't compete with a cheat who possessed both transmigration and prudence. Kenjaku remained frozen directly in front of the original Black Rope tribe location, silently accepting the fiery heavy blow delivered by the gentle breeze on his cheek. The Black Rope had been destroyed, and Chinatsu was not worried that the inverted Spear of Heaven was in Fushiguro Toji's hands. If possible, she even wanted to acquire the special grade cursed object, the Prison Realm, but unfortunately she couldn't find it. It must have already fallen into Kenjaku's hands. Although the current situation looked excellent, in reality it was only subtly shifting the future toward the perfect outcome she had envisioned. Not only were there many things still requiring consideration, but she was also afraid that Raiman Sukuna and Kenjaku might eventually fight to the death, causing unexpected events. Ultimately, this was because the manga hadn't finished before she transmigrated, and she didn't know if Raiman Sukuna and Kenjaku had any trump cards, or what they might be if they did. After finishing sending the content to Mei Mei inside Jujutsu High, Chinatsu let out a breath. Gojo Satoru, standing beside her, looked slightly confused, keeping his hands in his pockets while craning his neck to peer at the screen of Chinatsu's phone. However, before he could see clearly, Chinatsu slapped his cheek. Although the Limitless defense prevented Chinatsu's palm from touching his flesh, the collision between Limitless power and Limitless power meant that forcibly pushing Gojo Satoru away was not a problem. Don't peek at other people's phones. Ah, but I'm your own brother. Precisely because of that, it's even more forbidden. Under Chinatsu's righteous words, Gojo Satoru turned his head away, pouting and muttering things like, "Fine, I won't look." Seeing Gojo Satoru like this, Chinatsu felt a surge of irritation. She had already decided that until she completed her own domain, she would avoid seeing Gojo Satoru as much as possible, to prevent being provoked by him whenever they met. The growth curve of a jujutsu sorcerer is not necessarily smooth. Given the right environment, all it takes is a bit of talent, sufficient imagination, and then just a small catalyst for a person to undergo a transformation. Even though Chinatsu's progress on domain expansion was currently at 0, it wasn't impossible for her to leap directly from 0 to 100. Because of this, Chinatsu remained full of confidence, believing she could master her domain before Gojo Satoru mastered Unlimited Void. Just like that, a month passed. Chinatsu walked out of Jujutsu High with a depressed expression. During that month, she had undergone extremely high-intensity isolated training, avoiding Gojo Satoru. She had initially planned not to leave seclusion until she mastered her domain, but ultimately she couldn't withstand the loneliness and the agonizing feeling of having made zero progress. She didn't even dare to ask Gojo Satoru about his progress, but since Gojo Satoru hadn't sent her any celebratory messages, she presumed he hadn't fully mastered his domain yet, at least for now. Chinatsu sighed and scratched the back of her head. In reality, she wasn't completely stumped. She already had a rough idea in mind, but the concept was so outrageous that even someone as confident as her doubted whether she could successfully construct such a domain. I should relax my mind first. I'll go out for a stroll, perhaps all I'm missing is the right environment. Chinatsu stretched her arms while walking down the street outside Jujutsu High. Although she didn't have a specific destination planned, she instinctively started walking toward Akihabara. Akihabara is located in Chiyoda Ward, Tokyo, and is only a few kilometers away from Jujutsu High, so Chinatsu decided to simply walk there. Before long, Chinatsu arrived in Akihabara. Since starting school, she and Gojo Satoru had rarely visited here. Before that, they used to frequently come here to work part-time at their family's coffee shop. The photo of Gojo Satoru wearing a maid outfit was still saved on her phone, but such a thing had absolutely no threatening effect on Gojo Satoru. After all, for Gojo Satoru, what was cross-dressing? Forget a photo. If someone truly wanted to see it, given a few minutes, he wouldn't mind changing into a full female outfit on the spot. While strolling and reminiscing, Chinatsu subconsciously found herself in front of the coffee shop where she used to work. Although she hadn't planned on going in, her body honestly walked through the door. Female housekeepers, male and female maids. It was still so visually striking. Just as Chinatsu entered the store, a young woman dressed in a butler uniform quickly approached. She was about to offer a welcome but paused in surprise when she looked closely at Chinatsu. Chinatsu? Yo! Chinatsu smiled and waved at her. The female housekeeper in front of her was named Kana, a colleague Chinatsu had worked with later during her part-time job phase. Chinatsu truly hadn't expected that she would still be working here after all these years. Is this shop's welfare really that good? While Chinatsu was wondering, the enthusiastic Kana invited her into the coffee shop's inner room. On the way, she told a passing server, "It's less busy now, everyone can take a quiet break." It turned out that she was now the assistant manager of the coffee shop. She hadn't quit precisely because of the promotion and raise, and she had only been serving customers just now because the shop had been so busy a few minutes ago that she stepped in herself. Chinatsu, you've moved up in the world. Kana, not really, not really. Kana had a great personality and decent looks. She would definitely be qualified to be an idol, but during the incident involving the idol flyers back then, she was one of the few people who showed absolutely no interest. Although Chinatsu, Gojo Satoru, and their former colleagues weren't extremely close, the goodwill was definitely above the passing mark. The two of them chatted happily without much awkwardness, though Kana occasionally reached up to rub her own shoulder during the conversation. I don't know why, but my shoulders have been getting sore easily recently. It must be due to overwork lately. It couldn't possibly be that I've picked up something nasty. Kana gently laughed while rubbing and joking about her sore shoulder. This was indeed a symptom of overwork, and there were no signs of her being afflicted by a cursed spirit. However, if she continued to think about nasty things, it could potentially cause problems. Sometimes what you fear is exactly what happens. When people fear ghost-like entities and let their minds wander, their bodies unconsciously emit more cursed energy, making them more susceptible to attracting cursed spirits. Chinatsu guided Kana to the sofa in the inner room. As she sat down, Chinatsu stood behind her and placed both her hands on Kana's shoulders. Chinatsu? Sure, I know a very powerful massage technique that can effectively relieve fatigue. Just close your eyes and enjoy it. As Chinatsu said this, Kana was slightly confused about how Chinatsu knew professional massage techniques, but she obediently nodded and closed her eyes. Of course, Chinatsu didn't know how to massage, but she did have a way to solve Kana's condition. Chinatsu's two hands rubbed Kana's shoulders in an extremely unprofessional manner. At the same time, she closed her eyes and focused entirely on manipulating cursed energy, injecting it little by little into Kana's body. Reverse curse technique, activate. Chapter 56. Under the carefully controlled positive energy output of Chinatsu's reverse curse technique, the soreness in Kana's shoulders was gradually healed. Although Chinatsu's massage technique was quite unprofessional, Kana couldn't gauge the skill level of Chinatsu's technique anyway. The genuine tingling sensation from the reverse curse technique had already immersed her in an ocean of comfort. A few minutes later, Chinatsu's massage session ended. Kana stretched out with a surprised yawn, simultaneously reaching out her hand to rub her previously sore shoulder. Now she felt nothing but lightness in her body. Wow, that's amazing. Chinatsu, where did you learn this massage technique? The effects were so fast. Kana exclaimed in surprise while rubbing her shoulder. Family secret, family secret. You need to pay more attention to taking care of your body from now on, alright? Don't think you can squander your health just because you're young, that will lead to big problems in the future. Chinatsu lectured Kana like an old nagging mother. Kana smiled brightly, waving her hand to indicate that she understood and would definitely pay more attention in the future. The two sat chatting in the inner room of the coffee shop. Perhaps because she had been preoccupied with mastering her domain expansion recently, chatting with someone outside the jujutsu world made Chinatsu feel very relaxed. This was the life Chinatsu wanted. Chinatsu herself did not pursue the power of the strongest in the world. She simply knew that in this world, she needed corresponding strength to ensure her life and future. Oh right, why didn't Satoru Gojo come with you? Weren't you two always stuck together before? Kana clapped her hands and asked with a smile. Hearing Kana's words, Chinatsu couldn't help but cough aloud, thinking, when did my relationship with that guy ever become stuck together? But sticking together aside, Chinatsu and Satoru Gojo actually had a very good relationship. They just tended to bicker due to their personalities. If one day their interactions became respectful and every word and action was harmonious, do not doubt it, something would definitely be wrong. Time passed minute by minute. Unknowingly, the two had chatted for over half an hour and it was now time for lunch. Just as Kana was about to ask Chinatsu if she wanted to eat lunch together, Chinatsu's phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. Chinatsu took the phone out of her pocket, opened the screen, and saw that it was a message from the Jujutsu World higher-ups, stating that a special grade curse spirit was suspected to have appeared in a mountainous area of Kagoshima, and asking her to handle it as soon as possible. Seeing this message, Chinatsu couldn't help but click her tongue. After all, she had just managed to enter a relaxed state while chatting with Kana. This counted as overtime. Kana looked at the change in Chinatsu's expression. Having frequently served customers in the coffee shop, she had developed a keen ability to read people, and she immediately realized that Chinatsu suddenly had something urgent to attend to. The words, "Let's go grab lunch together later," were swallowed, replaced by her taking her own phone out of her pocket. "Let's exchange contact information. When we have time, we can get together with some of the old colleagues who used to work here and catch up." "Sounds good. If we have time, let's go out for a meal." "My treat." After Chinatsu and Kana exchanged contact information, she stood up from her seat, waved her hand and said goodbye to Kana. Her initially relaxed mood became heavy once again after leaving the coffee shop. Chinatsu's eyes faintly flickered with pale blue light, and she still felt a lingering reluctance to leave her leisurely lifestyle. Just push a little harder, Chinatsu thought to herself. Just as she was about to flag down a taxi on the roadside to head to the location in Kagoshima where a special grade curse spirit was suspected, her phone vibrated again. Opening her phone, she saw that it was another message from the Jujutsu World higher-ups, saying that a dedicated car was arranged for pickup and asking Chinatsu to wait patiently for a moment. Chinatsu was a little confused. She had executed many jujutsu missions, and this was the first time the higher UPS had specifically arranged transportation for her. Was it simply because the target this time was suspected to be a special grade curse spirit? Carrying this doubt, Chinatsu waited in place until a black dedicated car drove up from a distance and stopped in front of her. "Are you Gojo Chinatsu? Please get in," the driver inside the dedicated car leaned his head out the window and said. Once Chinatsu was securely seated inside the car, the driver stepped on the gas and drove full speed toward Kagoshima, the southernmost city in the country. Speaking of which, why is it Kagoshima again? Chinatsu couldn't help but complain about the location, but compared to the waves of unease surging in her heart, complaining about Kagoshima was irrelevant. She lay back in the left rear seat, her head slightly tilted to the left, gazing out at the rapidly changing scenery outside the window. 2 hours later. "Miss, we have arrived at the destination." "All right." Just seconds after Chinatsu stepped out of the car, the dedicated vehicle, which should have stayed put to wait for Chinatsu to exorcise the cursed spirit and then drive her away, suddenly started up again. It made a sharp U-turn, preparing to leave the area. Seeing this, Chinatsu quickly extended two joined fingers toward the rapidly departing car. A scarlet orb rapidly condensed from her fingertips. Red. The lowest power red shot out from Chinatsu's fingertip, instantly detonating the dedicated car. The driver managed to jump out at the last moment, rolling onto the ground, unable to move due to the shockwave of the explosion. Chinatsu's eyes glowed with pale blue light. She did not continue to focus on the driver who had suddenly turned tail and fled, but instead turned sideways to look into the small woods. "Stop hiding. I can see you clearly." As soon as she spoke, a commotion suddenly arose in the small woods in front of her. A woman with a capable build, medium short hair and side bangs slowly emerged from the woods. A faint smile hung on her face, and most importantly, there was a horizontal scar across her forehead. As expected of the Rikugan. No, perhaps I should say, as expected of Gojo Chinatsu. Besides the insight granted by the Rikugan, your reaction time and thought process are also very keen. The woman said, smiling and clapping her hands as she walked out of the woods. Hearing the applause, Chinatsu felt discomfort all over her body. Beads of sweat appeared on her face, and an unprecedented, intense sense of crisis surged from her heart. Because the person before her was none other than the 1,000-year-old brain-swapping Jujutsu sorcerer, one of the two main antagonists of Jujutsu Kaisen. Kenjaku. Chapter 57, Fierce Battle. Looking at Kenjaku, who suddenly appeared before her, Chinatsu immediately understood that her plan to have Mei monitor Kenjaku had failed. However, Chinatsu didn't feel much surprise at the failure of this plan. After all, the opponent was Kenjaku, an old fox who had lived for 1,000 years. If he sensed even a little, it wouldn't be difficult for him to evade surveillance. The main thing was that this 1,000-year-old fox Kenjaku actually stopped being cautious and directly attacked her. She had to admit that this move startled Chinatsu and made her feel that the situation was tricky. There is a world of difference between a Jujutsu sorcerer who can use domain expansion and one who cannot. Even if a normal battle is one-sided, if one party activates a domain expansion, the tide of battle will reverse. And that was precisely the situation now. But so what? Chinatsu quickly adjusted her state. She would not fear an enemy. Ever since she mastered reverse cursed technique and awakened, that famous quote, though not spoken by her or Gojo Satoru, was etched in her heart. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. Looking at Chinatsu, who immediately clenched her fists and entered a state of readiness, Kenjaku's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of admiration, and the sound of his clapping hands was continuous. Over 1,000 years, Kenjaku had seen more than one or two Rikugan. Even when two Rikugan were born simultaneously in this generation, he wasn't overly surprised, believing it wouldn't hinder his plan. But when Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru awakened and achieved the strongest at such a young age, a long-lost sense of crisis, absent for a millennium, surged within him. If he continued to bide his time and let them develop further, his grand plan, even if it could proceed, would definitely not be smooth. He had used his accumulated resources over the years to plant a mole within the Jujutsu world higher-ups, originally intending to use him when the grand plan was underway, but now it was brought forward. But he had no regrets. Thinking of this, he saw her lips curl into a slight smile. Just as she was about to raise her arm to strike Chinatsu, she suddenly realized that Chinatsu, who had been standing directly in front of her, had vanished. Like a ghostly phantom, Chinatsu's figure suddenly disappeared and then reappeared less than half a meter in front of Kenjaku. She clenched her fist, gathered her strength, and struck out. Kenjaku's face was taut as she quickly twisted her body, barely managing to dodge Chinatsu's sudden punch. Even so, a bloodstain from the friction was left on her cheek. After missing the punch, Chinatsu didn't give up on the attack. She spun her body in place, delivering a high kick towards Kenjaku's head. Kenjaku reacted in time, crossing her arms in a defensive posture to block Chinatsu's kick. Under Chinatsu's cursed energy reinforcement and the output of blue, although Kenjaku blocked the kick with crossed arms, she was still pushed back a meter or two, her feet scraping on the ground. As the elder sister figure to Geto Suguru and Gojo Satoru, although Chinatsu preferred to be a pure sorcerer, she hadn't neglected her physical training. While battles between Jujutsu sorcerers tend to lean towards curse technique duels, if the curse technique levels are similar, the key to victory ultimately falls to physical prowess. This was Kenjaku's viewpoint in the original work. Although Chinatsu couldn't help but complain when reading the manga that it shouldn't be called Jujutsu Kaisen, but rather Jutsu Kaisen. But complaints aside, after truly becoming a jujutsu sorcerer, Chinatsu reluctantly acknowledged Kenjaku's point of view. The body is very important. Even with her arms crossed in defense, Kenjaku was kicked back 2 or 3 meters. Her face was somewhat distorted, as she hadn't expected Chinatsu's attack to be so fierce. She dropped her crossed-arm defense and saw Chinatsu raise a hand, her palm forming a gun-like shape, aimed at Kenjaku. A crimson projectile rapidly condensed from her fingertips. Kenjaku, familiar with the Gojo family's Limitless, immediately recognized this as the curse technique reversal. Red. Just as Chinatsu was about to fire the crimson projectile condensed at her fingertip towards Kenjaku, a sudden, overwhelming gravitational force was applied from above to Chinatsu's position. Although Chinatsu herself had limitless defense, she wasn't greatly affected by the gravity. However, under this strong gravitational force, the ground beneath her feet instantly crumbled, causing Chinatsu to lose her balance. The red in her hand veered off its intended trajectory, grazing past Kenjaku and exploding to her left. That was gravity curse technique just now? No, to be precise, it was the cursed technique anti-gravity system. Its basic ability is anti-gravity manipulation, but just as Chinatsu can use curse technique reversal, anti-gravity can also be reversed into gravity. This was not Kenjaku's inherent curse technique, but another manifestation of his brain-swapping and body-snatching ability. He could use the abilities of the body he had taken over. A bit tricky. Chinatsu muttered to herself, but she wasn't intimidated. In terms of cursed technique performance, she believed her Limitless would not lose to any curse technique. Blue. Red. Purple. 3 swift attacks to take him down. Facing Chinatsu's soaring morale, Kenjaku, knowing the capabilities of Limitless, naturally wasn't prepared to continue confronting Chinatsu in a normal state. He raised his hands and then flipped them front to back, making a gesture similar to the reverse gas show in Buddhism. And such gestures in Jujutsu Kaisen only mean one thing: domain expansion, womb profusion. At this moment, the sky seemed to darken. A tree-shaped mass rose from the ground behind Kenjaku. From a distance it looked like a towering tree, but upon closer inspection, one would find that this great tree had no leaves. Instead, it was covered with grotesque faces, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Womb encompassing all beings. A chilling atmosphere spread in all directions. Although Chinatsu didn't yet understand the specific effects of this domain, she already felt her body and mind sink. The advantage she held in a normal state vanished the moment Kenjaku activated his domain. Under the domain's sure-hit effect, Chinatsu's limitless defense would be like a piece of paper, and Kenjaku's attacks would bypass her defense and strike her body directly. However, Chinatsu didn't just give up. She crouched down, making a movement similar to drawing a sword. Within Kenjaku's domain, Chinatsu's cursed energy created a temporary pure land that had not yet been encroached upon, neutralizing and nullifying Kenjaku's sure-hit effect for a short time. This was a simple domain, also known as the domain of the weak, capable of temporarily neutralizing the sure-hit effect of a proper domain. However, this was truly only for a short time. Chinatsu's simple domain had just opened, and this pure land already showed signs of being encroached upon. Chinatsu maintained her sword-drawing stance, gazing at the confident Kenjaku in front of her, the pressure in her heart steadily rising as the simple domain was continuously eroded. Chapter 58, Domain Expansion. A simple domain is, after all, just a simple domain. It's often called the domain of the weak, and when it clashes with a proper domain expansion, it might not shatter at a touch, but it's close. Watching the simple domain, which had just been deployed seconds ago, now being disrupted and dissolved by Kenjaku's domain expansion until only a step's worth of range remained, Kenjaku's lips curved slightly. She had bet correctly. The girl before her was barely past her jade years. At such an age, she shouldn't have awakened her own domain expansion yet. When a formal domain expansion clashes with a simple domain, the goddess of victory would decide which side to stand with in just a few short seconds. After this battle, her higher UPS within the Jujutsu world, who had called Chinatsu out and then lost her, would certainly be investigated. It could be said that this chess piece was now useless. However, Kenjaku believed that exchanging a not particularly important chess piece for a pair of Rikugan was well worth it. If a pair of Rikugan wasn't dealt with now, it might not be possible to eliminate them even by sacrificing several more chess pieces in the future. Just as Kenjaku, the cautious survivor, thought the outcome was decided, the pure land generated by Chinatsu's simple domain beneath her feet was completely dissolved by Kenjaku's domain expansion. Kenjaku gathered her cursed energy, ready to immediately impose her domain expansion's effect on Chinatsu and thus secure victory in this battle. Who knew? Simple domain. The instant the first simple domain dissolved, Chinatsu immediately deployed a new simple domain. Perhaps for others this would be an almost impossible feat, but for a six-eyes sorcerer gifted with ultra-high precision cursed energy manipulation, it was nothing. Kenjaku's eyebrow twitched. The taste of celebrating halfway through was truly unpleasant. Her hands trembled slightly before clenching into fists, cursed energy attaching to her body like armor, her fists like war hammers. With the simple domain capable of being redeployed after breaking, although Kenjaku still believed a prolonged battle would lead to her victory, she didn't want to give Chinatsu much time to breathe. Back then, Toji Fushiguro had failed to finish her and Gojo Satoru, which allowed them to awaken. Kenjaku would not make that mistake. Kenjaku stomped her foot and charged towards Chinatsu within the simple domain at an astonishing speed, unleashing a rain-like barrage of attacks on Chinatsu. Even within the simple domain, Chinatsu still had the protection of limitless defense, but she had to simultaneously monitor the simple domain, which could dissolve at any moment, and fight Kenjaku in front of her, who was trying to distract her. The pressure in Chinatsu's heart doubled. Time passed minute by minute, and drops of sweat ran down Chinatsu's cheeks. Neither she nor Kenjaku knew how many simple domains she had deployed, but both understood that as time passed, Chinatsu's chances of turning the tide were gradually decreasing. A simple domain is, after all, just a simple domain. Barely buying some time was its limit. Without a winning strategy, continuously deploying simple domains was merely a slow death. Delaying for time, waiting for rescue? Leaving aside whether anyone knew about the situation here, this was Kagoshima, the southernmost city in the country. It would take nearly 2 hours to get here from Tokyo by special vehicle, and even Gojo Satoru couldn't arrive quickly with his teleportation. While relying on the glory of companions and shouting about friendship and bonds like in hot-blooded manga and anime, then punching the enemy to send them flying is classic. But no matter how many companions one has or how powerful those companions are, if one's own strength is insufficient and one faces death, would one still think about having companions by their side at the moment of death? At the moment of death, all are alone. Thinking of this, a serene expression appeared on Chinatsu's face. The next moment, facing Kenjaku's punches and kicks, she abandoned the healing of reverse cursed technique and even stopped paying attention to the simple domain beneath her feet. Her clear, azure eyes of the azure heaven shimmered with light, as she threw her entire being into the battle with Kenjaku. Is she insane? Observing Chinatsu's actions, a hint of confusion appeared in Kenjaku's eyes. In her view, facing her domain expansion, Chinatsu's behavior was no different from giving up, akin to exposing her egg-like body to her stone-like self. An egg striking a stone, shattering upon impact. How foolish. Just as Kenjaku gathered cursed energy, preparing to impose her cursed technique effect and domain expansion effect on Chinatsu, the moment the simple domain beneath Chinatsu's feet collapsed, to overwhelm her. However, in the few short seconds before that simple domain collapsed, Kenjaku was met with a storm of attacks from Chinatsu. As long as the simple domain existed for 1 second, Chinatsu's limitless defense would also exist, meaning Chinatsu would still be in an invincible position. Chinatsu grabbed at the air with her palm, and a powerful suction force forcibly pulled Kenjaku into her hand. Chinatsu violently slammed Kenjaku's body to the ground, then fiercely flung her into the distance. Curse technique lapse, blue maximum output. A flame-like, light-like energy body instantly shot out from Chinatsu's hand gesture. Although the power of blue was not as great as red, in terms of entanglement, gravity was far more annoying than repulsion. Kenjaku was sent flying several tens of meters. Fortunately, she had previously covered her entire body with cursed energy-like armor, so the damage from this blow was not significant. Furthermore, to put it another way, for a jujutsu sorcerer who can use reverse cursed technique, any injury that isn't a fatal, head-severing wound can be healed within seconds. Breathing slightly after breaking free from the maximum output blue, Kenjaku's gaze returned to Chinatsu directly in front of her. Coincidentally, the last part of the territory generated by the simple domain beneath Chinatsu's feet was also dissolved by Kenjaku's domain expansion. Chinatsu was completely exposed within Kenjaku's domain expansion. Kenjaku breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process had suddenly deviated somewhat from what she had expected, the result was the same. She raised both hands and once again made a reversed cross-palms gesture, preparing to use the effects within her domain expansion to overwhelm Chinatsu. However, Chinatsu, whose expression was as calm as water, also slowly raised her hands, forming a gesture similar to a Buddhist mudra. Kenjaku, being quite knowledgeable about domain expansion, naturally understood what Chinatsu was preparing to do. A strange sense of crisis welled up in her heart. Both hands clasped externally, both thumbs held upright, and both index fingers raised and slightly curved like lotus leaves. This was the Samyakai Mudra of Vajrabodhisattva. Chinatsu slowly exhaled and soft words emerged from her lips. Domain expansion, mirror flower, water moon. Chapter 59, A Flower in a Mirror, a Moon in the Water. As Chinatsu formed the hand sign, a layer of cloud-like cursed energy instantly emanated from her center, and the ground beneath her feet transformed into a clear, moonlit lake. The dreamy spherical barrier completely enveloped Chinatsu and Kenjaku. This site was undoubtedly a standard closed domain. Observing the scene, although Kenjaku was shocked that Chinatsu had awakened a domain so soon after reaching adulthood, it remained completely confident in its own domain. Domains are categorized into two types: the closed domain, mastered by the majority, and the open domain, mastered by a select few. A closed domain, as the name implies, generates a spherical barrier that traps both the user and the opponent, creating an area that is advantageous to the user but detrimental to the enemy. An open domain, conversely, does not establish a restrictive wall barrier, giving the enemy jujutsu sorcerer a chance to flee the domain's range. However, by sacrificing the barrier, the open domain's effective area is significantly strengthened. If an open domain clashes with a closed domain, the open domain can target the closed domain's relatively fragile outer shell, thus destroying the closed domain from the outside. Thinking this, Kenjaku immediately set about increasing the range and power of its open domain, concentrating its firepower to attack the outer shell of Chinatsu's domain. Under the loud external cursed energy attacks, the shell of Chinatsu's closed domain developed winding cracks, and complete destruction was only seconds away. Watching the scales of victory tip back in its favor, Kenjaku's lips curled slightly. It declared that its millennia of accumulated experience would not lose to a mere brat. It clenched its fist, and surging cursed energy gathered within it. It prepared to use this single strike to simultaneously destroy Chinatsu's body and the domain. While charging, it looked at Chinatsu, who was still maintaining the hand sign. Although it felt a slight confusion about what Chinatsu was doing, the favorable situation at hand prevented it from dwelling on the thought. With a loud swoosh, Kenjaku instantly lunged from its spot and appeared before Chinatsu. At the same moment, Chinatsu's domain was destroyed by Kenjaku, and Chinatsu, having lost her limitless defense, was exposed to Kenjaku's powerful cursed energy output. Bang! Kenjaku's swift punch pierced Chinatsu's abdomen, splattering droplets of blood onto its skin and face. Victory! The moment those two words flashed in Kenjaku's mind, its pupils involuntarily trembled, and the scene before its eyes suddenly underwent a massive change. Chinatsu had not been pierced by its fist. She was still standing in place making the hand sign, and Kenjaku itself showed no sign of having moved from its original position, maintaining the exact posture it held when Chinatsu first initiated her domain expansion. Could it be an illusion? The moment this idea flashed through Kenjaku's mind, it instantly rejected it. While explaining the recent situation using the concept of an illusion was barely plausible, Kenjaku's subconscious told it that the answer was incorrect, or perhaps not that simple. Since it could not deduce the answer, Kenjaku's only recourse was practical testing. It initiated a second attempt, mobilizing the cursed energy output of its open domain to attack the fragile outer shell of Chinatsu's closed domain. Sharp sounds of crack, crack, crack echoed from the fragile outer shell of Chinatsu's domain. Identical to the previous illusory scene, the outer shell of the closed domain once again showed dense cracks. Kenjaku gathered cursed energy across its entire body, charging toward Chinatsu like an iron-clad rhinoceros. Just as its fist was about to pierce Chinatsu's body, Chinatsu reacted this time, blocking Kenjaku's attack with crossed arms. Seeing the change from the previous attempt, Kenjaku was delighted, believing this round was reality, not an illusion. It continued its relentless assault on Chinatsu. A few seconds later, the outer shell of Chinatsu's closed domain was destroyed, and Kenjaku seized the opportunity to punch through Chinatsu's chest, splattering fresh blood from her chest onto its body. This sensation, this temperature, this change. Victory? Kenjaku's pupils trembled once again. It returned to its original position, and Chinatsu was still standing safe and sound before it, performing the Buddha's palm mudra. TSK, the third round then? Kenjaku couldn't help but click its tongue, venting the frustration in its heart. After 2 experiments, it generally understood that it had definitely fallen for a trick, and this current round was still just a false illusion. While Kenjaku was deep in thought, Chinatsu, who had been maintaining the hand sign, exhaled a puff of cold air. Although her cheeks were covered in sweat, her eyes sparkled with sharp light. Looking at Chinatsu, who gathered cursed energy into her clenched fist, Kenjaku didn't pay much attention, merely mobilizing its own cursed energy before adopting a defensive stance with crossed arms. Chinatsu's eyes narrowed. She used teleportation to quickly appear in front of Kenjaku, swinging her fist, which was charged with fierce cursed energy, directly toward Kenjaku's head. Kenjaku reacted quickly, slightly raising its crossed arm defense. It intended to take the blow head-on and then switch to a new method to break the environmental trick of this round. But just as the fist rapidly approached and made contact with Kenjaku's body, a genuine, powerful impact rushed over and violently spread throughout Kenjaku's body. Wait, this impact, could this be real? Kenjaku hurriedly tried to increase its cursed energy output for defense, but the moment the physical strike landed, streaks of black flash were reflected in both their pupils. When the margin of error between cursed energy output and physical impact is less than 0.000001 seconds, space-time distortion occurs at the point of impact, increasing the power of the strike to the normal power raised to the 2.5 th power. Black flash. Kenjaku's legs left the ground, and its entire body was sent flying by the strike laced with black flash, while it simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, Kenjaku's domain collapsed, unable to be maintained due to the severe damage to its body. Chinatsu's domain, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, automatically dispelled because it was incomplete due to being deployed for the first time. The flying Kenjaku finally crashed into a large tree, stopping only after breaking the tree clean in half. Its face was twisted in pain, and both arms used for defense were broken by the previous black flash strike. Fortunately, under the healing of reverse cursed technique, this physical injury was nothing serious. Gazing from afar at Chinatsu, who wore an expression of exhilaration, it knew this fight could not continue. The opponent was not a person, she was clearly a monster. Future plans must be reformulated. When it considered that this era also contained a Rikugan/Six Eyes who might also be such a monster, it couldn't help but sigh deeply. After a domain collapses, the Jujutsu sorcerer enters a state called Curse Technique Reversal for a period of time, during which they cannot use their innate technique. Concluding that Chinatsu would be unable to use teleportation to pursue it for a short time, it scrambled up from the ground and turned to flee in the opposite direction from Chinatsu. Chapter 60 Overdraft. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. True and false, real and illusory. In a world full of illusions, you cannot even trust your 5 senses, because it is very likely that even your 5 senses are deceiving you. You might think you are struggling and moving towards the truth, but you might not have taken even half a step from where you started. This is Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Chinatsu was panting slightly, her current state was both good and bad. It was good because she had successfully landed a black flash just now, entering a 120% state of exhilaration. If Kenjaku wanted to fight again, she was more than capable. It was bad because she not only fell into a curse technique reversal state but also, due to being on the verge of her limit and her domain not being completely perfect, she now felt as if her head was filled with paste, which was quite uncomfortable. Her gaze fixed on the cowardly Kenjaku who had turned and fled, feeling a sense of powerlessness. According to Kenjaku's escape speed and direction, she should reach the nearest small town soon. If Kenjaku took the villagers hostage, Chinatsu would have a huge headache. Moreover, Kenjaku was a jujutsu sorcerer who had lived for 1,000 years. Chinatsu had transmigrated before even finishing the original work manga, so she thought if this old fox still had other trump cards, she would have an even bigger headache. However, letting her escape so smoothly wouldn't make sense. But in the curse technique reversal stage, where she couldn't use her innate technique, Chinatsu could only use basic cursed energy manipulation. Chinatsu formed her fingers into a gun, making the gesture she usually used for cursed technique reversal, red, gathering cursed energy and compressing it into a pure cursed energy projectile. Bang! The cursed energy projectile shot out like a laser, hitting Kenjaku directly in the back of her head. Although it didn't blow her head off, it knocked her to the ground, covering her in mud. Kenjaku was a bit annoyed, but she didn't let this anger cloud her judgment. She quickly got up from the ground and continued to flee. Watching this scene, Chinatsu let out a sigh. Although she didn't want to admit it, it was still too difficult to capture Kenjaku at this stage. However, through this battle with Kenjaku, she had actually awakened her domain. Although this encounter couldn't be called lucky, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. Time passed minute by minute. As the exhilaration brought by the black flash faded, Chinatsu felt her eyelids become very heavy, and a strong drowsiness swept over her. Resisting the drowsiness, Chinatsu slowly descended from the mountains and arrived at an inn in the small town below. The innkeeper, seeing someone enter the shop, immediately showed a classic smile, but before she could even say welcome, she was startled by the aura surrounding Chinatsu. Miss, are you alright? I'm fine, please give me a room. Chinatsu, fighting off the drowsiness, squinted and casually pulled out a stack of banknotes from her wallet. She didn't bother to ask how much it cost to stay for a day, because she was about to collapse. From the front counter to the room, Chinatsu's first action was to take off her clothes and go for a shower. The battle with Kenjaku had truly exhausted her physically and mentally. Although in terms of physical danger it wasn't as severe as the one with Fushiguro Toji, that one was still within Chinatsu's control. Kenjaku's sudden appearance once again indicated that the direction of the original work's plot had been completely messed up by her, which continuously reduced her advantage of knowing the original plot. However, she did not regret it. Not only did she not regret it, but she was also determined to make the plot even more chaotic, because if she wanted to save those tragic characters, such a result was unavoidable. After showering, Chinatsu's drowsiness not only didn't decrease but intensified. She had intended to make a call or send a message to report her situation before she fell asleep, but the strong drowsiness ultimately prevented her from doing so. With a thump, Chinatsu lay down on the large bed, rolled over with the bedding, and then left her phone aside, sinking into slumber. A few days later, the buzzing of her phone alarm occasionally sounded in her ears. Chinatsu groggily opened her still blurry eyes, instinctively rolled over in bed, and fumbled for the phone, which she didn't know where it was by its sound. The alarm lasted for about half a minute, but Chinatsu still couldn't find the phone when it became quiet again. Chinatsu's lips moved, letting out a big breath. After a period of self-adjustment, similar to morning grumpiness, she barely managed to change from a lying to a sitting position on the bed. The phone, which she had been fumbling for half a day, was instantly found in the sitting position. She helplessly slapped her face, while her other hand reached out to pick up the phone and turn on the screen. Oh my! She didn't know until she looked, and then she was shocked. The missed calls were lined up in a long row. She hadn't counted exactly how many missed calls there were, but the unread messages showed 99 plus. Chinatsu carefully looked at the list of missed calls and found that most of them were from Gojo Satoru. For example, the one that had just woken her up was also from Gojo Satoru. Still a bit muddled, Chinatsu gently pressed her finger on the most recent missed call, and the phone automatically redialed Gojo Satoru's number. Before Chinatsu even had a few seconds to compose herself, the call was answered almost immediately after redialing. Sis, you haven't sent any messages during this time, did something happen? Everyone is very worried about you. Of course I'm not worried about you, I'm just asking for everyone else. Gojo Satoru's somewhat urgent voice came from the phone. Chinatsu said this was the first time she had heard Gojo Satoru speak in such a tone since she was a child. Thinking that she hadn't been able to resist the drowsiness and send a message before she fell unconscious, Chinatsu regretted it somewhat and tapped her forehead with the inside of her wrist. As Chinatsu remained silent for a short while, Gojo Satoru's voice came from the phone again. Why aren't you saying anything? Sis, you haven't been kidnapped, have you? How much is the ransom? You're the future head of our family, we'll ransom you back no matter the cost, don't worry, our family isn't short on money. Listening to the playful inquiry from the other end of the phone, Chinatsu's lips trembled slightly. After taking a deep breath, she slowly exhaled. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll be back at Jujutsu High in an hour or two. We can discuss the details then. Chinatsu said this while tidying her clothes, then pushed open the room door, which hadn't been opened for several days, and walked out of the room.
Disclaimer: I don't own this story. If the original author requests its removal, this video will be taken down.
Chapter 61, Return to Jujutsu High. Meanwhile, due to the strong pressure from the Gojo family on the Jujutsu world higher-ups, the mole Kenjaku had planted to lure Chinatsu out was forcefully exposed and was currently undergoing severe interrogation. The interrogation skills used by ordinary people were already intense, let alone those employed by jujutsu sorcerers, a group far exceeding the norm. However, even under such severe torture, the mole, despite being covered in wounds, did not reveal Chinatsu's whereabouts or Kenjaku's existence. We've interrogated him this much and still haven't finished. It looks like he must have formed a binding vow. This is troublesome, I won't be able to report a result. The interrogator helplessly raised a hand and rubbed his sore neck. The mole beside him was tied to a chair, stripped naked from the waist up, wearing only underwear below. He watched the interrogator with tearful eyes. If he could speak, he would have done so already. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Binding vow. This is a special ability within the jujutsu world. Its essence is a pact based on exchanging costs, sacrificing something to gain something else. Once the vow is established, it cannot be broken. Of course, some binding vows can be broken, but the price for doing so must still be paid. Usually, a disability is considered a mild consequence. Exploding into pieces is not surprising. Ever since Chinatsu lost contact, the Gojo family, one of the three great families of the jujutsu world, used its power to pressure the higher UPS, and quickly discovered the existence of this mole. The Gojo family demanded that the jujutsu world higher-ups hand over the mole so they could conduct the interrogation themselves. However, the other higher UPS felt that if they simply gave in to every demand, what authority would they have left? Ultimately, the interrogation of the mole was left to them. They had promised to deliver the results to the Gojo family that same day, but clearly it was no longer that day. The interrogator sat on a nearby chair looking distressed and lit a cigarette in a gesture of self-abandonment. The level of corruption in the jujutsu world has truly refreshed my worldview once again. The interrogator gave up struggling, deciding that if he lost this job, so be it. It wasn't as if he couldn't find other jujutsu work. At worst, he would just leave the jujutsu world entirely, as the salary for this position wasn't particularly high anyway. Tokyo, inside Jujutsu High. When Chinatsu returned to Tokyo Jujutsu High, Shoko circled her like a sparrow, going round and round. Although Shoko knew Chinatsu could also use reverse cursed technique, she still desperately wanted to give Chinatsu a full body scan and examination. This activity only ceased when Yaga Mazamichi arrived. Chinatsu, tell us what you experienced these past few days. Everyone was quite worried about you, Yaga Mazamichi said while clapping his hands. Everyone present only knew that one of the jujutsu world higher-ups had called Chinatsu out. Although they weren't sure exactly what happened next, it was obvious that it was definitely nothing good. Facing the curious gazes of the people around her, Chinatsu shrugged and said helplessly, "To put it simply, I was lured into the wilderness and then almost killed." As soon as she said this, the surroundings fell into silence. Although everyone had guessed that Chinatsu had been attacked, they hadn't realized the danger was so severe that she was nearly killed. Gojo Satoru's pupils couldn't help but tremble. Since he was the one whose strength was closest to Chinatsu's among those present, he could better appreciate the danger implied by her words. Was the opponent a curse user capable of domain expansion? Gojo Satoru's statement instantly drew the attention of everyone present. That's right. Chinatsu was a user of the Rikugan and Limitless curse technique. Besides the inverted spear of heaven and black rope, the only thing that could bypass Limitless defense was the ultimate secret of jujutsu. Domain expansion. But domain expansion was not something just anyone could master. For a moment, Gojo Satoru even associated the culprit in his mind with Yuki Tsukumo, since, openly, she was the only senior special grade sorcerer in the jujutsu world who had mastered domain expansion earlier than them. However, Chinatsu guessed the association Gojo Satoru had made. She slowly shook her head at him, denying his far-fetched guess. Following that, she began to recount the specifics of how she was lured away and fought the jujutsu sorcerer named Kenjaku. As the oldest person present before Chinatsu began her statement, he reliably pulled out a small notebook and a small black pen from his inner jacket pocket, preparing to listen and record Chinatsu's account simultaneously. Although his serious expression and the sight of him holding a pen ready to record gave Chinatsu a sense of déjà vu, as if she were being taken to a police station to give a statement, Chinatsu still cleared her throat and seriously began her narration. She started from the message received on her phone about a suspected special-grade cursed spirit appearing in Kagoshima, leading to her being picked up by a dedicated car. Then, after dropping her off at the destination, the driver immediately turned and tried to flee without waiting for her. After Chinatsu destroyed the car with a red, the curse user named Kenjaku appeared in front of her. When Chinatsu reached this point, although no one except Yaga Mazamichi took notes, everyone deeply etched the name into their minds. Through this battle, which only she knew the full details of, Chinatsu relayed her knowledge about Kenjaku to everyone. For example, this powerful curse user was named Kenjaku. Another example was that it possessed a brain-swapping curse technique, allowing it to possess the body of another person and use their curse technique, but possession always left a horizontal, cutting-type scar on the forehead. Since no one besides herself knew what exactly she and Kenjaku had discussed during the battle, Chinatsu was free to elaborate as she pleased. Yaga Mazamichi, who was taking the notes, listened in stunned silence, thinking that such detailed information had been extracted from just a single battle. This girl is terrifying. Chinatsu's narration soon reached the moment when Kenjaku deployed its domain. Although they were mentally prepared, everyone present couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. However, alongside the tension, a strange feeling welled up in Gojo Satoru's heart, as if he had forgotten something important. A few seconds later, Chinatsu's words hit him like a heavy club, knocking him back to reality. Kenjaku deployed its domain. I first deployed Simple Domain to try and counter it, but Simple Domain is only Simple Domain. It couldn't hold up for more than a few seconds. Under the circumstances, I had no choice but to forcefully deploy my own domain. Steam seemed to rise from Gojo Satoru's head, and he involuntarily blurted out a single word. Huh. Chapter 62, Challenge. Currently, Gojo Satoru's domain expansion development progress was hovering around 90%. He was confident that if he were given another 10 days to half a month, he would successfully activate his domain expansion. Seeing the title Older Brother almost within his grasp, Gojo Satoru often dreamed, even while sleeping, of his older sister standing sweetly beside him calling him older brother, and he couldn't help but grin foolishly. But now, after a brief moment of stupefaction, he suddenly arched his body upward, covering both sides of his head with his hands, looking completely like, "I don't believe this. I can't accept it." Suguru Geto and Yeri Shoko, who were on either side of him, couldn't help but smile wryly at this scene. As his acquaintances, how could they not know Gojo Satoru's little schemes? Yaga Mazamichi maintained a stern face, turned, and shouted at Gojo Satoru, who was ruining the atmosphere, before instructing Chinatsu to continue describing the situation at the time. Chinatsu shrugged helplessly. Actually, there wasn't much left to say. She had successfully activated her domain, punched Kenjaku, and then he had escaped. As for Kenjaku's domain effect, she genuinely didn't know, because she had been using Simple Domain to negate the sure hit effect initially, and when the Simple Domain failed, she smoothly activated her True Domain. However, even without knowing Kenjaku's domain effect, the information Chinatsu had previously provided about Kenjaku was already quite substantial. After the interrogation notes were recorded, he stood up, preparing to disseminate the information regarding Kenjaku to warn the entire jujutsu world about anyone with a scar on their head. After Yaga Mazamichi left, Gojo Satoru still couldn't contain his restless heart and quickly walked up to Chinatsu. "Sis, let me see your domain." Gojo Satoru pursed his lips. His clear azure eyes seemed to hold a blazing fire. It was one thing if he couldn't surpass his older sister, but being left far behind was something he absolutely could not tolerate. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. He planned to deepen his understanding of domains by experiencing Chinatsu's domain, hoping to activate his own domain within the next few days if he couldn't achieve a breakthrough on the spot. Chinatsu naturally would not refuse her younger brother's reckless request. She smiled faintly and extended one hand, giving an okay gesture. Everyone walked out of the classroom and quickly arrived at an open training ground within the school. This open area was mainly used for ordinary solo training. If it were a serious battle between Jujutsu sorcerers and Jujutsu sorcerers, the space would be somewhat small. However, just for demonstrating a domain to Gojo Satoru, the size of the open ground was more than enough. Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru stood about 50 meters apart in the open area. Since Gojo Satoru merely wanted to experience Chinatsu's domain, he did not assume a fighting stance, only watching Chinatsu ahead with solemn eyes. Time passed second by second. Chinatsu adjusted her physical state, searching for the feeling she had when she first activated her domain expansion. She raised both hands, her two thumbs pressed together vertically, and her two index fingers stood upright while slightly curved, forming a lotus leaf shape. Domain expansion, mirror flower, water moon. As Chinatsu softly uttered the words, layers of mist-like cursed energy instantly released from her center, and the ground beneath her transformed into the image of an incomparably clear, moonlit lake. As the mist surrounded them, a giant dream-like spherical barrier formed within the ethereal fog, enclosing both of them. The scenery inside this domain was truly too beautiful for a domain born with the goal of killing, causing even Gojo Satoru to momentarily stare in a daze. So beautiful. Wait, this is a domain, I need to be serious. Gojo Satoru quickly snapped back to attention, even raising one hand to slap himself, forcibly rousing his spirit. The domain is the profound ultimate technique of jujutsu, passed down from the ancient jujutsu world to the present, but there are slight differences between ancient domains and modern domains. Ancient jujutsu sorcerers' domains only pursued the sure hit effect, and they were not particularly concerned with the abilities applied within the domain. By reducing the difficulty in this way, the number of jujutsu sorcerers who mastered domains in ancient times was several times, or even dozens of times, greater than in modern times. Modern jujutsu sorcerers, while pursuing the sure hit, also emphasize the sure kill. Through constant internal competition, they raise the threshold for domain expansion themselves, which is why the number of jujutsu sorcerers who can use domains today is pitifully small. Gojo Satoru understood that his older sister's domain was definitely not the type of ancient domain that only pursued sure hit. He stared at Chinatsu, who maintained the Buddha's palm mudra, waiting for her to make a move. 10 seconds later. 20 seconds later. 30 seconds later. Gojo Satoru looked at Chinatsu, who hadn't moved an inch in front of him, and his mouth twitched slightly. His vigilance dropped by a point or two. Sis, what are you doing? Are you perhaps charging up? No way, does your domain's effect really need to charge? Gojo Satoru tilted his head and asked. Hearing Gojo Satoru's words, Chinatsu lowered her head and smiled faintly, then extended a fingers of her right hand and pressed it downward, signaling Gojo Satoru to look down. With doubt in his heart, Gojo Satoru lowered his head to look at his legs. While nothing had happened the second before, layers of freezing ice suddenly appeared the next second, attempting to freeze Gojo Satoru into an ice sculpture. Gojo Satoru's pupils trembled. He quickly mobilized his cursed energy for full-body reinforcement to forcibly break free from the sudden, bizarre freezing. Ice? Is this his sister's domain effect? Gojo Satoru completely refused to believe this result. No matter how abstract a domain activated by a Rikugan and Limitless Jujutsu sorcerer was, it shouldn't have anything to do with the element of ice. After breaking free from the icy freeze, Gojo Satoru subconsciously used reverse curse technique to heal the frostbite on his legs. He lifted his head and continued to stare at Chinatsu directly in front of him. Chinatsu was looking back at him, her head slightly tilted with a teasing expression. Given Gojo Satoru's intelligence, if he were given a little more time, he would likely be able to guess the true essence of her domain. However, Chinatsu wasn't worried about her domain effect being guessed. Her domain effect wasn't something that could be casually broken just by knowing it. Right now, she just wanted to take advantage of the time before Gojo Satoru figured it out to have some fun with the boy. Chinatsu's lips curled up slightly as she snapped her fingers softly and crisply, and the 360-degree, all-encompassing ethereal mist engulfed Gojo Satoru. Satoru, what exactly made you think I hadn't used the domain effect? From the moment the domain expansion was activated, you were already held in the palm of my hand. Chapter 63 Teasing. Simultaneously, outside the Mirror Flower Water Moon domain barrier, Gojo Suguru and the others were craning their necks, observing the outer shell of the domain barrier. It really is the rumored domain. Wait, I remember, isn't the outer shell of a domain supposed to be very fragile? Yeri Shoko, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, turned her head suspiciously toward Gojo Suguru beside her. Gojo Suguru nodded, confirming Shoko's statement before elaborating on the concept of the domain. Because a domain is a specialized barrier focused on containment, to prevent the enemy inside the domain from escaping, the internal hardness is generally reinforced at the expense of the external hardness. Moreover, domains possess a sure-hit property. Wouldn't an intruder who breaks a small hole from the outside and enters the domain simply be asking for trouble? Unless they shatter the entire outer shell in one go. Gojo Suguru seriously examined the outer shell of the domain barrier before him. No matter how much he refined his physical combat skills, he was fundamentally still a jujutsu sorcerer. Now, observing a top-tier domain expansion up close, a spark of desire to learn this technique flickered in his eyes. His innate technique was cursed spirit manipulation, his passion was close-quarters combat, and combined with his highly complex mental world, if he truly awakened a domain under these circumstances, what would his domain look like? He felt a little anticipation. While the people outside the domain were chatting and joking, inside the domain, sweat beaded on Gojo Satoru's face as he struggled desperately. New shadow style, simple domain. Similar to the action Chinatsu took when confronting Kenjaku's domain, the slightly domain-awakened Gojo Satoru sank his body, adopted a sword-drawing stance with his hands, and activated the simple domain, which is known as the domain of the weak. This was a move he had been required to learn since childhood, but having learned it he never had a chance to use it. Therefore, this was Gojo Satoru's first time activating this move in actual combat, and fortunately he succeeded. A pure, untouched territory appeared beneath Gojo Satoru's feet. He had expected the ethereal mist surrounding him to dissipate after he deployed his simple domain, but in reality it did not. Gojo Satoru frowned slightly in confusion. Seeing the scenario unfold differently than he had imagined, his brain rapidly analyzed what Chinatsu's domain effect truly was. Gojo Satoru's intelligence was naturally high. The reason he usually looked dazed while staying by Chinatsu's side was purely because he intentionally activated energy-saving mode, claiming it was to train Chinatsu's intellect and prepare her to inherit the family head position later on. Now, thinking at full capacity, he was analyzing the effect of Chinatsu's domain while also considering how he should counter it. Under normal circumstances, there are 3 ways to deal with a domain. First, brute force. Fighting the enemy directly using innate technique and cursed energy reinforcement while under the domain's effect. This method can only buy time and usually won't result in a victory. Because if you already possess the strength to defeat the opponent even while they are reinforced by a domain, there's no reason why others would be able to deploy a domain, but you wouldn't. Second, domain expansion. This is straightforward, domains will clash and negate each other. The stronger domain can directly overwrite the opponent's, while domains of comparable strength will mutually cancel out and eventually disappear. Third, escape the domain/destroy the domain. To trap the enemy, a domain reinforces the hardness of its inner shell, but this is not impenetrable. If the output is large enough, it is theoretically possible to blast a hole through the domain from the inside. Gojo Satoru prepared to attempt the third method, as he was confident in his hollow technique, purple. By charging it up and adding the chanting of cursed incantations, he would increase the output power to pierce the domain from the inside with a single strike. With this plan in mind, Gojo Satoru took a deep breath, brought his palms together in a charging motion, and clearly chanted the cursed incantation aloud. 9 principles. Polarization. Crow and declaration. Between inside and out. Hollow technique, purple. Gojo Satoru swung out his right hand, making the gesture of snapping his fingers, ready to launch the attack. The next second, the scene that should have appeared. Purple, condensed from imaginary mass and launching with a roar. Did not materialize. Instead, what Gojo Satoru saw was a complete dud. Hollow technique, purple did not appear. Gojo Satoru blinked blankly. In the original work, he was the only one who could crash other people's brains. Now he had crashed his own. A dud? Gojo Satoru couldn't believe that his strenuous charging only resulted in air, thinking that surely one step in the release process must have gone wrong. Could it be the domain's effect? Impossible. The simple domain beneath his feet hadn't been completely dismantled yet. He should still be in a state where he wasn't being interfered with by the domain's effects. Just as Gojo Satoru thought this, Chinatsu, whose presence had vanished for several minutes, suddenly appeared behind him back to back. Chinatsu tilted her head back slightly, smiling as she looked at Gojo Satoru, whose face was beaded with sweat. The words that came out of her mouth subsequently instilled a measure of despair in Gojo Satoru's heart. What made you think you successfully deployed a simple domain? Didn't I tell you before? The moment my domain expansion was deployed, you were already in the palm of my hand. Hearing these words from Chinatsu, Gojo Satoru finally understood the source of the inexplicable sense of incongruity he felt. It was a mental-type domain. The moment the domain expansion was deployed, he was afflicted by its effect and was unable to escape it ever since. Perhaps compared to Gojo Satoru's simple and violent unlimited void, Chinatsu's mirror flower water moon seemed gentle and lacked lethality. But when both parties' domains are capable of defeating the enemy and the output clearly exceeds what is necessary, the versatility of Chinatsu's mirror flower water moon becomes apparent. Simply put, Gojo Satoru's unlimited void causes the enemy's brain to crash, turning them into an immobile doll, while Chinatsu's mirror flower water moon turns the enemy into a puppet in her hands, dominating their every movement. Even someone as clever as Gojo Satoru, after personally experiencing Chinatsu's teasing, managed to roughly guess the domain's effect. Unfortunately, guessing it didn't help much. After a brief, silent pause, Gojo Satoru slowly closed his eyes. Scenes he often dreamt about flashed through his mind. In those dreams, his arrogant older sister became incredibly docile and cute, and the sight of her calling him brother truly pierced his heart. Unfortunately, it was only a dream. When his consciousness returned to reality, Gojo Satoru looked at his sister, who was staring at him with a teasing expression. He hesitated, then finally let out a long sigh. As expected, my older sister could never be that cute. Chapter 64, Returning Home. The moment Gojo Satoru finished complaining, Chinatsu, who had been standing back to back with him, suddenly appeared right in front, startling him. Chinatsu tilted her head slightly upward, wearing a faint smile that instilled a degree of fear in Gojo Satoru. I apologize for not being that cute. As Chinatsu spoke, she extended a hand and flicked her finger, aiming it right at Gojo Satoru's forehead. Before Gojo Satoru could even open his mouth to explain, a crisp and loud snap echoed from his forehead. Don't underestimate a mere finger flick. It must be known that with the enhancement of cursed energy, a jujutsu sorcerer's physical strikes are powerful enough to pierce thick steel plates. This blow had an outstanding effect. And the domain Chinatsu had deployed was instantly dispelled following that finger flick. The dreamy spherical barrier shell immediately fractured with countless cracks. Just like an exquisite crystal object shattering on the ground, countless crystal-clear barrier fragments flew out, eventually dissolving into the air within seconds. The overall sight was beautiful, so beautiful that if an artist could paint this scene, it would absolutely be enshrined in a world-class art exhibition hall. Unfortunately, Gojo Satoru did not have the energy to appreciate this artistic masterpiece right now. His face twitching slightly, he reached up with both hands to cover the forehead that had been struck by the flick, silently activating his reverse curse technique. In contrast, Chinatsu stood steadily on the ground, letting out a slow breath. She wasn't sure if Gojo Satoru had gained experience from her domain, but she had definitely gained a deeper, genuine understanding of her own domain. Because the first time she initiated a domain expansion, she was forcibly pushed into it by Kenjaku, and not only was the domain structure incomplete, but she, the caster, did not fully understand its effects. But this time, actively deploying the domain, although on the surface Chinatsu appeared to be purely teasing her little brother, the business-minded Chinatsu absolutely had not forgotten the main objective. Her domain could be taken a step further. However, to achieve this, she would need many more experimental sessions, just like the one she conducted on Gojo Satoru today. Thinking of this, Chinatsu turned and faced Gojo Satoru again, displaying a smile that outsiders would deem angelic, but which Gojo Satoru definitely saw as demonic. Satoru, you haven't awakened your domain yet, right? Although domain expansion is super draining, who told you to be my brother? Starting tomorrow, I will continue practicing domain with you. I believe that after experiencing my domain a few more times, yours will pop right out. Gojo Satoru's body involuntarily trembled. The rational side of him was frantically urging him to refuse, but the emotional side was also frantically warning him not to completely submit to Chinatsu. Even though his big brother master plan was infinitely close to bankruptcy, Gojo Satoru was not the type to admit defeat. A small flame capable of reigniting still existed in his heart. Chinatsu wasn't surprised by this. To be honest, if Gojo Satoru truly submitted completely and became a little brother trailing behind her, that would be genuinely strange, and Chinatsu would be extremely uncomfortable. Since the training plan was now set, Chinatsu had no reason to remain at the campus training ground. She waved her hand, turned, and prepared to leave. She was preparing to go home. It must be known that not long ago she had brought Nanako and Mimiko home from the countryside. Chinatsu stated that she wasn't the type of person who only gives birth but doesn't raise, so checking on them occasionally was very necessary. Of course, Chinatsu's purpose for returning home was not limited to this. Gojo family residence, inner courtyard. The elders of the Gojo family were all gathered together. Some Chinatsu recognized and some she did not, as the last time the Grand Elder led the elders to force her hand, he only brought those who supported her, and some elders supported Gojo Satoru. The gathering of so many elders at this moment was naturally due to Chinatsu's summons. Their faces were not grinning like they were during the last confrontation, instead they wore expressions of solemnity and seriousness. Chinatsu, don't worry. We have long disliked the actions of the central authorities. We won't fight the hard battle with real swords and guns, but when it comes to the soft battle of weakening their influence and real power, we old bones are all extremely skilled, the Grand Elder said seriously to Chinatsu, raising a fist and patting his chest. When Chinatsu went missing and it was traced back to the Jujutsu World higher-ups, they resolutely mobilized their influence to pressure the Jujutsu World higher-ups. After all, Chinatsu was their recognized next head of the family. For the Jujutsu World higher-ups to dare lay a finger on Chinatsu was tantamount to provoking the Gojo family. Chinatsu expressed her gratitude to the elders. Although it would be easy for her to rush to the center of the Jujutsu World and kill all those in power based on her strength, the Jujutsu World had been corrupted for too long. Simply killing them would not solve the root problem. Just like Gojo Satoru's approach in the original work, she needed to first cultivate fresh blood truly suitable for this era, and then replace that foul, old blood when the new generation was ready to stand on its own. At that time, if those old geezers could see the situation clearly and abdicate themselves, fine. But if they couldn't see the situation and stubbornly clung to the old ways, Chinatsu wouldn't mind bathing the higher UPS in blood. Walking out of the inner courtyard, Chinatsu stretched her arms, feeling slightly fatigued. After letting out a breath, she headed toward the dwelling where Nanako and Mimiko resided. On the way, Chinatsu inquired about the girls' recent status and the general opinion of them from the servants in the clan. Fortunately, the assessment was very good. Nanako and Mimiko could live peacefully within the Gojo family solely because Chinatsu had brought them back. However, if they wanted to gain everyone's true approval, they needed to show their effort, especially in the area of jujutsu. Soon, Chinatsu arrived at their residence. Before she even knocked on the door and entered the courtyard, she heard some faint, peculiar sounds from outside. "Mimiko, hurry and untie me. I can't move." Confused, Chinatsu immediately pushed open the door to the residence and walked into the courtyard. She saw Nanako completely bound by hemp rope, sprawled on the ground, her phone having rolled away. Mimiko, standing nearby, was completely rigid, only her mouth able to move. Chinatsu stared dumbfounded at the scene before her, sighing as she raised a hand to rub her forehead. "What in the world are you two doing?" Chapter 65, The Future of the Jujutsu World. Facing Chinatsu's sudden appearance, Nanako, who was tied with ropes, and Mimiko, whose body was immobile, first showed a panicked expression, then pursed their lips in shame. Who wants others to see them in such an embarrassing state? What's more, Chinatsu was someone they respected. If their bodies weren't immobile, they would have really wanted to dig a big hole with their toes and crawl into it. Seeing this scene, Chinatsu, who was covering her forehead with her hand, knew exactly what these two girls were up to. She even knew how they ended up in this state. Nanako was affected by Mimiko's cursed technique. Mimiko was affected by Nanako's cursed technique. Although neither the original work nor the official fanbook detailed the names and effects of their cursed techniques, based on the plot and their dialogue, one could infer something. Moreover, Chinatsu possessed a very special pair of eyes. Although you'll recover once the cursed technique's duration ends or your cursed energy is depleted, what you two did was still a bit too reckless. Chinatsu said this as she walked towards the two girls. She first reached out and untied Nanako, who was entangled in ropes. Nanako let out a sigh of relief, picked up her phone which had slipped from her hand, and took a picture of Mimiko with a click. With the sound of the camera, the cursed technique's effect on Mimiko also vanished, restoring her ability to move. Nanako and Mimiko exchanged glances, both showing awkward smiles. In reality, they had only intended to suddenly scare each other. Who knew that the sisters had such telepathy? Both of them made their moves simultaneously, one with ropes, the other taking a picture with a phone, and it resulted in the comical scene Chinatsu witnessed. Chinatsu couldn't say much to these two girls. After all, it's normal for children to be playful. Taking away a young person's youth is an unforgivable act, and the same goes for a child's pure childhood. However, with her Rikugan, Chinatsu could tell that Nanako and Mimiko hadn't neglected their training just to play. From her unique perspective, Nanako and Mimiko were enveloped by wisps of cursed energy resembling flames, though these flames were not fierce. Their level had clearly increased. People with Jujutsu sorcerer potential usually awaken between 4 and 6 years old, and most Jujutsu sorcerers who have mastered the basic usage of a cursed technique have the ability to deal with the lowest grade cursed spirits. Now they had successfully advanced from unranked to grade 4 Jujutsu sorcerers. They must have consulted members of their clan during their training. Nanako's awakened curse technique is called Shadow Capture Window. Its basic application involves reflective surfaces like mirrors, but with the changing times, this curse technique could even be combined with a phone's camera function. After she uses her phone to take a picture of a target or scene, Nanako can use her cursed technique to interfere with the objects within the photograph, giving it strong versatility and potential. Mimiko's awakened curse technique is rope binding, a curse technique that allows her to freely manipulate ropes to restrain or even strangle others. Perhaps Mimiko's curse technique seems simpler compared to Nanako's, but sometimes simplicity isn't a bad thing. Because of the curse technique's simplicity, there's no need to expend extra effort researching its various intricacies. All energy can be focused on a single point. Chinatsu gently stroked their heads with both hands. To reform the Jujutsu world, merely killing those currently in power is not enough. The Jujutsu world needs to change from the inside out, it needs fresh blood. Nanako and Mimiko are this fresh blood, and so too will be the future Itadori, Megumi, Nobara, and others. In the original work, Itadori bore the fate of dying surrounded by everyone. Fushiguro Megumi had his body taken over by Raiman Sukuna, who toyed with his flesh and soul, and Nobara's life stopped at the moment of her death, her fate unknown. Such treatment makes it difficult to associate them with their roles as male lead, second male lead, and female lead. This combination, often used for power-ups and comebacks in other works, even faced the risk of a final wipeout. But such a future, Chinatsu would not allow or accept it. Through Chinatsu's deep azure eyes she pierced through time, declaring her resolve. Meanwhile, Gojo Satoru, who had experienced Chinatsu's domain, did not leave the training ground within the school. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes in frustration, trying to recall the feeling his sister's domain expansion had given him. His experience bar in the realm of domains was already at 90%, and now there were clear signs of it continuing to rise. Geto Suguru and the others naturally wouldn't disturb him upon seeing this scene. Domain expansion is the ultimate secret of Jujutsu, and often a single thought or idea determines whether a Jujutsu sorcerer can successfully expand a domain. After maintaining a safe distance from Gojo Satoru, Geto Suguru also couldn't contain his excitement. He turned to Shoko beside him and asked his question. Shoko, what do you think my domain would be like if I mastered it in the future? To be honest, I'm completely at a loss right now with no direction at all. Hearing Geto Suguru's words, Shoko immediately showed a shocked expression, almost dropping the cigarette from her mouth. Because previously, in her opinion, Geto Suguru, a monster who could even switch to the world of free combat, would have no interest in domains whatsoever. Domain expansion? That's not hand-to-hand combat at all. However, with Geto Suguru bringing it up now, Shoko couldn't help but tilt her head slightly, beginning to ponder what it would look like if Geto Suguru were to awaken a domain. Night Parade of 100 Demons? Although thinking in that direction from a logical standpoint, it was undoubtedly correct, Shoko couldn't help but want to cross out that part of her fantasy. Her mind conjured an image of Geto Suguru leading a horde of muscular cursed spirits, punching and kicking enemies. Shoko took a sharp intake of breath, then couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Geto Suguru beside her tilted his head slightly, wondering why Shoko suddenly laughed. Shoko, with a smile, turned to Geto Suguru. She quietly stood on her tiptoes and placed her hand on Geto Suguru's shoulder. Instead of a domain, why don't you try developing hollow technique first? It's simpler and relatively more suitable for you. Shoko said with a smile. If a domain is the ultimate secret of jujutsu, then hollow technique is the extreme of a single curse technique, belonging to the category of the strongest skills. Geto Suguru naturally understood Shoko's meaning and knew that if he seriously worked towards hollow technique, he should be able to master it in no time. However, he had no interest in hollow technique. Compared to practicing that, he stated that he would rather tinker with his cloud of wandering triple section staff, which he bought for 1 billion. Chapter 66. Meanwhile, Kenjaku, who had been severely wounded by Chinatsu some time ago and fled in a panic, arrived at an ancient ruin to recuperate. Although the physical injuries could be healed using reverse cursed technique, the memory of her battle with Chinatsu, where victory was imminent only to be completely overturned, resulting in her humiliating retreat, sent periodic, agonizing pangs through Kenjaku's chest. Her original plan was to seal one set of Rikugan/6 eyes in the future, but 2 sets were born in this era. She then thought about eliminating one set early, but instead she was nearly eliminated herself. It seems heaven is working against me. But I won't give up a plan I've been working on for so long. If the opposition from the Jujutsu sorcerer side has increased, then we simply need to increase our momentum. Kenjaku slowly walked through the ancient ruins, her gaze sweeping across the murals inside. The murals depicted scenes from ancient times when Jujutsu sorcerers fought against cursed spirits. Several cursed spirits were particularly noticeable. The cursed spirit of the volcano, Jogo. The cursed spirit of the forest, Hanami. The cursed spirit of the ocean, Dagon. The cursed spirit of humanity, Mahito. Cursed spirits are born from the negative emotions of humanity. Even if they are exorcised by a jujutsu sorcerer, it is merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. As cursed energy accumulates over time, these powerful disaster-cursed spirits will continuously revive and regenerate. Kenjaku was preparing to acquire all-powerful cursed spirits, including the 4 major disaster-cursed spirits mentioned above, to compensate for the combat power needed to oppose Chinatsu and the others. Of course, the combat power of these cursed spirits alone was still far from enough. Even if the anomaly Chinatsu had not appeared, Kenjaku had planned to acquire them. As expected, I still have to rely on Sukuna. In Kenjaku's original plan, Sukuna was merely an important chess piece for her to achieve her ultimate goal. However, as events unfolded, Sukuna's importance in her plan grew steadily, reaching the point where the plan absolutely could not proceed without using him. Yet, how could Sukuna be someone easily manipulated? Sukuna, pure evil and akin to a bomb, had no bottom line and was capable of anything. If Kenjaku wasn't careful, there was a possibility of her being exploited in return. Although, nevertheless, she did not believe she would fail. Thinking this, Kenjaku slowly clenched her previously open palm into a fist, and a confident smile appeared on her face. After nursing her body back to health, Kenjaku emerged from the ruins and traveled through the city. However, Kenjaku had barely exposed herself in the streets and alleys before her keen senses detected unusual gazes directed towards her. This was definitely not the curious gaze ordinary people showed when they saw the horizontal scar on her forehead, as she had grown accustomed to that type of attention over the centuries. Kenjaku looked up and spotted a pitch-black crow circling in the sky, watching her below with its deep pupils. Seeing that its surveillance had been detected, the crow quickly flapped its wings, preparing to flee the area temporarily. However, Kenjaku, standing in the middle of the crowd, dramatically raised her palm and aimed it at the escaping crow. Curse technique reversal, gravity manipulation. The crow, upon having gravity applied to it, shuddered violently and plummeted downward like a cannonball, landing directly over a traffic lane. With a loud bang, the plunging crow violently struck the windshield of a moving sedan. The sturdy windshield was riddled with dense cracks, and the driver was so startled that he frantically spun the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes. Ultimately, the sedan crashed headfirst into a nearby utility pole, causing a severe collision that drew shouts from the surrounding crowd. Fortunately, the accident did not result in a pileup or any fatalities, which was a blessing amid the misfortune. Driven by the herd mentality of enjoying a spectacle, everyone involuntarily looked toward the accident scene, and murmuring filled the area. Amidst the commotion, Kenjaku stealthily snatched a hat from the head of an ordinary person and placed it on her own head, attempting to conceal the scar on her forehead. A crow curse technique? The anomaly I sensed at the airport last time must have also been from this jujutsu sorcerer. However, there is no need to worry too much. It's impossible for a normal jujutsu sorcerer to expand the range of her cursed technique control nationwide. Once the crow goes beyond the jujutsu sorcerer's range of control, it is merely a crow. Kenjaku calmly assessed the situation. Although she did not possess the Rikugan/six eyes to see through others' curse techniques, based on the experience she had accumulated over a millennium, making a judgment of this level was easy. Kenjaku, wearing the hat, moved through the streets and alleys. She planned to evade the surveillance of the jujutsu sorcerer while simultaneously searching for Sukuna's fingers, accumulating power before her plan began, until the moment of its explosive commencement arrived. At the same time, Mei, whose visual sharing had been interrupted because her crow was forcefully killed, lowered her head, gently covered her eyes with her hand, and felt a slight discomfort. When she recovered and lifted her head, sparks of anger burned within the eyes beneath her silver bangs. Previously, she had accepted a commission arranged by Chinatsu, asking her to monitor Kenjaku's movements upon returning from abroad and report back to Chinatsu. The 10 million yen commission fee had already been deposited into her account, but Mei failed to complete the assignment. Kenjaku had secretly escaped her crow surveillance and later attacked her client during that time. Humiliation, utter disgrace. Mei stated that she had taken on so many commissions, let alone this level of disgrace, she had never made a single mistake before. Although Chinatsu ultimately did not dwell on Mei's mistake, Mei felt deep self-reproach about it. At this moment, Mei took out her phone from her pocket and reported Kenjaku's recent location to Chinatsu. Just a few seconds later, Chinatsu quickly replied to Mei. Sister Mei, please be extremely cautious. Kenjaku is a very dangerous individual. If a situation arises that Sister Mei deems hazardous, please prioritize your own safety. Looking at Chinatsu's reply on her phone, Mei smiled faintly, feeling a warmth in her heart. She pressed her fingers on the phone keyboard, giving a brief reply to Chinatsu before canceling all the other commissions she had previously planned to accept. Mei exhaled softly, tucked the phone back into her pocket, turned around, and slowly walked away from the area where she had been standing. Chapter 67, Moving Forward Towards the Future. Mei chasing Kenjaku was actually a very dangerous act, as Kenjaku, after all, was a powerful jujutsu sorcerer who had lived for thousands of years and mastered an open barrier domain expansion. Chinatsu only hoped that she wouldn't pursue him too deeply, because once Mei came into direct contact with Kenjaku, Mei would definitely not be Kenjaku's opponent. It would even be very difficult for her to simply preserve her life. At this moment, Chinatsu looked down at Mei's reply on her phone. After a moment of hesitation, she sent another string of messages, reminding Mei not to be careless. After sending the message, Chinatsu leaned back and slumped onto the sofa in her room at the Gojo family residence, her head slightly tilted upwards as she gazed at the ceiling. The pressure, it was a bit much. If it were just pressure from cultivation, Chinatsu would never complain about it. In fact, such pressure wouldn't even settle in her heart. The most crucial thing was that the purpose of her diligent cultivation was to be able to conclude the future with a happy ending where everyone could smile from the bottom of their hearts. Not being able to finish the original work's plot before her transmigration left Chinatsu feeling lost even about the original future, let alone the future that had now been interfered with by her. Can I protect everyone? Can I change the future? Can I save the tragedy? From childhood to adulthood, Chinatsu repeatedly questioned herself internally, and at the same time she reaffirmed herself again and again. Now it was no different. Chinatsu, slumped on the sofa, exhaled, quickly changed from a slouched posture to a proper sitting posture, and finally stood up from the sofa. Her eyes sparkled with clear, cerulean light, and a determined expression once again appeared on her face. A confusing future? Since I can't see the future clearly, then I'll forge a future that aligns with my will. The next day, early morning. For the following few days, Chinatsu and Satoru Gojo immersed themselves in the training grounds of Jujutsu High. Chinatsu continuously tried to perfect her domain using Satoru Gojo as an experimental subject, while Satoru Gojo, in turn, used Chinatsu's domain to deepen his understanding of domains. Although Satoru Gojo was somewhat embarrassed by the experience-gaining process and unwilling to tell others what happened inside the domain, the increase in experience points was concrete. Finally, on the 6th day, when Satoru Gojo faced Chinatsu's Mirror Flower Water Moon, he gravely extended his right hand. His left ring finger and pinky were bent towards his palm, his index finger was curved and rested on the back of his middle finger, and his thumb was slightly bent. Domain expansion, unlimited void. Satoru Gojo's cursed energy poured out from his body. The two domain powers would either crush the other or contend with each other and ultimately cancel each other out. The factors in this contention were related to many aspects, such as the effects within the domain, the cursed energy within the Jujutsu sorcerer's body, and so on. Witnessing the clash of the two domains, Chinatsu understood that if the confrontation continued, her domain would still emerge victorious, as she had mastered her domain earlier, and her current Mirror Flower Water Moon was more complete than the first time Satoru Gojo deployed Unlimited Void. However, since this was Satoru Gojo's first domain expansion, Chinatsu still wanted to give him that respect. After dozens of seconds of domain contention, both domains shattered simultaneously, and fragments of two different types of domain shells scattered in the air, appearing quite dazzling. Although Satoru Gojo also knew that his sister had gone easy on him, this did not prevent him from being happy. However, his joy wasn't because he had successfully deployed his domain, but because he had finally returned to the same starting line as his sister, not having fallen too far behind. His domain, Unlimited Void, was different from Chinatsu's Mirror Flower Water Moon. Its effect was simple, brutal, and extremely potent, forcefully stuffing a massive amount of useless information into the enemy's brain, causing their brain to crash while also physically damaging it. If one were to solely discuss the effect of a domain, then Unlimited Void was undoubtedly the strongest in the original work, but the current Unlimited Void, like Mirror Flower Water Moon, still had room for further growth. Looking at Satoru Gojo, who was laughing to himself across from her, Chinatsu fell into a long silence. She quietly adjusted her state, waiting for the end of Curse Technique Reversal. Then Chinatsu once again deployed her domain. The dreamy, ethereal, cursed energy instantly spread in all directions. Satoru Gojo was stunned for a moment, then assumed his sister was preparing for another impromptu domain training session, but when he came to his senses he was surprised to find that his sister's domain expansion this time was somewhat different from before. The dreamy, ethereal, cursed energy did not solidify around them to form a barrier. The water-like domain power floated in the air, quite unstable. Chinatsu was conducting the experiment with utmost seriousness, attempting to evolve her closed barrier domain into an open barrier domain, much like Raiman Sukuna and Kenjaku. This way, not only would it eliminate the weakness of a fragile external shell, but the range of the domain could also be further increased. However, the initial experiment was not smooth. Chinatsu managed to hold on for about half a minute. Without a domain shell to contain the water-like domain power, the domain power pooled on the ground and eventually transformed into pure cursed energy. Although Chinatsu hadn't expected to succeed on her first try, the fact that the initial experiment only lasted for half a minute was still somewhat beyond her expectations. Satoru Gojo, across from her, naturally figured out what Chinatsu was trying to do, and precisely because he figured it out, he was even more astonished, mentally estimating the feasibility of this idea. Chinatsu and Satoru Gojo, as Six Eyes users, had already reached the pinnacle of the current jujutsu world before they were even 20 years old. No external pressure could motivate them to become stronger, they could easily resolve any issue. Thus, even if 2-3 years passed, or even until the timeline of the original work's plot unfolded, without a goal or pressure, their strength might not show a significant improvement. This was absolutely unacceptable. Although Chinatsu's addition had qualitatively improved the protagonist's side, Kenjaku was a 1,000-year-old fox. She would definitely go all out during this period of accumulating strength. Even though the current situation was excellent, with a 99% chance of victory, Chinatsu absolutely did not want that remaining 0.1% to fall upon her. Chinatsu exhaled, tilting her head slightly to look up at the clear, azure sky. Satoru, we must become stronger, strong enough to overcome any crisis, no matter how unreasonable that may occur in the future. Although Satoru Gojo didn't quite understand the true meaning behind his sister's words, he instinctively nodded and clenched his fists. In the original work, he became the strongest person in modern times, with no further goals or motivation to advance, but now, having someone constantly running ahead of him had become his unwavering goal to pursue. They could become even stronger. Chapter 68, 8 years later. Time flew by. While Kenjaku was secretly developing, this period was not only very peaceful but could even be called leisurely. In his bid to snatch the Sukuna's fingers scattered across the world, Kenjaku, the millennial curse user, essentially transformed into a model, diligent jujutsu sorcerer of the jujutsu world. Many jujutsu sorcerers assigned to missions found that the target cursed spirit had already been exorcised upon arrival. How could Chinatsu not know the purpose behind Kenjaku's actions? It was simply that she was not prepared to compete with him for Sukuna's finger. Sukuna and Kenjaku were strong, almost unavoidable enemies in the future. Chinatsu had once tried to compete for Sukuna's finger, but after consecutively subjugating hundreds of cursed spirits, she still failed to find a single one. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. Chinatsu ultimately couldn't withstand the constant badgering of the old fogies in the clan. She finally became the next head of the Gojo family. This was not only the first time a female family head had appeared in the Gojo family, but also the first time among the big three families of the jujutsu world. Chinatsu was still somewhat helpless about this, even though she often comforted herself with the thought that managing the family is preparation for managing the jujutsu world soon. But whenever this matter was brought up, and Satoru Gojo showed a suppressed smile next to her, Chinatsu couldn't help but land a punch on his head to vent her frustration. In terms of training, everyone was equally busy. Although there were no outsiders pushing them anymore, they were able to push each other internally. Even Shoko, who was not combat-oriented, improved under this competitive atmosphere. As that year drew closer, Chinatsu's heart grew heavier. Over time, she developed a habit of drinking coffee to keep herself sharp. Akihabara inside a cafe. Chinatsu, now 26 years old, sat gracefully and demurely in a secluded seat inside the cafe, taking a small sip of the coffee she held. However, the next moment, she frantically swallowed the mouthful of coffee she was holding, looking slightly strange, and stuck out her tongue briefly. "This coffee, the taste is weird? This is a new item at our shop. Customer reactions to this coffee are quite polarized. Some customers find it delicious, while others can't drink it at all. It seems, Chinatsu, you lean towards the latter." Standing beside Chinatsu was a smiling woman. She was Kana, Chinatsu's former co-worker at this cafe, who had now been promoted to manager. Her path to promotion was quite legendary, starting as a waitress who interviewed for a job, then becoming assistant manager, and now holding the position of general manager. If she were promoted just one more level, she would be qualified to learn about the existence of the jujutsu world. Chinatsu and Kana chatted casually in the cafe. Inside the shop, whether they were working waitresses or served customers, everyone occasionally glanced their way, drawn by their presence. Even if Kana's looks couldn't place her among true beauties, she definitely had above-average attractiveness. This was important, as this cafe specialized in customer hospitality and experience. Other industries might not care about looks, but this one did. As for Chinatsu, there was no need to elaborate. Even though she wore pure black sunglasses on the bridge of her nose, they could not conceal her stunning beauty. Although her face alone suggested a cute and gentle type, when she wasn't speaking, there was a subtle inclination to categorize her as the mature Wani-san type. The desire to keep looking, to immerse oneself in her beauty the longer they gazed, surged from their hearts, making them unable to stop. One customer finally couldn't hold back. He swallowed a lump in his throat, gathered his courage, and gently waved to the waitress nearest to him. Excuse me, who is the lady talking to Sister Kana over there? The one with silver hair tied in a high ponytail and wearing sunglasses." "Oh, you mean Sister Chinatsu, right? She's Sister Kana's good friend, and I heard she's the daughter of the boss behind this store." "Ah? A young mistress? Well, that makes sense. The customer was only briefly stunned. He wasn't overly surprised by the young mistress status, rather he thought it was quite normal. Judging a book by its cover is wrong, but the aura Chinatsu exuded clearly demonstrated her identity. Chinatsu and Kana rarely contacted each other, but essentially whenever they did, Chinatsu would definitely visit Kana to eat, drink, and chat with her. Because when she really thought about it, Chinatsu realized that Kana was her only friend outside of the jujutsu world. When chatting with Kana, Chinatsu could completely disregard matters of jujutsu, talking about various mundane things as an ordinary person talking to a friend. Suddenly, the phone Chinatsu had placed in the corner of the table buzzed. Chinatsu picked it up curiously and opened it, her expression changing slightly. Kana, standing beside her, keenly noticed the subtle shift in Chinatsu's expression after looking at her phone, and she said lightly, "It's work, isn't it? You should go attend to it. I also have some things to deal with, after all, I'm the manager of this place. It's exhausting." Kana's words were clearly giving Chinatsu an excuse to leave. Chinatsu apologized, stood up from her seat, and walked out of the cafe while waving her hand. The time was 4 in the afternoon, which was the time for students in this country to finish school and participate in club activities. Nanako and Mimiko, whom Chinatsu had adopted, had entered the 3rd year of junior high. They hadn't joined any school clubs, and although they usually rushed home right after school, they were currently still lingering on school grounds. This was because, as jujutsu sorcerers, they had discovered a cursed spirit at the school. If it had been an ordinary grade 4 or grade 3 cursed spirit, they would have handled it themselves, but the cursed spirit in their sight was a bit too huge. They saw the cursed spirit, which was 2 or 3 stories tall, sitting cross-legged on the roof of the school building. Its hideous face was sticking out its tongue, and its outstretched palms occasionally grabbed lonely ordinary people below, quickly shoving them into its mouth, looking as if it were leisurely enjoying a buffet. Was it a grade 1 cursed spirit or a special grade cursed spirit? Nanako and Mimiko couldn't determine the cursed spirit's grade, but they knew it was definitely not a grade they could exorcise. Moreover, trying to rescue the ordinary people it had swallowed before exorcising it made the task even harder. The two of them sighed simultaneously. Then Nanako took out her phone and opened the camera function, while Mimiko pulled a long, thick rope, whose end couldn't be seen, from her small bag. "We can do this, right?" "No problem at all." Although they couldn't exorcise the cursed spirit, they weren't going to stand idly by. They planned to stop the cursed spirit from harming more ordinary people as much as possible before Chinatsu arrived. Chapter 69, Changes. Nanako and Mimiko stared at the massive cursed spirit perched atop the building. Seeing the gigantic cursed spirit stretch out its demonic claw toward a student inexplicably isolated in a corner of the school, the two immediately mobilized all the cursed energy in their bodies and intentionally released it. Although cursed energy resides within every living organism in this world, there are still differences between types of cursed energy. In the gigantic cursed spirit's perception, the sudden release was like 2 scorching suns appearing in the starry night sky. The demonic claw extended by the gigantic cursed spirit was about to grab the isolated student, but upon sensing Nanako and Mimiko's cursed energy, it instantly changed its target, stretching its claw toward the 2 girls instead. "Look at that intelligence. We can rule out a special grade cursed spirit." Nanako couldn't help but mock the cursed spirit's clumsy movements. Whether the cursed spirit heard and understood her or not, the demonic claw it extended suddenly sped up. Just as the claw was about to seize them, the sound of a phone camera shutter echoed, and the monstrous claw instantly froze, suspended above the 2 girls. Nanako's curse technique is named Screen Capture Window. It can be activated using a mobile phone as a medium, allowing her to interfere with the scene within the photograph taken by the phone via her cursed technique. The curse technique encompasses the freezing of objects, the replacement of objects, and even the deletion of objects. However, this curse technique consumes a huge amount of cursed energy, and against opponents with vastly superior cursed energy, the technique's effect might automatically be nullified. The moment the cursed energy hand was immobilized, Mimiko pulled a thick, long rope from her bag. As Mimiko forcefully swung the rope, it extended to a length of several dozen meters. The rope quickly wrapped around the extended hand of the cursed spirit. After Mimiko channeled cursed energy to enhance the strike, the cursed spirit's hand was instantly strangled and reduced to pure cursed energy. Mimiko exhaled a puff of air. The several dozen-meter rope floated in the air like Neza's universe-mixing silk, guarding Mimiko's side. This rope is a cursed tool. A few years ago, Chinatsu participated in a new cursed tool auction as the current head of the Gojo family, and this cursed tool was specifically purchased by Chinatsu at that time. Its effect is quite similar to the 10,000-mile chain held by Fushiguro Toji. As long as one end of the rope is not directly observed by others, the rope itself can extend indefinitely. Mimiko's curse technique is rope binding, a technique that allows her to freely manipulate rope-like objects, enhancing their restraint and strangulation effects, making it a perfect match for this rope curse tool. The gigantic curse spirit watched its hand being severed. It paused for a moment, then displayed an expression that, even through its hideous grin, was clearly one of fury. Unlike human jujutsu sorcerers, a cursed spirit, which is formed purely from condensed cursed energy, can easily achieve physical self-regeneration. As long as its body is not completely dispersed in a single blow, it can recover simply by expending cursed energy. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic cursed spirit recovered its severed hand. With its eyes wide in fury, it stared down at Nanako and Mimiko, then leaped from the top of the tall building to land directly in front of them. Although it wasn't a special grade cursed spirit, it was at the level of high grade 1. Wrapped in waves of terrifying negative cursed energy, Nanako and Mimiko instantly felt the immense pressure emanating from the cursed spirit. However, Nanako and Mimiko chose not to retreat and flee. They were the only jujutsu sorcerers present, and if they ran, they had no doubt that the cursed spirit would immediately turn its malice toward the ordinary people. Although this world is inherently imperfect, and the two girls had experienced terrible encounters in their childhood due to the villagers' ignorance, they chose to protect the beauty that remained and transform this flawed, imperfect world into the way they wished it to be. Nanako seriously raised her phone high. Although the cursed spirit's main body was too large, and she wasn't sure if mobilizing all her cursed energy could restrain it, she knew everything had to be attempted before the result could be known. Mimiko, meanwhile, put all her effort into amplifying the rope's length, attempting to hogtie the entire cursed spirit with the rope. The two girls' current jujutsu level was at the grade 2 stage, making them undoubtedly geniuses and elites among their age group in the jujutsu world. If the cursed spirit before them had been an ordinary grade 1 instead of a high grade 1 nearing special grade, they would have had a chance to win even solo, let alone working together. The gigantic cursed spirit lowered its head, looking down at Nanako and Mimiko. Just as it prepared to strike with its demonic claw, a massive hole was suddenly blasted through its back. Before the cursed spirit could even react, another huge hole suddenly opened up in its front chest, the side facing Nanako and Mimiko. The gigantic cursed spirit was utterly bewildered. With a hole in both the front and the back, the injury, while not yet at the level of complete dispersion, was close to hovering on the brink of death. With a bang, it tilted backward and collapsed onto the ground. Standing before Nanako and Mimiko was Chinatsu, who had arrived at the location unnoticed, and she was carrying the distressed students who had been swallowed by the cursed spirit. "Sister!" Nanako and Mimiko simultaneously showed expressions of delight. Their nerves, previously taut as bowstrings, instantly relaxed, as if a massive boulder pressing on their chests had shattered. You two did very well. If you hadn't distracted the cursed spirit, these students might have already been digested and lost their lives." Chinatsu gently nodded at Nanako and Mimiko, placing her hands on the distressed students and silently using reverse curse technique to heal their physical injuries. The gigantic cursed spirit lying collapsed on the ground was also healing its body, but before it could finish its regeneration and crawl back up, Chinatsu, who was using reverse curse technique on the distressed students, slowly murmured a single word. "Blue." Without any wind-up or hand signs, a mass of blue energy like light and flame suddenly appeared above the cursed spirit behind her. In just a few seconds, the gigantic cursed spirit's body was torn apart by the intense suction force, ultimately dissolving into pure cursed energy that dispersed into the air. Nanako and Mimiko's eyes sparkled, brightly radiating overwhelming adoration toward Chinatsu like devoted fangirls. Meanwhile, back at Jujutsu High, one person was also thinking about Chinatsu, though the strained expression on his face was enough to announce his current mood. Requesting a full day off due to family matters. Please approve. Yaga Mazumichi, who had been promoted to principal of Jujutsu High, fell into a long silence as he looked at the leave request from the teacher Chinatsu in his hand. He then pulled open the drawer behind him and stuffed the application inside. It is worth mentioning that the drawer was already filled with a stack of similar application forms, so much so that Yaga Mazamichi couldn't just casually stuff it in. He had to fit it in perfectly. Chapter 70 Aftermath. Dealing with the cursed spirit took only the blink of an eye. Handling the aftermath required a lengthy phone call. No matter how quickly the cursed spirit acted, when these victimized students woke up, they would surely recall details about the cursed spirit. This was, after all, a middle school, and middle schoolers weren't so easily fooled. Typically, jujutsu sorcerers try their best to avoid contact with ordinary people when executing missions, but cursed spirits attack randomly and aggressively, so how could jujutsu sorcerers foresee every instance and prevent them all in advance? When ordinary people are directly victimized by cursed spirits and discover the existence of the jujutsu world to some extent, it is time for the jujutsu world's specialized department for handling the aftermath to mobilize. Chinatsu wasn't entirely sure how they operated, but since the jujutsu world has existed for thousands of years without being known to the public, they must have their methods. After eliminating the massive cursed spirit, Chinatsu dragged the students into an empty classroom. Chinatsu leaned against the classroom wall, calling the aftermath department on her phone, urging them to hurry over. Nanako and Mimiko stood beside the victimized students, attempting to comfort them with words, though the effect was poor. This was because Nanako and Mimiko were not the quiet, unknown types in school. Rather, they were considered the two most prominent figures, the kind of people school delinquents had to bow and greet upon seeing. Nanako was known as the Big Sister, a title she earned by single-handedly dismantling the middle school's delinquent organization. Although this was a kind gesture, most students mistakenly believed it was a struggle between delinquents over territory and titles. Coupled with several instances where delinquents openly paid tribute to Nanako, the misunderstanding deepened. Mimiko was known as the Witch, a title she was given after Nanako acquired the Big Sister moniker. Because the two were always close, some persistent delinquents, believing they couldn't mess with Nanako, decided to retaliate against Mimiko, who was close to Nanako. They seized the opportunity when Mimiko was alone and quickly made their move, but before they could react, they were knocked to the ground. Mimiko placed her foot on their faces, giving them a look of utter contempt, as if they were nothing but trash. Once this news spread, the number of people delinquents paid tribute to increased by one. The two walked side by side through the school, ordinary students keeping their distance, while delinquents immediately bowed in salute upon seeing them. At this moment, some of the awakened victims recalled exactly what they had experienced. Their pupils were trembling, and seeing the school's two most prominent figures standing before them made it impossible to calm down. Their minds couldn't process things immediately, and they subconsciously wanted to run, but forget taking a step. Any twitch of their bodies was forcefully suppressed by Mimiko and Nanako. The calm down, calm down, calm down, coming from the girls' mouths sounded like demonic coercion to their eyes and ears, triggering their instinct to resist. Help! 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 The incessant noise reached Chinatsu's ears as she leaned against the wall, talking on the phone with the aftermath department. Chinatsu was originally explaining the location to the department, but with all the commotion, whether Chinatsu could hear the other party was irrelevant. The other party most likely couldn't hear her. Chinatsu subtly raised an eyebrow. She moved the phone away from her ear, turned and smiled at the noisy group of students. Normally, Chinatsu's genuine smile would make her seem like an angel in the eyes of others, but in this moment, the angel transformed into a devil. You all can manage to be quiet, right? Instantly, the classroom fell silent. There wasn't even a single yes in reply. The conscious students immediately shut their mouths, while the unconscious students involuntarily shivered. As the saying goes, two negatives make a positive. The terror covering the students' hearts was overlaid by another layer of fear, and they calmed down instead. Very good. Chinatsu nodded lightly, then picked up her phone again, clearly and concisely explaining the location to the aftermath department on the other end before hanging up cleanly. Before long, personnel from the Jujutsu World's aftermath department poured into the school from outside, their official cover being a surprise inspection from the Higher Education Bureau. The school's higher UPS were baffled. Initially, they thought these people were just putting on a show, but after a check, they found the Education Bureau identification was genuine. After a simple procedural handover, Chinatsu, holding Nanako and Mimiko's hands, quickly left the school. School dismissal was at 3 in the afternoon. It was now 5 o'clock, twilight. On the way home, Nanako recalled the sense of powerlessness she felt earlier facing the massive cursed spirit, and she involuntarily clenched her fists. Big sister, when we attend Jujutsu High next year, we can become stronger, right? Nanako looked at Chinatsu beside her with hopeful eyes. Chinatsu smiled faintly, reached out, and patted Nanako's head, replying, "Of course. Once you attend Jujutsu High, you will have like-minded classmates to grow stronger with. I can guarantee that." Nanako nodded vigorously, an irrepressible look of excitement on her face. When the topic of classmates came up, Mimiko on the other side voiced a new concern. "Big sister, I heard that there are very few students in one grade at Jujutsu High. Having only 2 or 3 people is normal. We won't only have one classmate, will we?" Mimiko murmured quietly, sounding worried. Hearing Mimiko's concern, Chinatsu's other palm of the Buddha landed on her head with a soft plop, and she replied, "No, you'll have quite a few classmates in your batch." Mimiko let out a huge sigh of relief. In this ordinary school, she and Nanako seemed somewhat out of place, and she certainly didn't want to go to Jujutsu High only to find that while she fit in, she had barely any classmates. The cursed tool user, Maki Zenin. The cursed speech user, Toge Inamaki. The cursed corpse, Panda. And the protagonist of the original work Jujutsu Kaisen Volume 0, a boy named Yuta Okatsu. Unlike the original work, Chinatsu had made contact with this boy several years ago. To approach him, Chinatsu took several days off, even transitioning from a professional jujutsu sorcerer to a professional stalker, nearly getting detained by the police. She did all of this solely to prevent a tragedy from occurring. Chapter 71, Yuta and Rika, 1. The timeline briefly pulls back to several years ago. Masamichi Yaga, who had recently become the principal of Tokyo Jujutsu High, sat in his principal's office, holding a leave application form and sinking into a long silence. If it were just an ordinary leave request, Masamichi Yaga naturally wouldn't pay it much mind. After all, even a dedicated former teacher like him had taken several days off during his tenure. But Masamichi Yaga slowly reached out a hand, pulled open the bottom drawer of his desk, and took out several identical leave slips stored inside. Due to family matters, requesting leave. Please approve. 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 Masamichi Yaga folded his arms and looked down at the uniform stack of leave applications on his desk. After a long silence, he pulled out his phone and made a call. However, the person he called was not Chinatsu, but Satoru Gojo. Masamichi Yaga, hello? Satoru, same as always. Your older sister has run off again. You deal with it. If you can't bring her back, you're covering her class again today. Satoru Gojo, huh? Listening to Yaga's words through the phone, Satoru Gojo's expression was complicated, showing both the painful twitch of his mouth and a sense of expected relief. Make me bring my older sister back? Ah, well, her phone is already turned off. Satoru Gojo sighed heavily in resignation. Then, clasping his hands together, he activated long-distance teleportation and shot toward the nearest dessert shop. Working fine. Overtime, barely acceptable. But if he couldn't sneak in a few bites of delicious sweets and pastries while slacking off during work, Satoru Gojo couldn't guarantee his mental state would be sound, or that he wouldn't teach the students something abstract. Elsewhere, Chinatsu, one of the 4 special grade sorcerers of the jujutsu world, had become a stalker, and not a very professional one at that. Initially, she followed the target without disguise, thinking that as long as she maintained a safe distance, she wouldn't be discovered, thus rendering a disguise unnecessary. The result was that the target unit indeed didn't spot her, but during the tracking process, she was intercepted multiple times by people of all ages and genders. For instance, she was mistaken for an idol star and asked for autographs, or she was harassed by thugs before Chinatsu knocked them out with a single punch. In short, it was really giving Chinatsu a massive headache. Inside a high-end clothing store. In front of a full-length mirror, Chinatsu, dressed in a hooded jacket, a black hat and a black face mask, was scrutinizing herself in the reflection, nodding occasionally. Very good, very good. It should be much harder for people to bother me now, Chinatsu thought, extremely satisfied as she looked at the reflection that she herself could barely recognize. The clerk behind her couldn't help but sweat profusely, wiping his face with a tissue while internally complaining about why Chinatsu's outfit, which was entirely composed of designer brands, had been assembled in such a way. Chinatsu confidently walked out of the high-end clothing store. Just as she was preparing for the second round of tracking, she was reported by passers-by and intercepted by the police mid-route. Looking at the police surrounding her, Chinatsu, whose face was almost entirely obscured by her full gear, had 3 large question marks hovering above her head. Following a citizen's report, we suspect you are engaged in illegal activities. Please come with us, the police officer said seriously, continuing to approach Chinatsu. The great special grade sorcerer of the Jujutsu world being apprehended by the police, Chinatsu felt that various aspects of her life, including her reputation, were about to suffer a severe blow. Finally, at an intersection unseen by surveillance cameras, Chinatsu secretly activated a teleportation with the police officers, narrowly avoiding the fate of being taken back to the police station for detention. Round 1 failed. Round 2 failed. After 2 failures, Chinatsu, who had transitioned into a stalker, felt her experience points were finally maxed out, and in the 3rd round, she displayed what she considered a professional level of skill. Target Unit 1 Yuta Okatsu. Target Unit 2 Rika Orimoto. These two were childhood sweethearts with an excellent relationship, having already made a promise to marry in the future, even securing wedding rings. The speed and efficiency of their commitment could be described as terrifying anywhere. However, if their fate followed the original work, Rika Orimoto would be involved in an extremely severe car accident at the age of 11, dying instantly. Yuta Okatsu witnessed the birth of this tragedy. Rika's blood flowed onto the ground, forming a pool, and various negative emotions surged within Yuta Okatsu. He was originally a distant relative of the Gojo family, one of the big 3 families of the Jujutsu world, and harbored enormous potential within him. Under such intense stimulation, Yuta Okatsu unleashed a massive amount of cursed energy and cast a Don't Go curse on Rika Orimoto, thereby confining Rika's soul, which ultimately led to the creation of the overly cursed spirit known as the Queen of Curses. And thanks to Rika, Yuta Okatsu, a complete newcomer who had never interacted with the Jujutsu world, was immediately designated a special grade sorcerer by the Jujutsu Higher UPS. Even after later releasing Rika's soul, Yuta Okatsu relied on his outstanding talent to return to the rank of special grade sorcerer within just 3 months. Rika was Yuta Okatsu's cheat. But if Yuta Okatsu were given the choice, he would absolutely never abandon his beloved for this power, and preventing Rika's car accident is exactly what Chinatsu is preparing to do now. However, Chinatsu had no idea exactly which day Rika's accident occurred, so she could only rely on the weather descriptions from snippets of the original work and spend extra time enduring the stakeout. Although tiring, it was worth it. After reacquiring the target, Chinatsu continued to follow behind them. Although Yuta Okatsu looked a bit dull at this age, his talent for becoming an excellent jujutsu sorcerer meant his reaction to cursed energy was extremely sensitive. He would occasionally look confused and turn or twist his head to look behind him, his eyes carefully observing the rear. "Yuta? What's wrong?" Rika asked him curiously. Okatsu, having not spotted anyone behind them, awkwardly raised a hand to scratch the back of his head, giving a silly grin. "And nothing. Let's keep going." "Okay." Okatsu and Rika continued forward, holding hands. Chinatsu maintained a safe distance behind them, carefully observing the two ahead and every intersection they were about to cross, ensuring absolute infallibility. Rika Orimoto, she was determined to save her. Chapter 72, Yuta and Rika 2. Yuta and Rika were walking to school. This stretch of road didn't have many vehicles, it was mostly sidewalks, so even though they were both only 11 years old, they wouldn't normally encounter any danger. As top-tier childhood sweethearts, the atmosphere surrounding them completely lacked any tsundere-like ambiguity, only the warmth of pure love radiated outwards. Was this an early romance? According to Huaxia's standards, Yuta and Rika were undoubtedly in an early romance, and a very serious one at that. But in reality, the concept of early romance only exists in Huaxia. The country Chinatsu was currently in, along with various European and American countries, did not have this concept. "Yuta, the exam is in a few days. Have you been studying? If there's anything you don't understand, you must ask me. You almost failed your last exam." "Don't worry. This time I've made full preparations. I believe my grades will definitely improve greatly. We've agreed to go to the same middle school in the future and I'll definitely catch up. Yuta Okatsu clenched his fists as he spoke. Although his tone wasn't brimming with confidence, it exuded a determination to push himself and succeed. They had long agreed to attend the same middle school, high school, and even university in the future, but Rika was an academic overachiever, while Yuta's grades were quite ordinary. If things continued this way, for them to attend the same school as promised, Rika would have to compromise and attend a lower-tier school. But Yuta also had his pride. Recently, he had been studying diligently, listening attentively in class, and working hard on practice tests at home. A mysterious power named pure love surged through his body, filling him with fighting spirit. Looking at Yuta Okatsu in such a state, Rika simply smiled faintly. If Yuta Okatsu's grades were truly too poor to get into a good middle school, she would definitely follow him. However, she originally didn't plan to do nothing. If Yuta Okatsu consistently failed to show motivation in his studies, Rika intended to use her own methods to supervise Yuta's learning and get him motivated. Compliance was not indulgence. Rika loved Yuta, which was why she hoped Yuta could move in a better direction, rather than fall into decline. They walked their usual path to school. Not long after, they stopped before a traffic intersection. The red, yellow, and green traffic lights flashed, and the two quietly waited for the light to turn green. Yuta Okatsu stood still. Perhaps it was due to too much study pressure recently, but he felt that his body, his mental state had been a bit strange lately. For example, even when he was alone at home, he would occasionally hear strange things, sounds that weren't quite human but also not quite animal. He once suspected that something in the house was broken and making those noises, but after searching around the house he couldn't find anything broken. In desperation, he could only conclude it was auditory hallucinations. If it were just that, it would be fine, but sometimes he also felt that his eyes were acting up. One moment he seemed to see something and the next it was gone. Is it because of too much stress lately? Yuta Okatsu muttered uncertainly to himself, his mind immersed in his own world. His gaze was fixed on the distant traffic light, but he didn't notice that it had already turned green. Come on, it's green," Rika said, habitually glancing left and right. This habit was often emphasized by both elementary school teachers and parents, and Rika didn't take it lightly but diligently followed it. However, sometimes danger couldn't be avoided so easily. Rika had only taken a few steps forward when a car suddenly sped from the right side of the road. The driver's eyes were somewhat unfocused and he reeked of alcohol. Through his hazy vision, he saw the red light for his direction at the intersection. Subconsciously, he knew he needed to step on the brakes, but his body, affected by drunkenness and somewhat out of control, stomped hard on the accelerator instead. Facing the crosswalk and the red light, the black sedan not only didn't slow down but suddenly accelerated. This sudden change stunned the drivers who had stopped in other lanes, obeying traffic laws. And by the time the black car's driver realized something was wrong, the car was less than 1 or 2 meters away from Rika in the crosswalk. It was too late to brake. Rika turned her head, her eyes wide with fear, watching the vehicle speeding towards her. Yuta Okatsu, standing still and witnessing the scene, widened his eyes. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Scene after scene of bloody fantasies appeared in Yuta Okatsu's mind, only to be fiercely rejected by him. As time flowed to the next second, the out-of-control black car flashed horizontally past Yuta Okatsu's vision, ultimately crashing directly into a nearby building. The vehicle was practically flipped over on the spot, and even the building's wall had a deep crater smashed into it. Thick black smoke erupted from the car, and there were even crackling electrical sparks and tiny flames. But these were not the things Yuta Okatsu wanted to focus on now. His dazed and trembling gaze remained fixed ahead, on the spot where Rika had been standing. There was no blood splattered from Rika being hit and thrown, but neither was Rika herself present. His chest involuntarily sank, his mind completely engulfed by the name Rika. A look of despair appeared on his face. Not only his pupils but his entire body trembled slightly. The immense cursed energy originally hidden within him was drawn out by this negative emotion, releasing aimlessly outwards. Generally, people with cursed energy abilities awaken between 4 and 6 years old, but Yuta Okatsu was an exception. Perhaps due to incomplete initial settings, or perhaps because Yuta Okatsu himself was so special, he was already on the verge of awakening, and at this moment he broke through the limit. Calm down, young man. A hand rested on his shoulder from behind. Yuta Okatsu turned around, his pupils trembling, to look behind him. From his perspective, Rika stood unharmed behind him, and beside her stood a suspicious woman about 1.8 meters tall, wearing sunglasses. Chinatsu lowered her head slightly, tilting her sunglasses downwards to reveal her azure blue eyes. Let's get acquainted. My name is Gojo Chinatsu. Chapter 73, Yuta and Rika, 3. As students entered the school one after another, Yuta Okatsu and Rika were led by Sister Chinatsu to a fast food restaurant, where they chatted in a subtle atmosphere. Have you had breakfast? If not, or if you want more, you can order anything you like. As for school, you don't need to worry. I've checked the time, you still have 20 minutes before you're considered late. I'll take you there later. Sister Chinatsu said calmly, leisurely stirring a cup of milk coffee she had ordered with a spoon. Drinking a little coffee in the morning is beneficial for health, provided it's not on an empty stomach. Coffee is not plain water, and it's not advisable to drink coffee immediately after waking up. Sister Chinatsu didn't used to have the habit of drinking coffee. It was mainly because Suguru Geto enjoyed coffee so much. After spending a lot of time together, some habits and hobbies can become contagious. And now Yuta Okatsu and Rika sat across from her, both looking nervous and somewhat at a loss. Of course, if one had to say who was more nervous, it was definitely Yuta Okatsu. He, who was already an anomaly and had been on the verge of awakening, finally awakened under the intense stimulation of believing Rika was in trouble. The scene he now saw was completely different from what Rika saw, but he didn't want Rika to see him trembling, so he bravely forced himself to endure. Seeing them both staring intently at her, with no intention of ordering food or making small talk, Sister Chinatsu decided not to drag things out. Sister Chinatsu took a small sip of the coffee she held, then set it down, crossed her hands, propped up her head, and showed a faint smile. Welcome, both of you, to the foul jujutsu world. Afterward, Sister Chinatsu used the most concise and clear language possible to tell them about another world hidden behind this ordinary society. Although Sister Chinatsu was quite lazy and slacked off in teaching, this still couldn't deny her identity as a Tokyo Jujutsu high teacher who had been employed for several years. When she taught seriously, she still had some skills. Even Rika, who hadn't awakened her jujutsu abilities, was engrossed in it, let alone Yuta Okatsu, who had already awakened and could see cursed spirits and jujutsu with his own eyes. But the same principle applied. With his girlfriend Rika sitting beside him, Yuta Okatsu absolutely didn't want to lose face in front of Rika. He could only constantly solidify and strengthen his mental fortitude, and that pure love once again surged from within him, filling him with courage. Yuta Okatsu's internal mental construction was complete. He was confident he could face all the bloodshed, corruption, and decay of the jujutsu world that Sister Chinatsu spoke of. Who knew that Sister Chinatsu's words suddenly paused, and the next moment, the topic she spoke of took a sudden 180-degree turn. Oh right, you probably don't know yet, but your ancestor is Sugawara no Michizane. Although it's super distant, you are indeed my relative. You can call me Sister Chinatsu. Sister Chinatsu, who had been telling the story with a serious expression, suddenly became playful, and her words caught Yuta Okatsu completely off guard. But, Sugawara no Michizane, who is he? Yuta Okatsu blinked blankly. Rika next to him couldn't help but look at him, showing an incredibly shocked expression. Sugawara no Michizane? He's in the textbooks. Ah, ahem. Yuta Okatsu lowered his head, a little red-faced. Although he had been studying knowledge points with all his might, a loophole was still found. Sugawara no Michizane, one of Japan's 3 great vengeful spirits, a figure from 1,000 years ago with many titles such as God of Thunder and God of Literature, and an extremely famous and powerful jujutsu sorcerer in the jujutsu world. The Gojo family, to which Sister Chinatsu and Satoru belonged, was derived from the descendants of Sugawara no Michizane, continuing for 1,000 years to become one of the 3 unshakable families in the jujutsu world. Yuta Okatsu's ancestor was also Sugawara no Michizane, but their ancestral bloodline did not merge into the Gojo family back then but rooted itself elsewhere. In terms of bloodline, he and Sister Chinatsu Satoru are indeed super distant relatives. However, there was still a layer of blood relationship, and the sense of distance between Yuta Okatsu and Sister Chinatsu was significantly reduced. Sister Chinatsu, can I return to how I used to be in this state? Before Yuta Okatsu spoke these words, he clenched his fists tightly, and only after a long hesitation did he finally speak. He didn't want to enter the jujutsu world, he only wanted to live a peaceful life with Rika in safe, ordinary society. Sister Chinatsu understood his thoughts but couldn't help him. There is no turning back on the path of jujutsu. You inherently possess jujutsu talent. Even without Rika's stimulation, you would still awaken in the near future due to various factors. Is that so? If Yuta Okatsu were likened to a puppy, then at this moment, the puppy lowered its head, and even the ears on top of his head drooped downwards. If in the original work, Rika's death shattered his worldview, then the current situation is merely a battle between old and new worldviews. And the ultimate victor would definitely be the new worldview because he could no longer go back. Yuta Okatsu slowly turned his head to look at Rika beside him, then his gaze returned to Sister Chinatsu, with a newfound determination in his eyes. He didn't understand complicated grand theories, nor did he believe he could become someone very special, but after realizing the existence of the jujutsu world and being unable to escape it, he understood that he had to do something. Rika is an ordinary person, she cannot see cursed spirits. If a cursed spirit or curse user were to harm Rika, Yuta Okatsu hoped he would have the strength to protect her. Sister Chinatsu, what should I do? Seeing the increasingly determined look in Yuta Okatsu's eyes, Sister Chinatsu's lips curved slightly upwards, showing an appreciative expression towards him. Don't worry, you still need to learn basic social knowledge. Even jujutsu sorcerers cannot be out of touch with society. After you graduate from junior high, I will recommend you to a specialized jujutsu world school. Before that, you can live your life as usual with Rika. Of course, if you want to learn more about jujutsu, I will arrange for a reliable teacher to visit your home from time to time. You can rest assured. With that, she drained the coffee she had ordered and then suddenly stood up from her seat under their puzzled gazes. You have 5 minutes left until you're late for school. Chapter 74, Yuta and Rika 4. Although being late for elementary school was not a particularly serious matter, neither of them wanted to be late, especially Rika Orimoto, who was definitely a model student in the teacher's eyes. When they realized they had only 5 minutes left before they would be late, both stood up abruptly from their seats simultaneously, filled with a "let's do this" momentum, determined to rush to school as fast as possible. Seeing how nervous they were, Chinatsu felt a little self-reproach, wondering when her personality had become so mischievous. She quickly stepped forward and placed her hands on their shoulders before they could bolt out of the fast food restaurant, telling them not to worry about being late. Don't worry. Forget having 5 minutes left, even if there was only 1 minute left, I could guarantee you'd reach school before being late. Chinatsu's calm tone gradually allowed Okatsu and Rika to recover from their built-up tension. She led the two of them slowly out of the fast food restaurant and instructed them to stand shoulder to shoulder. Okatsu and Rika naturally complied, but they didn't understand why Chinatsu asked them to do this, their faces clearly showing confusion. Well then, see you in a few years. As Chinatsu finished speaking, she slowly raised and clasped her hands, applying the teleportation technique achieved by Blue to them. In the blink of an eye, the scenery before them changed drastically. One moment they were outside the fast food restaurant, and the next they had stepped through the school gate. Students were walking past, and one student accidentally bumped into the suddenly appearing Okatsu from behind. However, that student didn't consider teleportation, assuming he was just drowsy that morning and hadn't paid attention. Okatsu and Rika blinked blankly. They truly hadn't expected Chinatsu could do something like this. Was this really something a human could accomplish? So amazing. Okatsu gulped. His hands were trembling slightly, but the next moment, those trembling hands clenched into fists. He had already decided to advance on the path of a jujutsu sorcerer. He couldn't be afraid. He needed to become stronger, strong enough to protect himself and Rika, no matter how powerful the cursed spirit that appeared beside him was. Rika, standing next to him, saw Okatsu's expression and immediately showed a faint smile. In terms of jujutsu, no matter what choice Okatsu made, Rika would support him and stand by his side. Although Rika did not possess the talent of a jujutsu sorcerer, that didn't mean she couldn't help Okatsu. The jujutsu world cannot disconnect from ordinary society, nor can jujutsu sorcerers disconnect from ordinary people. For the period that followed, although Okatsu and Rika's mindsets had changed, their daily lives hadn't changed significantly from before. The only difference was that after his awakening, Okatsu could see the existence of cursed spirits. However, low-level cursed spirits generally wouldn't pose a substantial threat to humans, and high-level cursed spirits were even harder to encounter, as the Jujutsu sorcerers performing missions in various regions weren't idle. Initially, Okatsu was constantly on edge whenever he saw a cursed spirit, but after being frightened numerous times, even he, timid as he was, adapted. Although he lacked guidance in practicing jujutsu, the cursed energy continuously surging from his abdomen meant that a jujutsu sorcerer could, as if by instinct, mobilize some of it with a little exploration to perform the most basic training. And once he skillfully manipulated the cursed energy, even though Yuta Okatsu was slender, he could unleash incredible athletic abilities. During PE class, Yuta Okatsu displayed astonishing athletic talent, stunning the adult PE teacher, who even wondered if he would lose if he fought this elementary school student. 1 month later. After school, Okatsu returned home as usual, feeling slightly fatigued. Ever since he displayed his athletic talents, the PE teacher had constantly clung to him, trying to guide him toward a career in sports, striving to become a top all-around athlete. This enthusiasm gave Yuta Okatsu a massive headache. He displayed his athletic prowess because he was practicing evenly coating his entire body with cursed energy, which drastically enhanced his physical abilities. He had accidentally overdone it during PE class. Yuta Okatsu flopped onto the soft bed in his room with a thud sound, planning to rest for a bit before continuing his cursed energy practice. Chinatsu had told him she would hire a teacher for him, but a month had passed with no sign of movement, and he had already assumed Chinatsu had forgotten about it. His brow furrowed slightly. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a dong, knocking sound suddenly came from his front door. Startled awake by the knocking, Yuta Okatsu struggled to climb out of bed and walk toward the door with somewhat hazy eyes. "Who is it?" Yuta Okatsu muttered as he reached out and opened the door from the inside. He didn't recognize the person outside, but the moment he saw him, he was instantly shocked. Abundant cursed energy radiated from the person outside. The individual was a jujutsu sorcerer, and a powerful one far surpassing himself. Over 180 centimeters tall, slender eyes, ear studs resembling ear bones, a bun hairstyle, a strand of bangs hanging over his left forehead. A weirdo. These were the 2 words that instantly flashed through Yuta Okatsu's mind as he looked at the person before him. Facing Okatsu, who was looking up at him with cautious eyes, the person outside smiled, narrowed his eyes, raised a hand and waved. "Let's get acquainted. My name is Satoru Gojo. Sister Chinatsu called me. I was away on a mission a few days ago, so I couldn't come sooner, but starting today I will be your tutor." Hearing Satoru Gojo's words, Yuta Okatsu couldn't help but freeze. When he reacted, he immediately connected the person in front of him with the teacher Chinatsu had mentioned. Could it be he is my jujutsu teacher? Although he didn't know this teacher, and Yuta Okatsu even felt this teacher seemed unreliable, for some unknown reason, the moment he saw him, Yuta Okatsu felt a sudden surge of excitement. "Teacher, please guide me." His gear belonging to the jujutsu world finally began to officially turn with Satoru Gojo's arrival, advancing toward a new future different from his original destiny. Chapter 75, Yuta and Rika, 5. From being enemies in the original work to now being in a master-disciple relationship, Chinatsu herself actually felt like complaining about this scene that she had interfered with and created. There was a strange sense of incongruity, yet also a strange sense of harmony. Overall, Chinatsu was satisfied with the outcome of her interference, as it was certainly more reassuring than the developments in the original work. Gojo Sugiru's professionalism in the field of teaching was more than enough to easily kick both Chinatsu and Gojo Satoru out. In the eyes of Yaga Mazumichi, a mentally stable Gojo Suguru was the best and most normal student of their generation. Under Gojo Sugiru's guidance, Yuta Okatsu's experience bar was rising at an astonishing speed. As Yuta Okatsu was amazed by the profoundness of jujutsu, Gojo Suguru was also astonished by the boy's high talent. This child has the potential to be special grade. Although Chinatsu had told him before he came that this young man was very talented, hearing about it was not as good as seeing it. Even with his psychological expectations raised beforehand, Gojo Suguru was still shocked. As he was shocked, Geto Sugiru's inner teacher's soul was also ignited. If such unpolished jade could not be sculpted into a special grade under his hands, then Geto Suguru would probably have to perform chest breaking with a rock and iron head technique daily at Jujutsu High to atone for it. For a long time afterward, Geto Suguru rigorously trained Yuta Okatsu in the fundamentals of Jujutsu, such as the precise manipulation of cursed energy. If it was merely covering the entire body with cursed energy, then Yuta Okatsu had already achieved that. However, Geto Suguru wanted Yuta Okatsu to cover his entire body with cursed energy at the same proportion. Third-rate jujutsu sorcerers, before launching a close-quarters attack, would clearly show a tendency for cursed energy flow. This obvious change could easily reveal the direction of their attack, allowing it to be defended against or dodged. First-rate jujutsu sorcerers, on the other hand, would constantly and evenly cover their entire body with cursed energy, only completing the convergence and reinforcement of cursed energy at the exact moment of attack. Yuta Okatsu's body contained an enormous amount of cursed energy, enough to surpass 99% of jujutsu sorcerers. Even without cursed technique effects, simply using a cursed energy cannon could make him invincible. However, this invincibility was limited to below special grade. To become a special grade sorcerer, technique was indispensable. Although Yuta Okatsu didn't quite understand the complex knowledge points Geto Suguru explained, he was very driven, especially with Rika's comfort and encouragement. He was like a rocket, soaring to the sky. This is the power of pure love. Geto-sensei, what did you say? Ahem, nothing. Geto Suguru coughed nonchalantly, appearing calm on the surface, but inwardly he was muttering that he finally understood what Chinatsu's various inexplicable words to him before he came meant. Upon seeing Yuta Okatsu successfully achieve even cursed energy attachment, Geto Suguru knew it was time to move on to the second stage. He threw an unsharpened katana into Yuta Okatsu's hand. The moment Yuta Okatsu saw the sword, he was stunned, staring blankly at the katana in his hand. Geto-sensei, this is... His mind didn't immediately grasp what Geto Suguru was planning to do. In reality, knowledge about this had already been mentioned a few days before Geto Suguru started his visiting lectures. Under Yuta Okatsu's puzzled gaze, Geto Suguru pulled out his 1 billion yen curse tool, the Cloud of Wandering triple section staff, and squinted at Yuta Okatsu. From today until you graduate from junior high and officially enroll in Jujutsu High, I will only teach you how to fight using cursed tools. Feel it with your heart, feel it with your body. Looking at Geto Sugiru's squinting smile, Yuta Okatsu couldn't help but gulp, a rather forced look of seriousness appearing on his face. In the original work, Yuta Okatsu, relying on the power of pure love, defeated Geto Suguru, who stood on the side of justice. However, now their positions had shifted from adversarial to master-disciple, a complete 180-degree turn. Geto Suguru, as if possessed by his original work counterpart, launched a rain-like assault on Yuta Okatsu, as if to beat away all the humiliation from the original work. Fortunately, Geto Suguru, who became a teacher after graduating, had also mastered the activation of reverse cursed technique. Even with a bruised and swollen face from the triple section staff, he could still leave home the next day with a normal face. However, while the superficial wounds could be healed with reverse curse technique, the faint pains lingering in his body were not so easy to dissipate. And so, Yuta Okatsu, under Geto Sugiru's intermittent whip of love, reached the year he graduated from junior high and was about to attend Jujutsu High. Yuta Okatsu, already wearing his Jujutsu High uniform, sat on his bed in his room, head bowed, panting, trying to calm his inner self. On the bed he was sitting on lay a sword-shaped curse tool that Geto Suguru had bought for 100 million yen, a gift to celebrate his upcoming enrollment. Hoo-hoo, it's time to go. Yuta Okatsu reached out, picked up the katana from the bed and quickly stood up. With a serious look in his eyes, he turned and walked out of his home, embarking on the journey to Jujutsu High. At the same time, many of his classmates were also on their way to Jujutsu High, just like him. In the Zenin family, a girl named Maki Zenin ignored the family's objections and set off for Jujutsu High, determined to become an excellent jujutsu sorcerer and make the decaying old-timers in her family look at her with new eyes. In the Inumaki family, a young man named Inumaki Toge left his home. During his departure, he enthusiastically communicated with his parents, though all he said was salmon. Inside Jujutsu High, a special cursed corpse that was a panda, but also not a panda, lay on the gate of Jujutsu High, lazily stroking its belly with its paws while exhaling, waiting for its classmates to arrive. From the Gojo family, a dark black car drove out from within the clan. In the back seat sat Nanako and Mimiko, who were about to enroll, and driving the car in the driver's seat was Chinatsu, who had recently obtained her driver's license. Chinatsu, with her safe driving mentality, strictly maintained a speed of 40 yards, which made Nanako, with her rebellious girl persona and preference for excitement, feel a bit unsatisfied. "Big sister, can you go a little faster?" Nanako leaned her head forward from the back seat, hoping Chinatsu could speed up. Mimiko, sitting beside her, didn't seek thrills, but if it was just a bit faster than 40 yards, she had no objections. "Faster still? Then you'd better buckle up," Chinatsu said indifferently. Mimiko immediately stated that she had already buckled her seatbelt the moment she got in the car, reassuring Chinatsu to accelerate without worry. Seeing this, Chinatsu's lips curled slightly. Her azure eyes calmly observed the road ahead. As she judged it safe to accelerate, she stomped on the gas pedal, pressing it all the way down. Nanako and Mimiko in the back seat were first stunned, then screams of "Awoo!" frantically echoed from the speeding car. Chapter 76, First Grade 1. Outside Jujutsu High. The special cursed corpse panda, created by Principal Yaga Mazumichi using his cursed technique puppet manipulation, lay on the gate at the school entrance, rubbing its belly and waiting for its classmates to arrive. "They're so slow," Panda muttered slowly, though even without having officially met its classmates, it already knew who they were. As a special puppet created by Yaga Mazumichi, Panda had been raised by him like a son since childhood, so getting its hands on a mere student roster was incredibly easy. The little tyrant of the Zenin family, the cursed speech user of the Inumaki family, the genius youth who received special treatment years ago, and the two girls the Gojo family had invested in since childhood. Having 6 students in one grade broke the historical record of Jujutsu High. Panda yawned heavily, feeling drowsy as it thought about this. Just as it was about to secretly sneak in a quick nap, the 2 people it had encountered on the way appeared nearby. "You must be a new student too. I'm Zen, just call me Maki. What's your name?" Maki Zenin, who was carrying a Naginata-like curse tool, introduced herself to the person next to her. "Salmon." "Huh. Salmon? Salmon." The boy next to Maki Zenin stopped speaking after saying the words repeatedly in a somewhat anxious manner. He then opened his backpack, pulled out a book and flipped to the first page. 3 characters were written in the bottom right corner of that page, the boy's name. "Inumaki Toge? Oh, I get it. You're a cursed speech user. We're classmates now, so please take care of me." Maki Zenin casually reached out and patted Inumaki Toge's back, while Inumaki Toge continued to say, "Salmon?" Inumaki Toge is a cursed speech user whose curse technique automatically turns his spoken words into curses with immediate effects. While powerful, this technique is also inherently dangerous. To prevent accidentally cursing others by speaking unintentionally, he developed the habit of only using rice ball ingredients to communicate since childhood. For instance, salmon means something similar to affirmation, while bonito flakes means something similar to negation. As for more substitute words, perhaps only their parents would know those. When the 2 walked up to the entrance of Jujutsu High and saw Panda lying on the gate, they both immediately stopped, wearing dumbfounded expressions. Panda? I am Panda and I am not Panda." Seeing the 2 finally arrive, Panda exhaled heavily, roused its spirits and climbed up from the ground. As Panda opened its mouth and spoke, both Maki Zenin and Inumaki Toge were startled, their minds temporarily failing to process the situation. "Panda can talk!" Maki Zenin shouted, gaping in astonishment, while Panda wordlessly extended a paw and pressed it against its forehead. "Come on, I'm a cursed corpse." "A cursed corpse?" After Maki Zenin's eyes remained vacant for a second or two, the foolishness in them finally cleared up slightly. Panda's appearance was certainly not in her notes, but she knew that the current principal of the school, Yaga Mazumichi, was an excellent puppeteer capable of creating all sorts of cursed corpses. After learning that Panda was a cursed corpse, the 2 instantly calmed down and felt embarrassed by their shocked reactions. "If you're a cursed corpse, you should have said so earlier." Salmon? The two people and one bear stood at the school entrance, arguing with a subtle tension. This argument shouldn't have ended quickly, but as a boy gradually approached, everyone stiffly turned their heads to look in the direction he was coming from. Although the more professional a jujutsu sorcerer is, the more precisely they can control their cursed energy, appearing no different from ordinary people in the eyes of other jujutsu sorcerers. There is one type of jujutsu sorcerer who is an exception, those whose cursed energy is so vast that it forms an aura around them. Although the cursed energy overflows, it does not dissipate but constantly surrounds them, and the boy slowly approaching was this type. Seeing everyone frozen and staring, Yuta Okatsu was also a little stunned, wondering what was wrong with them. However, Rika had instructed him to be polite before he left, so after steeling himself he sincerely greeted everyone. "Hello everyone, my name is Yuta Okatsu. You can call me Yuta. Please take care of me from now on." Yuta Okatsu introduced himself with a perfectly straight back and utmost seriousness, bowing slightly to the crowd afterward. The atmosphere instantly became silent. Piffed. Maki Zenin was the first to burst out laughing. Holding her stomach with one hand and covering her mouth with the other, she said with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, "You're taking this way too seriously. Why are you bowing? This isn't some hellish workplace." "Salmon? Salmon." Panda appeared behind Yuta Okatsu with a swoosh, and like a buddy, draped an arm over Yuta Okatsu's shoulder. "Relax, we're going to be classmates for the next 3 years. There are no teachers here right now, and even if there were, there's no need to be so serious," Panda said cheerily. Seeing their reactions, Yuta Okatsu breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want his life at Jujutsu High to be depressing, and Rika had also instructed him to make sure he got along well with his new classmates before he left home. Panda's gaze swept over everyone present. As the only student there who had seen the roster, it knew that 2 students had yet to arrive. Just as Panda was recalling the twin sisters on the list, a black sedan suddenly appeared in their line of sight as if it had flown in. Jujutsu High was located halfway up the mountain. Theoretically, to reach the entrance on the mountainside, one could only climb the steps one by one. How did this car get up here? Before the question marks in everyone's minds could disappear, the black sedan landed in front of them with a loud bang. The driver's side door opened and Chinatsu, sitting in the driver's seat, poked her head out slightly and looked at the crowd. "Hello, my lovely students." Chinatsu's voice had just fallen, and before everyone could be surprised by her sudden appearance, the rear car door was abruptly pushed open, and the swaying Nanako and Mimiko stepped out. They had just raised their hands, ready to greet their classmates, but the world-destroying dizziness made them drop to their knees with a thump, giving their classmates a grand salute. Chapter 77, First Grade 2. Whether Nanako and Mimiko felt shame performing such a grand gesture was unclear, but what was certain was that they had startled the students standing in front of them. One moment, a young man appeared, bowing so respectfully it was as if he had just entered a hellish workplace, and the next, 2 young girls appeared, kneeling directly on the ground to perform such a major obeisance. Seeing Nanako and Mimiko looking dizzy, Chinatsu, the culprit, felt a little embarrassed, but she still believed it wasn't entirely her fault. After all, she had started as a conscientious driver who obeyed the rules and drove safely. It was those 2 girls who complained she was driving too slowly, forcing her to reluctantly speed up. Although she wasn't sure if the dizziness and near-vomiting feeling could be cured using the reverse curse technique, Chinatsu still reached out and placed her hands on their backs. As the reverse energy was injected into their bodies, the dizziness was noticeably relieved, narrowly preventing the beautiful scene of them kneeling and then vomiting a rainbow. Cursed Tool User, Maki Zenin. Cursed Speech User, Toge Inamaki. Cursed Corpse Panda. Prodigy, Yuta Okatsu. And Nanako and Mimiko, whom Chinatsu sponsored and raised, a total of 6 people. Chinatsu smiled and clapped her hands, saying, all right. I know you all have a lot you want to talk about, but chatting right by the school gate is ridiculous. It won't be too late to talk slowly once you get to the classroom." Everyone except Panda nodded with anticipation and, led by Chinatsu, quickly walked into Jujutsu High. The Jujutsu world has only 2 schools dedicated to training Jujutsu sorcerers, located in Tokyo and Kyoto, respectively. Like regular schools, the academic term is 3 years. The first year is mostly focused on study, the second year on practical experience, and students rarely appear at the school during the 3rd year. During the annual off-season for Cursed Spirit appearances, students from the Tokyo and Kyoto schools gather for a sister school exchange event, a battle where anything goes, except killing the opponent. The winning side will host the next exchange event and gain priority in the allocation of cultivation resources. Incidentally, when Chinatsu and the others were students, the sister school exchange events they dominated were overwhelmingly victorious. Although Chinatsu and the others didn't do it intentionally, some Kyoto students genuinely cried after being crushed. This heartbreaking situation only subtly eased after Chinatsu and the others graduated, though the Tokyo school still maintained a higher win rate, as Chinatsu and her peers became teachers and cultivated many excellent jujutsu sorcerers. And now Chinatsu had a premonition that the overwhelming victory streak for her Tokyo school was about to return. Inside the classroom, Chinatsu stood at the podium in the classroom and took out a large stack of their student IDs from the desk drawer. Everyone, come up one by one to get your student IDs. Please take good care of them. Although they can be replaced, it's best not to lose them. Maki. As Chinatsu called out Maki's name, Maki immediately stood up from her seat and walked over to Chinatsu to receive her student ID. The student ID only contained basic student information. If there was any difference from an ordinary person's student ID, it was that the Jujutsu High student ID had a specific line for the student's Jujutsu Sorcerer grade. Maki Zenin, Grade 4 Jujutsu Sorcerer. She was neither surprised nor upset to see Grade 4 on the student ID. This was exactly what she had expected. As for whether she truly possessed Grade 4 strength, actions speak louder than words, and Maki declared that one day she would return to the Zenin family and prove herself. Subsequently, everyone else also received their student IDs, and the Jujutsu Sorcerer grades listed on them varied. Panda, 3rd Grade Jujutsu Sorcerer. Nanako, Grade 2 Jujutsu Sorcerer. Mimiko, Grade 2 Jujutsu Sorcerer. Toge Inumaki, Grade 2 Jujutsu Sorcerer. Yuta Okatsu, Grade 1 Jujutsu Sorcerer. Everyone was shocked when they saw Grade 1 on Yuta Okatsu's student ID. Although they were mentally prepared after sensing the massive amount of cursed energy he emitted, seeing it officially confirmed was still deeply stunning. Grade 1 right upon enrollment. Facing the looks of surprise from his classmates, Yuta Okatsu shyly scratched the back of his head with his free hand and gave an awkward little laugh. Chinatsu, however, understood that simply labeling Yuta Okatsu as a standard Grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer was underestimating him. The current Yuta Okatsu was likely only lacking a profound domain expansion to earn the title of special grade. Seeing the enthusiastic chatting among the students below, Chinatsu knew she could make her exit and leave the remaining time for them to talk and get to know each other. Leaving early, Chinatsu returned to her office, flopped onto her swivel chair with a pift, and closed her eyes. After 5 or 6 seconds of silence, Chinatsu let out a breath. When she opened her eyes, the usual lazy look had faded, replaced by seriousness and gravity. Her hand rested on the mouse, and her eyes focused on the computer screen, which was constantly switching windows. Sukuna's fingers. In the original work, Jujutsu High should have stored quite a few of Sukuna's fingers, but even including the Sukuna's finger Chinatsu obtained years ago after encountering a special grade curse spirit, Jujutsu High currently only housed 3 fingers. This change forced her attention. Honestly, Chinatsu really wanted to tie Sukuna's fingers to small satellite rockets and launch them directly into outer space. Most of the remaining fingers must be in Kenjaku's hands. Yuram has probably been resurrected too. It probably won't wait until next year to make a move. Meanwhile, in a domain space created by the domain expansion of the disaster-cursed spirit Dagon, Kenjaku, wearing a tiger mom skin suit, fiddled with Sukuna's fingers in its hands, feeling indecisive. In its original plan, it needed to continue developing stealthily for a while longer, but at this moment it also had the urge to launch the plan immediately. It was hesitating. It had been preparing for 1,000 years for its plan to succeed, and precisely because the preparation time was so long, it did not want any mistakes to occur now. Seeing Kenjaku's hesitant, constipated-like appearance, a cursed spirit next to it, whose head resembled Mount Fuji, couldn't hold back and opened its mouth to speak. What exactly are you thinking? Are you finally ready to move? I've been waiting too long. As the volcano head spoke, pairs of eyes turned toward Kenjaku. The owners of these gazes were Cursed Spirit of Volcanoes, Jogo. Cursed Spirit of Forests, Hanami. Cursed Spirit of Oceans, Dagon. Cursed Spirit of Humans, Mahito. Sukuna's Servant, Uram. Chapter 78. Facing Jogo's urgent questioning and the gazes of the surrounding people, even Kenjaku's normally steady heart was stirred into ripples. Since she was beaten flying by Chinatsu several years ago, she had been biding her time, developing quietly, and even exorcising cursed spirits as if competing with the Jujutsu sorcerers for business, all to snatch as many Sukuna's fingers from Jujutsu High's grasp as possible. She had a premonition that it would be extremely difficult, perhaps even impossible, to reclaim the Sukuna's fingers that had already fallen into the hands of Jujutsu High, into that woman's hands. Although everything seemed ready now, Kenjaku's heart was slow to regain its composure. She was hesitating whether she should take action immediately. Her hesitation, however, fell into the eyes of the short-tempered volcano cursed spirit, Jogo, whose Mount Fuji head erupted with a bang, shooting out rolling flames. He quickly walked up to Kenjaku, displaying a very serious and frightening expression. His palm opened and flames, seemingly from purgatory, gathered into a fireball hovering above his hand. "Stop dithering. Stop dragging your feet. Do you want me to burn you to a crisp?" Jogo threatened, his face contorted in a snarl. Jogo, a cursed spirit born from humanity's fear of volcanoes, was the strongest existence among the 4 disaster-cursed spirits, rated by Kenjaku as being equivalent to 7 or 8 Sukuna's fingers. In front of Jogo, Jujutsu sorcerers other than special-grade combatants were mere decorations. The flame attacks he shot from his hand were enough to burn a Grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer to ashes. Hanami, the cursed spirit of the forest, slowly walked up behind him, reached out, and pressed a hand onto Jogo's shoulder, advising Jogo not to be too impulsive. Dagon, the cursed spirit of the ocean, and Mahito, the cursed spirit of humanity, also walked over. Jogo was merely hot-tempered and overwhelmed by anger. He didn't truly intend to harm Kenjaku. Now that everyone gave him an out, Jogo naturally took the opportunity to back down, giving them face. Although cursed spirits are extremely hostile toward humans, the relationship between cursed spirits themselves is excellent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe them as a family. The only ones present who could be considered outsiders were Kenjaku, wearing the skin of Itadori's mother, and Uram, Sukuna's servant, who had revived through incarnated possession. Seeing the attitude of the cursed spirits before her, Kenjaku frowned slightly. These cursed spirits didn't treat her as a partner, and Kenjaku certainly didn't treat them as partners. But, how dare these mere cursed spirits think so highly of themselves? She closed her eyes and fell into brief contemplation. Scenes of what she had experienced during her 1,000-year journey flashed through her mind. Inspiring. Extremely inspiring. Recalling these scenes, Kenjaku was almost moved by herself, but just as tears were about to flow, the being named Chinatsu suddenly appeared in her memory. That utterly unreasonable understanding, her every action seemed to be aimed directly at Kenjaku, as if she were a monster sent by heaven specifically to punish her. Domain expansion, mirror flower, water moon. Instantly, Kenjaku in the real world opened her eyes. She raised a hand and covered her cheek, beads of cold sweat trickling down her face. Mahito watched this scene, cheerfully walked up to Kenjaku, and casually threw an arm around her shoulder, asking with a smile, "What's wrong? Why are you sweating? A nightmare? A daydream?" "I'm fine, Mahito. I don't need your concern." Kenjaku frowned and glanced at him, then she shook off Mahito's arm, holding one Sukuna's finger between 2 fingers, and faced Jogo, who was still looking at her with displeasure. "In that case, let's begin." As soon as she said this, the pupils of everyone present slightly contracted, especially Jogo. Fierce heat radiated from his body, and Mahito fanned himself with his hand, pretending to be overheated. In order to enlist Sukuna as an ally in the future, and to fulfill her ambition of creating a perfect being that transcends both cursed spirits and humans. When Kenjaku was active under the identity of Kumo Noritoshi, he once encountered a woman with a special constitution who was capable of conceiving a cursed spirit's child. Using this woman, Kenjaku conducted inhumane experiments. He incorporated his own blood into the experiments, causing the woman to become pregnant and abort 9 times. Thereby creating what is known to later generations as the Cursed Womb, death paintings. In modern times, he possessed the body of Itadori's mother, Kaori. Based on his previous experimental experience and certain unknown conditions, he conceived the special individual named Itadori Yuji. When cursed spirits consume Sukuna's fingers, they become volatile and powerful. When ordinary humans consume Sukuna's fingers, they either die from poisoning or explode. However, humans with certain special constitutions possess the aptitude to become Sukuna's vessels. These people can be described as natural vessels. Itadori Yuji, on the other hand, is a man-made vessel. While ordinary people instantly lose self-awareness and are taken over by Sukuna after becoming his vessel, Itadori Yuji can suppress Sukuna's consciousness. Unless Itadori falls unconscious, Sukuna cannot use his body. Itadori is both the perfect physical body Kenjaku prepared specifically for Sukuna and a major trump card he intends to use against Sukuna. Kenjaku informed the cursed spirits present about Itadori's existence, but she had no intention of going to capture him herself, as she still harbored a faint, ominous premonition. Seeing Kenjaku's cowardly demeanor, the cursed spirits even suggested sending out the entire force to abduct Itadori. Kenjaku's expression subtly stiffened, and she internally grumbled, "Are you cursed spirits truly ignoring the Jujutsu sorcerers?" Finally, after a brief discussion, everyone decided to send Hanami, the cursed spirit of the forest, to Itadori's school to forcibly abduct him and bring him here, then pry open his mouth and feed him the Sukuna's fingers one by one. Meanwhile, at Itadori's school, he was in a physical education class with his classmates, testing the 50-meter dash. Following the teacher's loud shout of "On your marks, get set, go," while clutching a stopwatch, the classmates testing alongside Itadori hadn't even reacted to start moving, but Itadori, in the center position, had already sprung up and dashed out like a gust of wind. Even the teacher was slow to react. Itadori quickly crossed the finish line. The teacher blinked dazedly and pressed the stopwatch a beat too late. Because Itadori was so fast, the classmates testing with him were all affected, and their scores dropped by a notch. When the teacher later reviewed the results, the look on his face became even more bewildered. He even suspected he was hallucinating. 5 seconds? Chapter 79. Staring at Itadori Yuji's result on the stopwatch, the teacher blinked blankly, then even reached out and slapped himself across the face. As a crisp slap echoed, the surrounding students were bewildered by the sight, and a deeply red mark was left on the teacher's face. If that were all, the students would have only been momentarily startled, but shortly after the crisp slap, the teacher's face immediately contorted into a rather spectacular expression. 5 seconds. Really? After a brief period of shock, the teacher's gaze once again focused on Itadori Yuji, his eyes so fervent they seemed to be shooting lasers, wanting to burn a hole through Itadori Yuji. Student, come here for a moment." Although the teacher told Itadori to come over, his own legs were not idle. He quickly rushed toward Itadori Yuji. Seeing this scene, the students in the class all showed expressions of "I knew it." Itadori Yuji was currently a third-year middle school student, and this PE teacher had just transferred from out of town, completely unaware of how famous Itadori Yuji was in their school and even the entire region. Tiger of West Middle. This was the title people in the area had given Itadori Yuji. Before this PE teacher transferred in to take over the class, the previous PE teachers were also constantly pestering Itadori Yuji in the exact same manner. "Student, a talent like you should enter the sports world. I have connections in the athletic association that can help you quickly climb the ranks. The stage for a talent like you should be the world." Stars seemed to twinkle in the PE teacher's eyes. He placed both hands on Itadori Yuji's shoulders, speaking words similar to those of the previous teacher. In response, Itadori Yuji simply shook his head gently, declining the PE teacher's suggestion. The PE teacher believed his persuasive skills were superior to those of the language arts teachers, yet he couldn't sense even a sliver of hope that he could convince Itadori Yuji. After Itadori Yuji managed to escape the PE teacher's persistence, some students even walked over to him, then cheerfully turned around and started comforting the teacher. That's just Itadori's personality. The previous teacher tried convincing him for 2 years without success, so you don't need to take this too seriously, sensei. We actually suggest you stop focusing so much on Itadori, it really is futile. Listening to the student's words, the PE teacher remained silent for a long moment before opening his mouth and letting out a deep sigh. He had transferred from out of town. At the school he previously taught at, there was also a superhuman just like Itadori Yuji. If Itadori Yuji was called the Tiger of West Middle, then that other boy could be called the Dragon of Higashichu. After witnessing that boy's abilities, he naturally extended a tempting invitation to him as well. The result, however, was exactly the same as now. The person refused him without the slightest interest. He had participated in the inter-school transfer process almost as an escape to change his mood, arriving at this school. The PE teacher frustratingly raised a hand and pressed it against his forehead. If this weren't a school and if he weren't a teacher here, he would definitely pull out a cigarette and light it to properly alleviate his sorrow. After school. On this day, Itadori Yuji did not immediately go home, because a soccer club was playing a match after school and was short on players. As a good-natured person, Itadori Yuji naturally became the perfect substitute member. Knowing nothing about soccer, he relied purely on brute force to achieve miracles. In the end, Itadori Yuji's team achieved an overwhelming victory. After the match ended, Itadori Yuji realized his school bag seemed to still be in the classroom. He hoped that the student on duty that day had put his bag outside before locking up, as his house key was inside the bag. It was now 5 o'clock in the afternoon twilight. The school hallways, which usually emptied out around 3 p.m., were completely deserted. Forget passing students, he didn't even see a single teacher. Itadori Yuji sprinted through the school building's hallways, taking shortcuts almost like parkour. Just as he was about to quickly turn a corner in the hallway as usual, his rapidly moving body suddenly trembled slightly. A strange sense of discomfort enveloped him, causing him to instinctively stop short. It was precisely this sudden stop that prevented him from colliding head-on with a massive entity. However, this was not a moment that allowed Itadori Yuji to sigh in relief and count his blessings, because the massive entity in front of him was not human at all. Found him. Sounds that were not human language but resembled garbled code emerged from Hanami's mouth. Before this, Itadori Yuji had never encountered a cursed spirit, because although he was an artificial vessel, he still belonged to the category of non-awakened ordinary people. But even ordinary people sometimes have the chance to see cursed spirits under special circumstances, such as on nights with particularly heavy negative energy, or when they are near death or experiencing extreme fear. And now, staring at the monster that had suddenly appeared before him, Itadori Yuji was clearly stimulated. Beads of sweat formed and streamed down his cheeks. Run! In that instant, this single word flashed through Itadori Yuji's mind, and he immediately took action. He was currently on the 3rd floor. An average person falling from this height would suffer severe injuries, resulting in broken bones or disability, but how could Itadori be an average person? He reacted quickly, leaping directly from the 3rd floor hallway down toward the area behind the school building. Despite the height, Itadori Yuji didn't even roll to dissipate the force, simply bending his knees slightly. Just as he landed and prepared to bolt, thick vines shot out from the ground beneath his feet, wrapping around Itadori's arms and legs in a binding vow. Itadori Yuji looked down in shock at the vines restraining him. At the same time, Hanami, which had summoned the vines, gracefully descended from above and walked step by step toward Itadori Yuji. Hanami prepared to strike Itadori Yuji with a hand chop to knock him unconscious, then bind him up like a rice dumpling with the vines and drag him away. It extended its palm toward Itadori Yuji. Just as its goal was about to be achieved, a crow circling in the distance suddenly flashed red eyes, spun 360 degrees on the spot, and slammed into Hanami's arm like a cannonball. Bang! A small hole was pierced through Hanami's tough arm. Seeing this, it immediately clutched its wounded arm, took a large step back, and entered a state of alert. Suddenly, a silver-haired woman wielding a long-handled battle-axe appeared beside Itadori Yuji, who was bound by the vines, and quickly sliced the vines restraining Itadori Yuji into pieces. Chapter 80. Thank you, I'm fine. Although I'm not entirely sure about the current situation, you, big sister, must be here to deal with this monster, right? Don't worry about me, I'll run away. After the binding vow on Itadori Yuji was sliced apart by the hastily arrived Mei, he stretched his limbs. Before Mei could speak, he made a move as if ready to flee at any moment, saying this to Mei. Looking at the straightforward and frank Itadori Yuji, Mei's "Are you all right?" which was already at her throat and about to be uttered, was forcefully swallowed back. She turned, wielding her long-handled broadaxe, to face Hanami, who was watching them both warily, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Oh no, young man, I didn't come to deal with this cursed spirit. I specifically came to protect you, young man." If you get hurt or even die, I'll have to pay a huge penalty for breach of contract, Mei Mei said with a smile. As a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer, Mei Mei's curse technique gave her an advantage in reconnaissance, so most of her contracted missions involved scouting. These missions were simpler than protection tasks, and the commission fees were substantial. Therefore, most of the missions Mei Mei took on were reconnaissance-based, with protection missions being less than 1 in 10. However, Chinatsu, her biggest patron, activated the sacred and incomparable money ability, instantly breaking through Mei Mei's psychological defenses without any resistance. At the same time, the massive commission fee also implied an even larger penalty if the commission task failed. Wasted time. Damage to professional reputation. Bankruptcy of personal coffers. These were all things Mei Mei would absolutely not allow to happen. While Mei Mei was watching Hanami, Hanami was also watching Mei Mei. At this moment, Mei Mei was in full power mode, and the level of cursed energy she was emitting was clearly perceived by Hanami, like an open book exam. Very strong, but not as strong as me. After confirming this, Hanami used her perception ability to scan the vicinity, and after confirming there were no ambushes nearby, she knew Mei Mei was trying to stall for time, waiting for reinforcements. In that case, let's end this quickly. Hanami opened her mouth, and a gust of air was expelled from it. Simultaneously, she stretched her arms out to the sides, and thick vines erupted from the ground, charging fiercely towards Mei Mei and Itadori Yuji. Typically, Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed spirits manipulate trees by infusing cursed energy into physical trees and then controlling their deformation. But Hanami was different. At her level, she didn't need physical trees at all. She could instantly manifest tough, thick trees purely with cursed energy. Facing the thick vines attacking head-on, Mei Mei infused cursed energy into the long-handled broad axe-shaped cursed tool in her hand. In Mei Mei's hands, what seemed like an unwieldy long-handled broadaxe was wielded with surprising agility. Under her sharp slashes, the thick vines coming from the front were instantly shredded. Hanami wasn't surprised by this. If a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer couldn't even manage this much, that would be truly terrible. Just as Mei Mei was continuously and rapidly dealing with the frontal vine attacks, blocking them in front of Itadori Yuji, a tough vine suddenly emerged from the ground behind her and Itadori Yuji, attempting to bind Itadori Yuji and forcibly drag him away. Mei Mei's eyes flickered and the crows circling in the air, having waited for a long time, instantly received Mei Mei's command. They transformed into suicide bombers, spinning 360 degrees before rapidly descending. One of them landed on the vine attempting to bind Itadori Yuji, piercing and obliterating it. The remaining few locked onto Hanami, sharply rushing towards Hanami's head. Watching these rapidly approaching suicide bombers, an ominous premonition suddenly surged in Hanami's heart. She immediately reduced the frequency of her attacks on Mei Mei, diverting some vines to try and shoot down these suicide bombers in the air. However, the vines rushing upwards were all pierced without exception. Although Hanami quickly adjusted her position to dodge most of the suicide bombers, she was still hit by a few. Among the 4 disaster cursed spirits, Hanami's frontal combat ability was relatively weak, specializing in perception, stealth, control, and defense. Yet, even such a functional tank showed a hint of discomposure after being struck by Mei Mei's crow suicide bombers, with several shallow but distinct craters blasted into her tough skin. Hanami's face was distorted with rage. Mei Mei was slightly surprised. Her technique, named Kamikaze, involved releasing the weak cursed energy restrictions on the flock of crows, allowing them to sacrifice their lives to infinitely boost their attack power. She believed she had encountered quite a few enemies and known many friends, but she still thought that only Gojo Satoru and Chinatsu, who possessed limitless defense, could withstand a kamikaze attack head-on. Now she had to add this cursed spirit to that list. Mei Mei's raw strength was definitely inferior to Hanami's, but after just one round, Hanami also realized that a quick victory was impossible. Human jujutsu sorcerers truly had some tricks up their sleeves. So, give up? Hanami fell into a brief contemplation, and when she recovered from it, her fighting spirit was reignited, and it was soaring. Itadori Yuji was very important for the future of cursed spirits. He absolutely could not fall into the hands of jujutsu sorcerers at this time. He must be snatched back. Hanami clenched her fists, and her cursed energy clearly erupted. Feeling Hanami's power up in her serious state, beads of sweat gradually appeared on Mei Mei's faintly smiling face. because she understood what Hanami was preparing to do. After all, mobilizing all cursed energy either meant preparing to unleash a super-enhanced skill in a normal state, or preparing to unleash the ultimate secret of cursed technique. And at this moment, Hanami was preparing to use both. She crouched down, placing one palm on the ground. As her palm touched the ground, the flowers, grass, and trees in this area of the school's back mountain instantly showed signs of wilting. Converting the life force of flowers, grass, and trees into cursed energy was one of Hanami's abilities. This cursed energy, converted from stolen life, would not flow back to herself, but would eventually converge on the flower offering on her left shoulder, from which it would release a golden, wide-area cursed energy shockwave. Seeing this, Mei Mei immediately prepared to have the remaining crows circling in the air all transform into suicide bombers and attack Hanami. Unfortunately, she was a step too late. Her mental link with the crows was isolated and severed. Hanami, who had placed her hand on the ground, retracted it. She held both hands on the same horizontal plane, forming a special Buddhist hand seal. Domain expansion, womb perfusion.